After hearing what this girl said, Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, Situ Jinying, and Li Ruolin were all stunned. And after what she said, other classmates also cast their eyes on Zhou Hao's face. Since the two Hong Kong channels of TVB and ATV can be watched in many places in Guangdong, the video of Zhou Hao playing and singing Love Me Don't Go, previously broadcast on ATV, was also seen by many people in Guangdong. And Zhou Hao's Love Me Don't Go became popular in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and the storm in Guangdong was not small. Now many young people and students have heard it, and they like it very much. Radio stations in Guangdong often play this song on demand. Seeing the gazes of Li Ruolin and Gao Jingyi, Zhou Hao hurriedly scratched his head and said to the little girl, "No, no, how could I be that person? It's just that people are similar. Not only you, but many people say I am like what about him." Indeed, Zhou Hao wore a suit when he was doing the live broadcast, but now he wears a school uniform. The difference is quite big. And these students also think that the romantic and charming singer of Love Me Don't Go will not appear in front of the people so easily. So Zhou Hao's reason for people are similar was accepted. However, the person alone has made Zhou Hao more prominent among his classmates. However, Li Ruolin and Gao Jingyi over there still looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously, seeming not to believe in Zhou Hao's interface. Zhou Hao was a little guilty and deliberately turned his head to avoid the eyes of the two women. At this time, a cool little hand grabbed Zhou Hao's hand under the tablecloth. Zhou Hao was taken aback, and he saw Wang Shijuan next to him, casting a soft look at himself. Yes, Wang Shijuan is the heroine of Love Me Don't Go. At this time, she was a little proud and a little shy in her heart when she heard the discussion from her classmates. Fortunately, Zhou Hao let ATV keep his information confidential at the time, otherwise he would be in trouble now. After chatting with the classmates, the food was served by the waiter, and everyone happily had a meal. After eating, everyone went to Wenxiangdong's Ziniandi karaoke. Fortunately, it is not far from here, so Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin didn't take much effort to walk there, and they could also make a walk after dinner. On the way, Li Ruolin gave Zhou Hao a wink and quietly slowed down and fell behind the team. Zhou Hao knew that Li Ruolin had something to tell herself, and it was obviously for the song, Love Me Don't Go. However, Zhou Hao wanted to let Li Ruolin know about this sooner or later, so he hardened his scalp, slowed down, and walked side by side with Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao looked ahead and saw that the students in front were talking and laughing, but he didn't pay attention to the back. He also missed Li Ruolin very much, so taking advantage of the opportunity when no one noticed, he quietly grabbed Li Ruolin's jade hand, separated her fingers, and inserted them, and then clasped Li Ruolin's fingers. Li Ruolin earned it, but Zhou Hao was the only one who didn't earn it. After all, she also missed Zhou Hao in her heart. The song Love Me Don't Go, what's going on? Li Ruolin asked, but the voice was faint, and the people in front could not hear it. I have also watched the video, and the person in it is you. Don't use someone who is similar to perfuse me. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, always coming. He scratched his head and said, that person, it is indeed me. When Li Ruolin heard it, she gave him a fierce look and pinched Zhou Hao's hand with her nails. Seeing that she didn't pinch herself hard, Zhou Hao knew that she still felt sorry for herself and said that she was not so angry anymore. Who is that girl? Can you compose and write lyrics? Li Ruolin glanced at Zhou Hao lightly. Well, can you not tell me? What do you mean? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. But I said, you must not be angry, otherwise I won't say it. Okay, tell me. I'm not angry. That girl is... After hesitating, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. It's Shijuan. Shijuan? Wang Shijuan in our class. Li Ruolin blinked. I know that she sees your eyes differently from others, and I think you've known each other a long time ago. Childhood sweetheart. Forget it, be it. Li Ruolin snorted. Situ Jinying, I don't think you are easy. There was already a cold sweat on Zhou Hao's forehead, and Li Ruolin's insight was too strong. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Li Ruolin sneered and said, Why? Do you just admit it? I don't want to lie to you. Zhou Hao sighed slightly. Li Ruolin didn't speak, but looked at Zhou Hao with complicated eyes. In fact, at the time of Qiuning Mountain, Dr. Gongsun told her that Zhou Hao was destined to be surrounded by peach blossoms in her life, so she was psychologically prepared. So when she knew that Zhou Hao had other women besides herself, Li Ruolin realized that she was not as surprised and angry as she had imagined. Instead, she felt it really is so, and even fateful. At this moment, she suddenly saw that a student in front of her was about to turn her head. She hurriedly released Zhou Hao's hand and said lowly, "Go back and clean up you." Then she deliberately accelerated the pace and walked away from Zhou Hao, so as not to doubt others. Looking at Li Ruolin's slender and charming back, Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled secretly. After returning, who would clean up? Who would clean up? Everyone soon came to this Xintiandi. After walking inside, Zhou Hao found that the scale of this Xintiandi was much smaller than when Xiangdong's Dynamic City, and it was not as luxurious as Dynamic City. However, this atmosphere is obviously more suitable for students and young people, and there is also a large-scale underground casino in Dynamic City, which is not suitable for students to enter. Situ Jinying said that after graduating from high school, when Xiaoqiang was sent to the army by Wen Xiangdong, and this Xintiandi was also taken care of by one of Wen Xiangdong's henchmen. There was a manager in Xintiandi. Job. Perhaps knowing the identity of Situ Jinying, the manager was very polite to Zhou Hao and other middle school students, and even arranged for them a party-level room that could accommodate 60 people. Because they were all students, he didn't send people beer, but various drinks and side dishes. There are also very complete karaoke equipment in this room. The most lively and outgoing Lu Shichao immediately sat in front of the song station and asked other people what songs they wanted to order, and he became a temporary DJ. Gao Jingyi and Luo Hui sat on the sofa on one side and looked at the others quietly. Although Zhou Hao had a good singing voice, he didn't want to sing at this time, so as not to make others suspicious, so he sat and chatted with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying. "Jinying, I see why you are at odds with Gao Jingyi," Zhou Hao said to Situ Jinying. Situ Jinying raised her small mouth. "It's not that there are some. She and I don't match each other at all." Humph. The most uncomfortable thing is her kind of pretentious person who seems to disdain anyone. "No, I can also talk with Gao Jingyi," Wang Shijuan on the other side said. Situ Jinying curled his lips. "That's Shijuan. You are kind. You can stand her." Zhou Hao was a little helpless. Gao Jingyi and Situ Jinying were both official children. If the boys were better off, for the sake of political interests, even if they were not happy in their hearts, they would at least pretend to be friendly on the surface. And Zhou Hao just thought that Gao Jingyi and Situ Jinying were at odds with each other, but he didn't expect that there was his own reason. Situ Jinying held Zhou Hao's arm in his ear and said, "I've said before, I don't blame you for anything you have with that sister Zhao, but only this surname is Hai. I don't allow you to have anything to do with her." Thinking of Gao Jingyi's thoughts on herself, Zhou Hao was a little confused, and now he heard Situ Jinying's words. He said absently, I know. The classmates get together and always have a good time." Time passed quickly, and it was 11 o'clock in the evening in an instant. Although tomorrow is Saturday, they do not have to go to school, but they are all students after all, and it is not suitable to play so late. When checking out, the manager of Xintiandi came over in person, but only symbolically received 100 yuan, which was obviously for the face of Situ Jinying. Li Ruolin still wanted to decline, so Situ Jinying said to her, "Mr. Li, no, the money left will be used as class fees, lest someone say that we spent all the bonus lavishly." After that, she deliberately glanced at her. Gao Jingyi over there took a look. Gao Jingyi raised her eyebrows. Her lips moved, but after all she said nothing. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly. Situ Jinying, the girl, can only have a gentle side in front of herself, and she still maintains her aura of the chief daughter of the chief, even in front of the mayor's daughter Gao Jingyi. At this time, I heard Li Ruolin say to Zhou Hao, "It's so late. You send Gao Jingyi home. Lu Shichao, you are responsible for sending Luo Hui." Zhou Hao was taken aback, because he still wanted to send Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan home. Situ Jinying was considerate to Zhou Hao, so she said, "You don't need to send us off. I just let my dad come and pick us up." Then he leaned in Zhou Hao's ear, "But you can only give the surname Gao go home. Don't do other things." Zhou Hao gave her a white look. "What do you think of me? I don't know who you are. I'm afraid that Gao Jingyi would not take the initiative, but you took the initiative to pester others." Situ Jinying said with a pouting mouth. Gao Jingyi's home is relatively far away, and after being nearly assaulted by 2 construction workers before, Gao Holu was not relieved to let Gao Jingyi go home so late alone. However, when Gao Jingyi told him on the phone that Zhou Hao would send herself home, Gao Holu immediately agreed. In fact, Gao Holu also knew his daughter. Gao Jingyi was originally a beautiful girl who could not be met. Although she is still young, she is also a typical beauty embryo. When she grows up, she will definitely become a stunning beauty. Therefore, many boys in school risk being criticized for their premature love to pursue her. Although Gao Holu is busy at work, he also knows this well. Of course, Gao Holu didn't want Gao Jingyi to fall in love prematurely. Fortunately, Gao Jingyi did not hesitate to color those boys and had no meaning in that regard. However, to say which boy Gao Holu is most assured of, this person is definitely Zhou Hao. Not to mention that Zhou Hao rescued Gao Jingyi that time. Gao Holu also knew that Zhou Hao was Zhao Rixin's godson. If Zhou Hao really had something to do with Gao Jingyi, and Gao Jingyi liked him, Gao Holu would really not object. So after hearing that Zhou Hao sent Gao Jingyi home, Gao Holu was relieved. A group of classmates walked out of Xinyiandi and had to go home individually. The boys were naturally responsible for sending the girls home, and Li Ruolin had to go back to the school's faculty dormitory. Before leaving, Zhou Hao whispered to Li Ruolin, "I will go to you later." Li Ruolin blushed and said, "Go. What do you do with me?" In fact, she asked knowingly. Zhou Hao didn't care about her, shrugged and smiled, and stopped the taxi, and got in with Gao Jingyi. After getting into the car, Gao Jingyi told the driver in front of her address. Along the way, Gao Jingyi didn't say a word to Zhou Hao and didn't look at him very much. He just turned his head sideways and looked out of the car window, staring at the retrogressive street lights. Gao Jingyi did not speak, and Zhou Hao was embarrassed to speak up. If the two were just pure friends, it would be fine, but Zhou Hao knew that Gao Jingyi had an affection for him, and that she had a good affection for her. Fetters. Suddenly, when halfway through the journey, Gao Jingyi said to the driver in the driver's seat, "Master, stop here." Zhou Hao said puzzledly, "I haven't arrived at your house yet. I want to walk around." Li Ruolin didn't look at him, so she pushed the car door and walked out. "Excuse me," Zhou Hao said to the driver in front, and gave him the fare, and ignoring him to find money, he got out of the car and ran after Gao Jingyi. It's 11 o'clock in the evening, and there are not many people on the street. Even the shops on the side of the road are closed. Only the dim yellow street lights on both sides of the whole street stand silently, and Gao Jingyi is walking in the dim yellow. In the light, there was a long shadow dragging, which seemed very lonely. When I walked to Gao Jingyi's side, I saw a school bag hanging on her back, falling on her weak shoulder. Zhou Hao couldn't bear it, so he said to her, "The school bag is very heavy. I'll help you get it." Gao Jingyi shook her head without making a sound. Seeing Zhou Hao grab the school bag, before Gao Jingyi objected, he pulled it off and took it in his own hand. Gao Jingyi looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, but soon returned to her cold look and said nothing. Zhou Hao looked at this melancholy girl and finally sighed and said, "Jingyi, do you have something on your mind? If you don't mind, just say it. It will be very uncomfortable if you keep it in your heart." Gao Jingyi turned her head and looked at Zhou Hao. Her eyes looked a little confused under the misty yellow light. Just staring at Zhou Hao deeply, after a long time, she sighed quietly, lowered her head and said, "At that time, why did you save me?" At that time, Zhou Hao thought for a while, and realized that she was referring to the incident when she was dragged to the unfinished gymnasium by 2 construction workers when she went to the toilet late to fix it. Zhou Hao didn't understand what she meant by asking, so she asked, "Why can't I save you? Do you want me to be indifferent while watching you being raped by those 2 guys?" Gao Jingyi exhaled and continued to walk forward, and Zhou Hao immediately followed and walked side by side with her. He was waiting for her answer. "I would rather you never saved me." Gao Jingyi's faint voice came again. Zhou Hao was stunned, wondering if I saved you wrong? Or am I just being nosy? He stopped, and at the same time reached out and grabbed Gao Jingyi's jade arm. "Gao Jingyi, what do you mean by that?" Gao Jingyi also stopped, but still did not turn her head to look at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao felt more and more annoyed in his heart. "You said, am I just being nosy? Shouldn't I save you at that time?" Gao Jingyi turned around slowly, and Zhou Hao saw 2 lines of tears on her face. What he fears most is the tears of women. especially Gao Jingyi, is now as if pear blossoms with rain and begonia are exposed to me. Zhou Hao felt relieved as soon as he saw it. He thought it was because he couldn't control the strength and hurt her, so he quickly released her arm and apologized. I'm sorry, did I scratch you? My tone was a bit heavy, but I didn't mean it. However, no matter what Zhou Hao said, Gao Jingyi's tears were out of control, and they kept pouring out of his eyes, falling down his face, reflecting sparkling fluorescence in the dim light. If you didn't save me back then. Gao Jingyi looked at Zhou Hao with teary eyes and choked up. Maybe I won't like you anymore. I won't like you. I won't be as uncomfortable as I am now. Zhou Hao didn't expect Gao Jingyi, who was cold and aloof, would say such words, and his heart trembled fiercely. This was the first time Gao Jingyi admitted to Zhou Hao that she liked him personally, and that was a confession to Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi lowered her head, tears constantly dripping from her eyes. Why? Why should I like you? Why? Her shoulders shrugged, and Zhou Hao couldn't bear it. He held on to Gao Jingyi's shoulders, but Gao Jingyi leaned forward with his head against Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao sighed. Jingyi, in fact, I am not worthy of you. I am not a good man. If it was Zhou Hao's past temperament, he would definitely not let go of a beauty like Gao Jingyi. But seeing Gao Jingyi so sad, he couldn't bear to hurt her, just like he didn't want to hurt Wang Shijuan. I have worked so hard, Gao Jingyi whimpered. When I can't see you, I always think of you in my heart. When I see you, you only talk to Situ Jianying and me, and don't take me to my heart at all. I hate you. She lifted two pink fists and thumped Zhou Hao's chest. Such strength was not even itchy for Zhou Hao. However, at this moment, Gao Jingyi seemed to hit Zhou Hao's heart. Sorry. Zhou Hao felt that all he could say was this sentence. I don't want you to say sorry. Gao Jingyi suddenly raised her head, looking at Zhou Hao with tearful eyes. Situ Jianying. Is she your girlfriend? Yes, and not only her. Shijuan is also my girlfriend. Zhou Hao answered truthfully. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to hide her. Gao Jingyi trembled slightly, and a touch of pain passed through the vapor-filled eyes. Zhou Hao avoided her gaze, slightly raised his head to look into the distance, and said with a mockery, That's why I said I am not a good man, not worthy of your liking. Gao Jingyi trembled again and dropped her head again. After a while, she raised her and asked Zhou Hao, Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan know you. She wanted to ask if Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also knew that the other party was Zhou Hao's girlfriend, because she knows that the two are good friends. If Zhou Hao stepped on two boats to hide them from them, it would be considered shameless. Zhou Hao nodded. They all know each other's existence. He smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, Jianying knew about it a long time ago, but Shijuan only knew about it not long ago. She was very angry at the time, but in the end it came back to me. You sang the song, Love Me Don't Go, to Wang Shijuan. Gao Jingyi asked. Zhou Hao was not surprised that Gao Jingyi guessed that he was the singer of Love Me Don't Go, so he nodded. Seeing Zhou Hao confessed, Gao Jingyi's eyes showed a look of envy, obviously envy Wang Shijuan. Seeing the tear marks on Gao Jingyi's face, Zhou Hao sighed slightly, then took out a tissue and wiped it gently on her face. If your dad saw it, I thought I was bullying you. Zhou Hao wiped her tears and made Gao Jingyi's face a little red, but did not refuse. Instead, her lips were flattened and she said coquettishly, It's you who bullied me. Gao Jingyi is usually cold and indifferent to everyone, but now she shows such a young daughter in front of Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao is very surprised, and she feels that Gao Jingyi is actually quite cute. Perhaps he also noticed that he was different from the past, and the red clouds on Gao Jingyi's cheeks became stronger again. Next month, I will go to the United States. I will apply for Stanford University if I study a preparatory course there. Zhou Hao was startled. Next month? Didn't you say that you have to wait until the end of the first year of high school before you go? Gao Jingyi lowered her head and did not look at Zhou Hao, speaking very quietly. My dad was surprised to have completed the procedures for going abroad, and even the school and residence arranged for me. Then Zhou Hao looked at Gao Jingyi. Then you have decided to go? However, Gao Jingyi gave Zhou Hao a sneak peek. Do you think I should go abroad? Zhou Hao didn't know what she was asking for, so she scratched her head and replied, Actually, I think, it's good to go abroad for further study. After all, the competition for talents in the future will definitely become more and more fierce, and it is undeniable. The education in the United States is indeed better than that in China. Moreover, it's good for you to go out and see. You can't stay in Xiangqing for a lifetime. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Gao Jingyi's face turned white, and her eyelashes trembled at Zhou Hao. Why, what's wrong? Zhou Hao was a little unsure. I hate you, Gao Jingyi said while biting her lower lip. Although her frowning eyebrows were angry, they were also unspeakably cute. This next week, Hauke will be really inexplicable. Although there are many women around him, he still can't guess the mentality of women very much. Moreover, Zhao Yuqin and Li Ruolin and other female agencies love him and love him. How willing to make him angry. However, seeing Gao Jingyi's annoyed appearance, Zhou Hao suddenly became a little bit enlightened, wondering if Gao Jingyi didn't want me to let her go. As soon as he wanted to remedy it, Zhou Hao had a warning sign in his heart, so he immediately picked up Gao Jingyi by his side and flashed away. Gao Jingyi was suddenly hugged by Zhou Hao, and she felt sweet when she was frightened, thinking that Zhou Hao had really opened up. But seeing a flash of silver light on the side of the road, the tall lamppost fell down into the road, making a bang. Looking at the lamppost with only a small section, you can see that the cut is very neat, and the sharp tool for cutting it is definitely cutting iron like mud. Only then did she understand that Zhou Hao had saved herself, and she was a little disappointed in her heart and asked Zhou Hao in fear, "What's the matter?" "Don't be afraid. I am here," Zhou Hao said, frowning and looking at the roadside. Gao Jingyi was hugged by Zhou Hao just now, and her hands were naturally hooked on Zhou Hao's neck, and she did not let go now. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, "Don't be afraid, I'm here," a warm feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart and spread throughout her body. There is a small forest on the side of the road, which belongs to a natural park built on the hillside. Suddenly, a figure swept out of the grove and fell into the middle of the road, holding a peculiar weapon that looked like a dagger and a pistol in his hand. There was also a pistol hanging down to his waist. She has a black ponytail and a long black windbreaker on her body, which looks very sassy under the blowing of the night wind. Seeing this voice, Zhou Hao was taken aback and couldn't help exclaiming, "Li Shuihan?" The man suddenly turned around when he heard someone calling his name, and she also revealed her classic and beautiful appearance. She was Li Shuihan, the fourth master of the First Army. Seeing Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi leaning in his arms, Li Shuihan smiled coldly. "Zhou Hao? What a coincidence. Do you want to go shopping with your little girlfriend?" Hearing Li Shuihan said that he was Zhou Hao's little girlfriend, Gao Jingyi's face was flushed immediately and wanted to explain, but his lips were opened and he still didn't say it. It was tantamount to acquiescing to Li Shuihan's words. Zhou Hao coughed embarrassingly and immediately changed the subject and asked Li Shuihan, "What's the matter with you? How did you cut off the lampposts and almost crushed us?" "You think I did it on purpose?" Li Shuihan snorted. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw 2 stab wounds on Li Shuihan's right arm, dripping with blood, so he cared. "Are you injured?" At this moment, 2 more figures slid out of the small Lulin and stood on the side of the road, facing off with Li Shuihan here. I saw the 2 men, dressed in a typical ninja dressed in black, with a Chinese character Jia engraved on the silver metal plate on that head. Zhou Hao knew immediately that this ninja was the Minabezong of the Wind Demon clan. I saw this Jibyazong both holding a peculiar weapon similar to the Amei thorn and the trident fork in both hands, with fierce light in his exposed eyes, like a very hungry wolf. The other person was a man in his 40s who looked like he was dressed in casual clothes, holding a 20 to 30 centimeters Japanese short knife in his left hand. His expression was calm, just looking at Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao. "Are they from the Wind Demon clan?" Zhou Hao stared at the 2 people on the side of the road and said to Li Shuihan next to him. Li Shuihan nodded solemnly. "That's all tribes, I think you guessed it." As for the other one of the 2 guardians of Fengma Kotaro, the patriarch of the Wind Demon clan, his real name is not clear, only his name is known. Pre-ghosted. Pre-ghost. Isn't that 2 shikigami in Japanese folklore, pre-ghost and back-ghost? Zhou Hao said. In his previous life, he also watched the 2 animes Ghost Boy and Shaman King, so he also knew the legend of ghosts before and after ghosts. But I didn't expect the 2 guardians of the patriarch of the Wind Demon clan to be named after these 2 shikigami. The man named Qiangwei shifted his gaze from Li Shuihan to Zhou Hao. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Hao to know the existence of the Wind Demon clan, and he was still old acquaintance with Li Shuihan. He originally thought Zhou Hao was just a passerby who occasionally passed by, but now he realizes that he is not simple. Be careful. The strength of this former ghost is much stronger than those of tribes. Li Shuihan reminded Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao squinted at the former ghost. Did he hurt you? He knew that Li Shuihan's strength was also very strong, the most powerful among the women Zhou Hao had ever seen. According to Li Shuihan's martial arts, he can win one tribe steadily, deal with 2 tribes with ease, and can retreat under the attack of 3 tribes. But at this time, he was also hurt, thinking it was hurt by the former ghost. Humph, they saw my true face this time, so they would have to kill someone. Zhou Hao suddenly exuded a bitter killing intent, and even Gao Jingyi beside him was taken aback. Because Zhou Hao defeated the 4 Buzongs in one fell swoop at the secret base of the First Army in Beijing and handed the Dubu Buzong alive to Li Shuihan. That would definitely cause revenge from the Wind and Demons, but at that time he is covered. And now, although the former ghost and Mene Buzong didn't know that Zhou Hao was the one who captured their Dubu Buzong alive, Zhou Hao did not cover his face now, and he was remembered by them. There will be endless troubles in the future, so Zhou Hao will move to kill them. Li Shuihan, you help me take care of my friend. Zhou Hao let go of Gao Jingyi and let her go to Li Shuihan's side. Gao Jingyi also knew that it was a dangerous moment, so he didn't play any tricks and walked to Li Shuihan obediently. When Li Shuihan's right hand was injured, her martial arts would be greatly reduced, and she knew that Zhou Hao's strength was much stronger than she did not know, so she did not stop it. Looking back at Zhou Hao, he still asked Li Shuihan with a relaxed look. I said, why did you come to Xiangqing? I originally came here to perform the mission with the master, but I didn't expect to be found by them. In addition to this Minabezong and the former ghost, even the Wind Demon Kotaro also came, confronting our master in that park. Li Shuihan said. Zhou Hao was surprised. What? Your master and Feng Maotaro are here too? He naturally knew that the big master, in Li Shuihan's mouth, was the captain of the First Army. According to the rules of strength positioning in the First Army, the martial arts and talents of the master must be the strongest in the First Army. The First Army has always been mysterious, and even the world's 4 major intelligence agencies don't have much information about them. So Zhou Hao is also very curious about them. As for Wind Demon Kotaro, Zhou Hao also knew that he was the patriarch of the Wind Demon clan. The master of Donglomin, who was abolished by Zhou Hao for most of his martial arts, and Xiahou, known as the Sacred Hand of Deluo, once said that Fuma Kotaro was the strongest man in Japanese martial arts. Now, these 2 legendary masters have gathered in Xiangqing, and they are in the natural park opposite, which makes Zhou Hao feel a little excited. He is also a martial artist now, and he also has the urge to learn from masters like Xiahou refuses to accept. Even though Feng Demon Kotaro is here, I want to see it. Zhou Hao smiled. However, the former ghost sneered and said in very pure and authentic Chinese, just because you want to see our patriarch? You can't help yourself. Zhou Hao didn't say much to him either. He directly waved his arms and threw out 2 sharp sword auras, flying towards Qianggui and Minabezong respectively. Suddenly seeing Zhou Hao blasting his sword with his hand, the ghost's pupil shrank and he immediately punched. Hearing a chi sound, Zhou Hao's sword chi was broken by the former ghost with his bare hands. As for the Jibuzong next to him, he violently waved the trident fork in his hand and also smashed the sword energy that flew in front of him. After Zhou Hao's attack, the former ghost no longer underestimated Zhou Hao. After all, it was obviously not an ordinary master to be able to emit such a sharp sword energy with his hands. Suddenly, a light and ghostly voice came from the woods. Former ghost, capture the girl of the First Army back alive. As for the others, kill them. This Chinese doesn't sound very pure. It's a bit awkward like a foreigner learning Chinese. However, although this voice sounded light and fluttering, it made Zhou Hao's eardrum vibrate. He was obviously an unfathomable master. Li Shuihan's face changed slightly when he heard the voice of the negative test and said to Zhou Hao, "It's Wind Demon Kotaro." And the former ghost also turned and bowed deeply in the direction of the woods, and said, "Yes, Lord Patriarch." At this moment he was still standing there and bowing, but the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, just like a real ghost. Gao Jingyi was also taken aback when he saw this situation, only feeling horrified. And Li Shuihan shouted to Zhou Hao, "Be careful, that guy's stealth and sneak attacks are very powerful." Zhou Hao smiled on his face, gave Li Shuihan and Gao Jingyi a relieved look, and suddenly kicked his right foot. Boom! I saw the former ghost's figure just appeared to Zhou Hao's left, and Zhou Hao's right foot had already hit his chest. The former ghost was shocked and quickly raised his hands to block him, but was also slid backwards by Zhou Hao's powerful kick, his arms numb. He looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. Xianggui's invisibility technique was much more powerful than that of the 9 tribes. Just now, Li Shuihan was injured one after another under the unpredictable stealth attack of Xianggui. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao didn't even need to look. He knew where he was about to appear and attacked in advance. The former ghost couldn't believe it, thinking that Zhou Hao was just lucky. So he squinted at Zhou Hao, and his figure became blurred again and quickly disappeared in place, as if it instantly evaporated and merged into the air. "I haven't learned enough." Zhou Hao sneered. His left fist suddenly moved to his right, drawing from the bottom up. As expected, the former ghost appeared on Zhou Hao's right, and Zhou Hao's punch was also hitting his abdomen, immediately knocking the former ghost away too late to stop. However, the former ghost is not an ordinary person after all. He gritted his teeth and endured the huge pain, and made a somersault in the air, landing steadily not far behind. Master Former Ghost. Seeing that the former ghost was hit by Zhou Hao, Ji Biazong over there couldn't help exclaiming. The former ghost raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." Then he squinted at Zhou Hao. Now he understands that the person in front of him can see through his invisibility technique, and his amazing strength must not be underestimated. At this time, Li Shuihan had already retreated to the side of the road with Gao Jingyi, and at the same time paid close attention to Zhou Hao and the former ghost. "Zhou Hao, he will be fine, right?" Gao Jingyi also paid attention to Zhou Hao over there. Li Shuihan shook his head. "Probably not. Zhou Hao's martial arts are much better than mine." But Gao Jingyi suddenly felt some moisture on her face, and when she looked sideways, she discovered that it was the wound on Li Shuihan's arm that was constantly overflowing with blood and dripping onto her face. So Gao Jingyi timidly said to the frowning Li Shuihan, Sister, your hands are bleeding. Are you okay?" Hearing Gao Jingyi calling herself elder sister, Li Shuihan's low eyebrow raised slightly and said lightly, "It's okay." Then he tapped a few times on his right arm, and the blood stopped immediately. Gao Jingyi was surprised to see it, thinking that this should be the acupuncture of the martial arts masters on TV to stop the bleeding. While they were talking, the former ghost had already attacked Zhou Hao and handed over to Zhou Hao. I saw that the Japanese short knife in his hand was waving coldly, like a flash of light, to Zhou Hao. It's just that Zhou Hao can always avoid it. The former ghost can't even touch Zhou Hao's clothes. Then Zhou Hao suddenly stretched out his and slammed Qinggui's knife hard. With the burst of strength, the former ghost couldn't hold his hand immediately, and the short knife flew out, deeply inserted into a lamp post on the side of the road. Qinggui was startled, but soon calmed down, making fists with both hands and constantly attacking Zhou Hao. He fists extremely fast, and between his fists, it looks as if a few more arms are out of thin air. His right fist hit Zhou Hao's chest, and Zhou Hao's upper body leaned back, thinking he could easily avoid his fist. However, Zhou Hao suddenly heard a faint, gelly sound, and then he was surprised to see that the front ghost's right arm stretched out of thin air. It was not a movement extension, but his entire right arm was stretched out. It's really getting longer. Therefore, the former ghost's fist, which was a few inches from Zhou Hao's chest, hit Zhou Hao firmly. Zhou Hao's body shook, and the former ghost was happy in his heart, and then turned around and struck Zhou Hao with his left arm sideways. Zhou Hao turned a little sideways, wanting to be able to avoid it, but suddenly he heard the gelly sound again, and the former ghost's left arm also instantly grew longer, sweeping onto Zhou Hao's chest like a tiger's tail. At this moment, Zhou Hao was really shocked. The ghost's arm could grow in an instant. While he was stunned, the former ghost was chasing after victory. He crouched and swept Zhou Hao down with a sweep, and then used 10 successful powers, raised his arms and fists together like a Thor's hammer on Zhou Hao's body. Under this huge force, Zhou Hao hit the ground heavily, and knocked out a big hole on the hard concrete road, and he also sank deeply. Zhou Hao, Gao Jingyi over there screamed, covering her mouth and looking at Zhou Hao, who fell on the ground, subconsciously like rushing away. Li Shuihan immediately stopped her. Don't go there. It's dangerous. Although the voice was light, the tone was heavy. But Zhou Hao, Gao Jingyi pointed to Zhou Hao over there. But Li Shuihan said with a solemn face, if Zhou Hao can't win, what can you do to him will only become a burden to him. Gao Jingyi was bluffed by Li Shuihan and immediately shrank her neck, but she still looked at Zhou Hao anxiously. However, what she saw made her scream again. I saw that the ghost rode on Zhou Hao, opened his bow left and right, punched Zhou Hao in the face with one punch, and said with a sneer, did you just say you want to see our patriarch? You just said you want to kill us, huh? What's wrong now? But in the next moment, Zhou Hao grabbed his fist and couldn't move it. Lying in the big pit, Zhou Hao bulged his face with his tongue and was punched by the former ghost. In fact, he didn't suffer any injuries. The stains on his face were nothing but mud, and he did not shed a trace of blood. As for not fighting back just now, it was just because he couldn't figure out why the former ghost's arms could suddenly grow longer, which was obviously against human common sense. I can't figure out why your hand can stretch. Zhou Hao asked the former ghost. Qian Gui was shocked when he saw that Zhou Hao didn't seem to be injured, but he still sneered. Anyway, you are dying, so don't be afraid to tell you. This is the secret technique of our Wind Demon clan, called Bone Forging Fist. Secret technique, forget it. Anyway, as long as you grab your hand, I won't be afraid of how you stretch it out. Zhou Hao suddenly smiled, and the 5 fingers that grabbed the front ghost's wrist suddenly tightened. Hey, Zhou Hao's strength is so great that even steel can be squeezed out of shape. When the former ghost is in pain, he quickly wants to break Zhou Hao away. However, Zhou Hao's strength is so great that he can't open it. Instead, it makes his wrists even more dramatic. It's unbearable, and Zhou Hao slowly got up from the ground and continued to tighten his hands. He heard the chilling sound of Gregler from the former ghost's wrist, obviously crushing his hand bones. The former ghost finally couldn't help but screamed out, and Minabezong over there also acted immediately, holding a knife and rushing towards Zhou Hao, trying to save the former ghost. Zhou Hao grabbed Qinggui's hand and threw him as a weapon towards Minabezong, who rushed here. Minabezong certainly didn't dare to move the sword forward, so he quickly caught the body of the former ghost. However, Zhou Hao suddenly let go of the former ghost's hand while he caught the former ghost, and he slapped the former ghost's chest. Boom! A muffled noise came out. Zhou Hao's hands were heavily printed on the front ghost's chest, and the strength went straight through the front ghost's body and passed to Minabezong behind. Under this heavy blow, Minabezong opened his mouth and spouted a piece of blood, and even the clothes behind his back suddenly burst due to the heavy blow. It was also because of the former ghost's high internal strength. Although he was directly affected by Zhou Hao's palm, most of his ribs were broken and his internal organs broke apart, but he was only seriously injured, and he was not killed on the spot. However, Minabezong was already unstable, so he knelt down like this, and the former ghost rolled back to the ground. When I went to see Minabezong, he found that he was dying and completely unable to move. The former ghost finally realized that he was not Zhou Hao's opponent, and I was afraid that Fuma Kotaro could only deal with it in person. Moreover, his 2 wrist bones were crushed by Zhou Hao, and his body was seriously injured. It was very difficult to protect himself, so he had no time to pay attention to Minabezong, who was left with only one breath, and immediately ran to the small forest on the side of the road. In the past, I got inside in a blink of an eye. Zhou Hao turned around and said to Li Shuihan, your injury is not a major problem, right? Can't die. Li Shuihan snorted. Then you will take care of my friend here, and this Minbuzong will be handed over to you. Zhou Hao said to Gao Jingyi again. Jingyi, if you stay here, I will be back soon. We are going to chase the grove. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, Gao Jingyi couldn't help shouting. Zhou Hao, you have to be careful. Li Shuihan looked down at Gao Jingyi and saw that her face was full of concern and anxiety, and he guessed that she was definitely not easy for Zhou Hao. Besides Zhou Hao, he chased the former ghost into the natural park. Soon he came to a bamboo forest in the natural park and saw 2 men standing on top of 2 tall bamboos. Zhou Hao stopped immediately, because he knew that these two men standing on top of the bamboo shoots were the masters of the First Army and the Wind Demon Kotaro of the Wind Demon clan. The former ghost, who was badly injured and had both wrist bones crushed by Zhou Hao, stood in the bamboo forest and bowed deeply at the man standing on the top of the bamboo tree on the left, Master Patriarch. Zhou Hao looked up and saw the two people standing on the bamboo shoots on the left and right, separated by more than 10 meters. Under the night breeze, the bamboos in the bamboo forest swayed gently, making a sand sound, but the two people standing on it remained motionless. It can be seen that the light work is so profound that even Zhou Hao can't quite sigh. The one on the left, who was called the Master of the Patriarch by the former ghost, should be the Patriarch of the Fengma clan, Fengma Kotaro. I learned from Li Shuian before that Zhou Hao understood that this Wind Demon Little Taro was not a real name, but a title, the title of the Patriarch of the Wind Demon clan. After becoming the Patriarch of the Wind Demon clan, you will be able to obtain the title Wind Demon Kotaro, which also shows that you have the supreme power in the Wind Demon clan and can dominate the life and death of the entire clan. I saw Feng Mo Kotaro's tall figure, which should be similar to Zhou Hao's height in the past. He is wearing a white Japanese Bushido robe, and on the left chest there is a pattern of Goyu surrounded by a whirlwind. He couldn't see any weapons on his body, and his hands were closed in the wide sleeves. The most eye-catching thing is that the Wind Demon Kotaro wears a gold-red bronze mask on his face, but it is the image of an evil spirit with two horns. At the same time, he still had silver hair that grew to the waist, shining in the dim moonlight. As for the man on the right, he should be the leader of the First Army that Li Shuihan called the Big Master. The master is also very slender, but looks shorter than Zhou Hao. Now he is wearing a black tunic suit. His hands are hanging down slightly against the trousers, and he does not have any weapons. Zhou Hao looked at his face and saw that he was about 30 years old, with short hair, and a face that was neither handsome nor ugly. If it weren't for his unpredictable light power by standing majestically on the swaying bamboo shoots, Zhou Hao would not even see that this master was a man with a deep knowledge of martial arts. These two people are rare generation masters. Zhou Hao read silently in his heart. Of these two people, one is the Patriarch of the Wind Demon clan, who was rejected by the sage hand of Deluo Xiahou, who was regarded as the first person in martial arts in Japan. The other is the commander of China's most mysterious army, the First Army, and even the world's four major intelligence agencies can't identify him. On this ordinary night, Zhou Hao met these two mysterious masters. As for Zhou Hao's arrival, neither the top master nor the Wind Demon Kotaro had any reaction, but stared at each other with piercing eyes, without moving for a long time. The surroundings are very quiet. Only the night wind is still blowing, making the surrounding trees whirling. However, Zhou Hao had a very dangerous feeling, as if he was between two fierce hurricanes. And he also discovered that now in this natural park, there is not a single bit of insects and birds. It seems that those weak but sensitive creatures also sensed the danger and hid in their own caves. The master and the Wind Demon Kotaro clearly did not fight, but it made people feel like a very strong killing. Zhou Hao realized it after a second thought. The strength of these two masters is obviously higher than that of Xiaohu's dissatisfaction. It can be said that they are the strongest people Zhou Hao has encountered since he learned martial arts. In other words, both of them have reached the state of transforming meaning into form in their martial arts cultivation. At this time, although their bodies were not fighting, their spirits were fighting fiercely. Zhou Hao understood that this kind of transformation into form confrontation could not be seen by a third party, but the fierceness was also incapable. Doubtful, a little carelessness will cause one to give birth to a heart demon. The serious one will lead to confusion, and the light one will also cause the possibility of his own martial arts cultivation. Therefore, Zhou Hao did not rush to take action. Feng Mo Kotaro can ignore it, but the master is the commander of the First Army, and is also the subordinate of Zhao Rixin and the others. He is a member of Zhou Hao's camp. Zhou Hao cannot ignore his safety. I don't know how long it took before the heavy feeling in Zhou Hao's heart became loose. The master also gave a fist and smiled at Fengma Kotaro. Fumo Kotaro is indeed well-deserved, and he has become a master of martial arts. and he deserves to be the first person in martial arts in Japan. To inherit. Mr. Samyum has passed the award. Funma Kotaro's voice came out from the evil ghost mask, still looking overcast, which made people feel shuddering. Mr. Samyum deserves to be the leader of the First Army. In China, there are only two people who can make me jealous. The first is Mr. Hanmei. When I saw you today, it turned out that I was not as famous as meeting. Zhou Hao felt a little puzzled when Feng Mo Xiaodalang called the master Mr. Hanmei. He heard the master smile and asked, I just don't know who the other person is? Feng Mo Xiaodalang said overcastly, Tang Sect Master, Li Songyun. Tang Sect Master Mr. Li's Gohua Libing magical skill is indeed very powerful, and it is also willing to go downhill. The master said with a smile. That's it for today. Funma Kotaro said, Mr. Samyum, it's really my honor to see you today. We will have some time later. After that, he glanced down at Qiangui slightly. Go right. The former ghost hesitated for a moment. But the patriarch, he is all but Bibu. Before finishing talking, the former ghost touched the eyes behind the mask of Funma Kotaro. His whole body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head and responded, Oh, yes. Seeing that the ghost was about to leave with the wind demon Kotaro, Zhou Hao snorted. Wanna go? It's not that easy. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Funma Kotaro, who was still standing on the bamboo shoots, turned his gaze to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately felt a cold and merciless gaze hit him, which made him chill. However, Zhou Hao had never been afraid of anyone coming, so he greeted him without showing weakness. Your name is Zhou Hao, right? Funma Kotaro said in a moody tone. The masked man who helped the First Army survive the fight last time? It should be you too. Yes. Funma Kotaro turned his head to look at the master over there, and slowly said, Mr. Samui, as a master, should disdain more people and bully fewer people. As soon as the master heard this, he guessed what Feng Mo Kotaro was saying. He glanced at Zhou Hao below, then smiled and nodded. Naturally not. But that little brother is still young, so please be merciful. Otherwise, it's not good to end up with a bad reputation for bullying. We in Japan have always respected the strong. There is no difference in size. Funma Kotaro said coldly. Without warning, Funma Kotaro disappeared from the bamboo shoots, and Zhou Hao immediately felt the danger in his heart. At the same time, his superhuman intuition had already sensed that Funma Kotaro would attack him from the front. He always used his superhuman intuition to break the unpredictable stealth sneak attacks of the former ghosts and the others. Sure enough, Zhou Hao saw a whirlwind hung in front of him out of thin air, rolling up the grass clippings and dead leaves on the ground. The fragile grass clippings and dead leaves also turned into a killing weapon at this time, flew towards Zhou Hao as fast as lightning. Seeing the grass clippings and dead leaves that were like a flying knife, Zhou Hao thought, no wonder Funma Kotaro didn't have any weapons on his body. When he had reached his level of martial arts cultivation, he was no longer stuck in things. Fallen leaves and flying flowers could be swords. Facing the grass clippings and dead leaves that swept over, Zhou Hao was not afraid. I saw him standing on the spot, puffing out a cold breath. Zhou Hao's drink had the same effect as that of Shaolin's lion roar, and it was even worse. In Zhou Hao's strong cold drink, the grass clippings and grass that turned into flying knives and blades were all shaken away, turning back to ordinary vegetation and falling to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Hao felt that danger was approaching behind him. He didn't even look at it, so he leaned forward violently. Using his left foot as a fulcrum, his body quickly rotated, and his right foot quickly kicked out, sweeping toward the back like a strong wind sweeping fallen leaves. Then Zhou Hao felt as if his right leg had kicked a steel plate. No, even with the steel plate, Zhou Hao could kick it to pieces, but Zhou Hao's current attack was steadily blocked. Seeing Feng Mo Kotaro standing behind Zhou Hao, with his hands raised to his side, he blocked Zhou Hao's right foot with his arm. Zhou Hao knew that Wind Demon Kotaro's strength was not trivial, so the blow just now didn't hold back, but he didn't expect Wind Demon Kotaro to block it. However, the eyes behind the mask of Wind Demon Kotaro also showed a look of surprise, because he also felt the power of Zhou Hao's blow. Fortunately, he knew that Zhou Hao was the masked man who repelled his 4 Buzong in Beijing and captured Do Bu Buzong alive, so he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy and used his true strength. Otherwise, Zhou Hao just came here. One blow can cost him a big loss. Without stopping, Feng Mo Kotaro stretched his right hand toward Zhou Hao, and the wide and slender sleeves instantly became hard and sharp under the urging of his true spirit and rolled towards Zhou Hao. At the same time, Zhou Hao also saw a huge, three-eyed evil spirit appearing behind Feng Mo Kotaro, who was rushing towards him with a hideous face. This Feng Ma Kotaro, his martial arts cultivation, really has reached the realm of transforming mind into form. Zhou Hao will definitely not underestimate the masters of martial arts cultivation that have reached the transformation of meaning into form, and the sleeves of Feng Ma Kotaro that roared out into a steel spear under his invigoration. Just as hard and sharp, its sharp point pointed at Zhou Hao's chest, which was even more terrifying than the sharp blade of iron and mud. At the speed Zhou Hao could dodge the bullet, he couldn't dodge this blow now. Because Feng Ma Kotaro became the sleeve of the steel gun, even the surrounding air fluctuated during the rotation, as if a vortex was generated out of thin air, stagnating space and time. Zhou Hao knew that this vortex was transformed by Feng Demon Kotaro's vigor, and in this vortex, Zhou Hao couldn't avoid it, so he could only greet him recklessly and resolve it with force. So Zhou Hao didn't move at all, and transferred his true energy to his chest, and he didn't even evade to use his body to resist the blow of the Wind Demon Kotaro. When the former ghost over there saw that Zhou Hao was so big, there was a trace of ridicule in his surprised eyes. And the master, who is still standing on the bamboo, his eyelids also jumped. He had just had a mental confrontation with Wind Demon Kotaro. Even if he had not actually fought, he knew that Wind Demon Kotaro's martial arts were not inferior to him. I saw Feng Ma Kotaro's sleeves, which were condensed into the tip of a spear, slammed into Zhou Hao's chest, and continued to rotate, like an electric drill, desperately drilling into Zhou Hao's body. Under the incredible strength of Feng Mo Kotaro, Zhou Hao's upper body uniform was instantly twisted into pieces and flew away, exposing Zhou Hao's strong and solid body. What shocked Feng Ma Kotaro and Xiangwei was that Zhou Hao couldn't be hurt by the power that could penetrate the steel plate. Feng Ma Kotaro's sleeve stayed on Zhou Hao's skin like this. No matter how much it rotated, it couldn't penetrate Zhou Hao's skin. However, Zhou Hao didn't feel good. He could feel that the true qi that had condensed in front of his chest was being squeezed and bounced away by Feng Ma Kotaro's whirlpool force, requiring him to keep condensing and running. Otherwise, without the protection of true qi, even if Zhou Hao's body is 100 times stronger than an ordinary person, he is afraid of being penetrated. A look of shock flashed across Feng Ma Kotaro's eyes, and the true energy in his body was even more boiling. He had to increase his strength to penetrate Zhou Hao's entire body. But how could Zhou Hao give him this opportunity? Seeing Zhou Hao lifted his palms and hit his chest fiercely, the huge force immediately took Feng Ma Kotaro's sleeves, which were harder than steel, into cloth. Kotaro's fist hidden in his sleeve was also exposed, and then he banged towards Zhou Hao. Feng Ma Kotaro's fist was still in the sleeve at the moment, but it was already in front of Zhou Hao the next moment, as if he could break through the limitations of space. Zhou Hao didn't dare to be careless, and immediately pushed his right palm out. At this time, Feng Mo Xiaodalang also saw a giant bear as high as a mountain appearing behind Zhou Hao, holding two bare paws, fierce, leaping towards him with teeth and claws. His heart was stunned, and he didn't expect Zhou Hao's martial arts cultivation to have reached the realm of transforming mind into form, and now he strengthened his punch. Originally, Feng Ma Kotaro learned that Zhou Hao was the masked man, and that the former ghost, one of his two great guardians, was not his opponent, so he wanted to come to meet Zhou Hao in person. But judging from Zhou Hao's current strength, he can be compared with himself. In addition to the shock, Feng Ma Kotaro also felt excitement in his heart. Moreover, this was different from the spiritual confrontation he had just with the master, but a real confrontation. The danger in this is naturally much higher. Feng Mo Xiaotaro saw the giant bear behind Zhou Hao as if he was about to tear himself apart, and Zhou Hao saw the three-eyed evil spirit behind Feng Mo Xiaotaro opening his mouth. He could even feel that from there was a gust of wind blowing from the first three-eyed evil spirit. Boom! Zhou Hao's right palm collided with Wind Demon Kotaro's fist head-on, and the surrounding air was choked. The energy generated by the collision of the two people's qi also spread to the surrounding like a shock wave, shaking the bamboo on the four sides, and the flowers and plants on the ground that were not deeply rooted were uprooted and taken off into the air. The two each backed 3 steps, and with each step, the ground vibrated slightly, leaving deep footprints. Zhou Hao's face showed a look of surprise. This was not a disguise, but a real surprise, because he had already used 80 to 90% of his strength just now, and he could only fight the wind demon Little Taro, regardless of Xuanjin. The strength of this wind demon Kotaro is so high that Zhou Hao has never seen it in his life. And Fengma Kotaro wore a mask and couldn't see his expression, even those eyes didn't show anything. The two stared at each other for a while, and Fengma Kotaro's negative test voice sounded again. Although you don't know why you have such skill at a young age, you really can't help but admire it. After a pause, he said again, if you continue to fight, you and I will lose out. If you don't, just click to stop today. Zhou Hao frowned and thought for a while. In fact, Feng Mo Kotaro's words were not showing weakness, but there was still a leader of the First Army here. If Zhou Hao and the Master do both at the same time, Wind Demon Kotaro will definitely fall into an absolute disadvantage. However, Zhou Hao could also tell from the look in the eyes of the Wind Demon Kotaro, if he persisted, Wind Demon Kotaro would definitely accompany him. But at that time, Wind Demon Kotaro would completely fight for his life. Zhou Hao couldn't guarantee that the Master would help him. With the strength of Wind Demon Kotaro, if he fought with his fate, he would suffer serious injuries even if he did not die. So after weighing it repeatedly, Zhou Hao nodded. Okay, but next time we meet, you and I will definitely have to match each other. Okay, Fengma Kotaro sneered and said in his unskilled Chinese, since today, in your Chinese martial arts world, there is one more person who can make me jealous. He stared at Zhou Hao brightly. Zhou Hao, I remember you. After all, a strong wind blew around Fengma Kotaro. When the strong wind dissipated, his figure disappeared at the same time, and even the former ghost over there was gone. When Kamama Kotaro and former ghost appeared again, they were already on the other side of this natural park. As soon as Fengma Kotaro appeared standing on the grass here, he knelt down on one knee while pressing his chest. The former ghost next to him was shocked and quickly supported him with his injured hands. Master Patriarch, are you hurt? Qingwei said in disbelief. Because in his impression, his own unfathomable patriarch has never been injured. There was blood slowly dripping from the chin of the bronze goblin mask on Fengma Kotaro's face. He breathed a long breath and slowly said, this Zhou Hao has unfathomable strength, more than I am. In the future, this person will definitely become our confidant. At the same time, Zhou Hao, who was still in the park, breathed a sigh of relief and touched his aching chest. This Fengma Kotaro is worthy of being the first Japanese martial artist, Xia Ho said in dissatisfaction. He is so powerful that Zhou Hao has never seen it before. At this time, the master fell from the bamboo lightly. His posture was extremely elegant. His appearance was not outstanding, and he was instantly submerged in the crowd. But the temperament in him now makes people feel like a gentleman. He looked at Zhou Hao with interest. A smile inadvertently pulled out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the master looking at himself like this, Zhou Hao was also a little puzzled. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw a scene of winter plum blooming in the ice and snow without warning. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, thinking that this is not the midsummer season, and why is there such a phenomenon suddenly? At this time, he also saw the big master standing in front of him, standing proudly among the ice and snow with a smile on his face. And there were more winter plums blooming behind him, and Zhou Hao could even smell the faint fragrance of plum blossoms. Recalling that Feng Mo Kotaro called the master Mr. Hanmei just now, Zhou Hao suddenly woke up. The sight of winter plums in this icy world was not his own illusion at all, but the condensed fist intent of the master's transformation into form. Knowing that so far, Zhou Hao has encountered martial arts masters who have reached the realm of transforming meaning into form. De Luo's sacred hand, Xiaohou refused to accept the transformation of meaning into form. The condensed boxing intent is the image of De Luo Jingxian, Feng Mo Xiaotaro. The image of the three-eyed evil ghost is condensed, even if it is the fist intent condensed by Zhou Hao's own 5 animals. It is also a tiger, bear, ape, crane, and deer. These boxing skills can be said to be animals, but the mastermind condensed it, but it is a kind of artistic conception. The so-called transformation of meaning into form is understood by Zhou Hao, which is to present his own martial arts perception to his opponents in a way similar to hypnotism through powerful mental power. This level of martial arts contest is no longer a simple contest of tricks and internal strength, but a contest of each other's spiritual power and their respective understanding of martial arts. This is a realm and an artistic conception. In this way, the master's cultivation base, or the understanding of martial arts, is deeper than Xiaoho's dissatisfaction and Fengma Kotaro. At this time, Zhou Hao understood that it was no wonder Feng Demon Kotaro was so afraid of being a master, and he was unwilling to fight Zhou Hao in the presence of him. However, why does the master want to transform meaning into form to himself? Is he going to fight me? But why is this? Zhou Hao asked in his heart. After thinking about it, I saw that there was already a thin bamboo in the hand of the master, the length of an ordinary sword. Before Zhou Hao came back to his senses, the master had already stabbed him with the bamboo pole in his hand. Zhou Hao couldn't understand why the master suddenly attacked himself. It stands to reason that based on the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixing, even if the members of the First Army are at odds with him, there will be no conflict. But Zhou Hao didn't have time to think about it, because the bamboo pole that looked like a sharp sword had already pierced it. Although the bamboo in the hands of the master is just an ordinary bamboo, for a master of his realm, anything can become a murder weapon. Moreover, Zhou Hao also felt that along with the rapidly approaching bamboo, there were also the scented winter plums, Qing Wu, flying over. At a glance, the master's blow didn't have any suffocation, as if the secret fragrance sent it lightly, not only did not give people the feeling of danger, on the contrary, it also made people feel pleasing to the eye. However, Zhou Hao knew that the more this was done, the more dangerous it was. This master's move had already reached the level of moisturizing things silently, which could be described as killing invisible. Therefore, Zhou Hao was invigorated and pushed both palms out at the same time, and then the 2 palms turned into 4 palms, and the 4 palms turned into 8 palms. In an instant, the shadow of the sky appeared and enveloped the master. At the same time, Zhou Hao faintly condensed a mighty Deluo Jingxian behind him, which was very similar to the one that Xiaoho refused to accept. The master looked stagnant. This is Deluo Xingxiu. Zhou Hao's move was surprisingly the sacred hand of Deluo that Xiaoho was dissatisfied with. The palm shadow pounced on the master like a stormy sea, and the plum blossoms he condensed were blown into flight. The bamboo of the great master violently collided with Zhou Hao's palm, only to hear the sound of chicking. Zhou Hao felt that traces of sword energy erupted from the great master. As if it had become a living snake, I was constantly trying to get into my body, but I was blocked by my true energy. The palm shadow that Zhou Hao waved out suddenly disappeared, and the bamboo in the master's hand broke apart every inch. The 2 stepped back a few steps each, but they didn't cause a huge shock like Zhou Hao and Wind Demon Kotaro did just now. Zhou Hao realized at this time that the master was just trying to test his own strength. Sure enough, the artistic conception of the cold plum blossoming in the ice and snow that the master had condensed instantly disappeared, and at the same time he smiled at Zhou Hao. Awesome. When I was your age, martial arts were not 1/10 as powerful as yours. I was a weaker age. If you cultivate to this level, you can be called the #1 person in the world. Don't dare to be it. Zhou Hao said with a fist. The master is well-deserved. I am ashamed. Through the fight that ended just now, Zhou Hao felt that the strengths of the master and the wind demon Kotaro might not be distinguished by Xuanzhen, but in terms of martial arts cultivation, whether it is better than the wind demon Kotaro or Zhou Hao himself, the master is better. After passing through the 2 peerless masters, the master and the wind demon Kotaro, Zhou Hao really felt the pressure. Since studying martial arts, even if Zhou Hao had encountered a master like Xiaoho who refused to accept it, he had never given birth to cowardice. When he refused to accept a fight against Xiaoho, Zhou Hao did not feel that he was in danger. However, whether it was the head-to-head contest with Wind Demon Kotaro before, or the just-to-stop discussion with the master, Zhou Hao felt heavy, and his superhuman intuition told him that the master and Feng Demon Kotaro could cause him a deadly threat, The strength of these two men is high enough to kill Zhou Hao. Of course, Zhou Hao's strength is not lower than them, and he can also kill them. This is a situation where each opponent meets each other. I heard the master said, before I heard that the sacred hand of Deluo Xiahou was seriously injured by disobedience, and his power was destroyed 7 to 80%. Now it seems that the person who seriously injured him should be you. Looking at Zhou Hao, there was a strong sense of appreciation in his eyes, as if an elder was looking at his younger generation who was outstanding. Zhou Hao did not deny that the trick Deluo Shengshou just now was exactly what Zhou Hao learned from Xiaohou's disobedience. Even Xiaohou's disobedience was imitated by Zhou Hao. This also reflects Zhou Hao, that strong learning ability. By the way, the master, I just heard that Fuma Kotaro called you Mr. Samyum. I don't know. The master smiled. Hee, that's because I was young and indifferent, fighting bravely in the rivers and lakes, coupled with the relationship with my martial arts. So people who know me call me, Mr. What you use is called Xuanmei sword in the snow. Zhou Hao suddenly appeared, and at this moment, Li Shuihan, the fourth head of the First Army, also came over, holding a severely injured and unconscious Minbuzong in his hand. Gao Jingyi, whom Zhou Hao asked her to take care of, followed behind. Master, are you okay? As soon as he saw the master, a concerned look appeared on Li Shuihan's always cold face, which surprised Zhou Hao. The master shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Li Shuihan looked around. Where are the former ghosts and Feng and Mo Xiaotaro? Already gone. The master said lightly. I knew it. Li Shuihan smiled. They won't be your opponent. They must have been beaten away by you. But seeing the master smiled and shook his head, it's not me. It's Zhou Hao who beat them. Li Shuihan looked at Zhou Hao in amazement, obviously not believing that Zhou Hao could beat Wind Demon Kotaro away. Zhou Hao curled his lips and did not answer Li Shuihan. Wondering what kind of look you are, don't you believe in my strength? But Gao Jingyi saw Zhou Hao naked and flushed, so he walked over and asked him with concern, Zhou Hao, are you okay? The people she met today encountered things that she had never met in her life, and she did not expect that those martial arts masters and ninjas who only appeared in novels and movies actually exist in reality. And what shocked her the most was Zhou Hao, who was also unpredictable with high martial arts strength. All this presents a completely different world for Gao Jingyi. Faced with Gao Jingyi's concern, Zhou Hao smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a bit indecent. Well, we still have things to do, so let's say goodbye. The master smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, there will be a period later. Zhou Hao hurriedly clasped his fists. There will be a period later. The master nodded. His body suddenly rose, and his toes touched the bamboo, and he immediately floated on the bamboo forest, going away as quickly as a fairy. And Li Shuihan looked back at Zhou Hao, then snorted and jumped up to the bamboo forest with the minions, and left with the master. Seeing their disappearing figure, Zhou Hao curled his lips. What? I helped her catch a tribe. It's rude not to say thank you, he said. Li Shuihan. Seeing Zhou Hao's indignant appearance, Gao Jingyi suddenly pouched and laughed. When Zhou Hao turned to look, she blushed and lowered her head. Zhou Hao said, Okay, it's late. I'll send you back, lest your father worry. Yeah. Gao Jingyi replied inaudibly and followed Zhou Hao out of the park. There was speechless all the way. When Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi came to the front of the government compound, the two stopped. Gao Jingyi raised his head and looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, what I said to you just now you. In response to this, Zhou Hao also scratched his head helplessly. At that time, before Li Shuihan and others appeared, Gao Jingyi cried and confessed to Zhou Hao. However, Gao Jingyi will be in the United States next month, and there are many women around Zhou Hao. I don't know if Gao Jingyi can accept it, so Zhou Hao really dare not rashly agree. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't reply to her words, Gao Jingyi was a little angry, thinking that I had said it all. Why didn't you give anything to me? And when he thought that Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan were his girlfriends, Gao Jingyi felt depressed. Finally, Gao Jingyi sighed softly. It's night. I'm going back first. Oh, good, good. At this time, Zhou Hao could only answer like this. A little disappointed, Gao Jingyi turned and walked to the government compound over there. But just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back. In Zhou Hao's stunned mouth, Gao Jingyi stood on her toes and quickly kissed Zhou Hao's mouth. Before Zhou Hao had any reaction, she turned and trotted back with a flushed face. When Zhou Hao recovered, Gao Jingyi had already walked into the gate of the compound. However, Zhou Hao also saw her behind the gate and took a peek at himself before turning back. After touching it, the corners of Gao Jingyi's green and fragrant mouth remained, and Zhou Hao didn't know whether it was happiness or worry. Zhou Hao's upper body uniform was torn to pieces when he fought Wind Demon Kotaro, so he is still naked now. He just wanted Gao Jingyi to go home and pick up a suit to hide his ugliness. But Zhou Hao was embarrassed to bring up Gao Jingyi's move, and he was afraid that Gao Holu might have any misunderstanding. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and there were no pedestrians on the street, so Zhou Hao did not cause much embarrassment. Instead of going home, he went to Yuning Middle School, and because the school gate was closed, Zhou Hao didn't want to let people know that he was here, so he went over the wall and went directly to the faculty's dormitory. When she came to Li Ruolin's dormitory, she used what she had given herself long ago. The key opens the door and goes in. At this time, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and Li Ruolin was still sitting in the hall watching TV. But looking at her look, she obviously didn't pay attention to what was on the TV. She was clearly waiting for Zhou Hao to return. Because before leaving Xindiandi, Zhou Hao told Li Ruolin to come back tonight, so Li Ruolin was waiting for him. However, seeing Zhou Hao come in naked, Li Ruolin was startled. "What's the matter?" Zhou Hao directly sat next to Li Ruolin. "I encountered a culprit when I was sending Gao Jingyi home just now, and it became like this in the entanglement." So he told Li Ruolin about the Wind Demon clan, because Li Ruolin knew his martial arts. High strength. After hearing about the Wind Demon clan and the First Army, Li Ruolin worriedly grabbed Zhou Hao's arm. "That First Army, fortunately, is your godfather's army, but the Wind Demon clan, you have to be careful." Zhou Hao nodded. Seeing Li Ruolin's charming face, Zhou Hao's heart was shaken, and he hugged her and said affectionately, "Sister Lan, I miss you." Li Ruolin has no love for Zhou Hao, and now she feels soft when she is hugged by him. When she smells the long-lost aura on Zhou Hao, her heart is also overwhelmed. Moreover, Zhou Hao's hand already touched the full jade rabbit on her chest, and Li Ruolin cocked her mouth and groaned, "Little spooky." Now there are only two of them, so there is no need to be as cautious as there were other people present before. Zhou Hao's mouth quickly found Li Ruolin's lips, and he immediately sucked greedily. Li Ruolin also closed his eyes with enjoyment, and let Zhou Hao wreak havoc on him. Feeling Li Ruolin's soft and flexible body and kissing her sweet and fragrant cherry lips, Zhou Hao soon couldn't bear it, and he hugged Li Ruolin and walked to the bedroom over there. Li Ruolin was in Zhou Hao's arms, and she stretched out her hands to hook his neck, and there was a touch of spring in the bright eyes. Putting Li Ruolin lightly on the bed, Zhou Hao began to untie her clothes. Zhou Hao is naturally very familiar with her clothes, and it takes less than a minute to peel Li Ruolin into a little white sheep. Zhou Hao also took off his clothes and lay beside her, stroking her skin with both hands, as if he was admiring a peerless piece of art. Seeing Zhou Hao looking at herself intently, even if Li Ruolin had the closest relationship with Zhou Hao, she couldn't help but blush at this time. "Little idiot, what are you looking at?" "Look at you." Zhou Hao hugged Li Ruolin and smiled. "Sister Lan is best seen. She will never get bored for a lifetime." Sweet mouth and slippery tongue. Li Ruolin raised her mouth and smiled, sweet in her heart. Zhou Hao rolled over and pressed on Li Ruolin, and gently separated her legs, letting his fierce thing bare against her taiyuan. Feeling that the place was already wet, Zhou Hao teased Li Ruolin. "Sister Lan, please wait." Li Ruolin's pink face flushed, and Zhou Hao gave Zhou Hao a look of amorous feelings, and Zhou Hao laughed. His waist suddenly sank, and he was completely integrated with Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin has not been close to Zhou Hao for more than 2 months. Now that Zhou Hao has moved, she can adapt to Zhou Hao's scale. The eyebrows frowned and said, "Little spooky, don't say a word when you come in." However, after a while, Li Ruolin has completely adapted to it, and immediately entered the state, biting her lip and making a humming sound. She blushed shyly, but couldn't help twisting the snake's waist to cater to Zhou Hao's appearance. Zhou Hao became even more excited and intolerable, and his movements became more intense. After going to Wushan several times, the two people slowly calmed down. Li Ruolin was lying on Zhou Hao's body, Her skin was covered with a gorgeous pink, and she was covered with a layer of damp sweat, and even the hair around her temples was attached to her forehead. Sweat all over. Let's take a bath together, Zhou Hao said, touching Li Ruolin's smooth back. And Li Ruolin didn't even have the strength to respond to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't need her to answer, and he walked into the bathroom with her, filled the bathtub with water, and sat down with Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin couldn't even move her fingers, so she naturally wanted Zhou Hao to wipe her back and wash her body. But in the process, Zhou Hao also naturally satisfies her brotherhood, and Li Ruolin, who is soft all over, can only express her dissatisfaction with her eyes. Zhou Hao suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Lan, you said, if you let your classmates see you now, how would they react?" Li Ruolin's cheeks were red, and she punched Zhou Hao with her powder fist. "How can any student in the world treat her teacher like you? You are really a bad student." Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Men are not bad and women don't love them. If I am a kind of obedient student, do I still have a chance to be like this with you? Tell yourself, if I am the kind of teacher, I would not dare to go to the West, good student. Would you still like me?" After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin really thought about it. Then she shook her head slightly. Indeed, if Zhou Hao were the kind of good student, although many teachers including Li Ruolin would like it, it would never be the kind of like between men and women. Moreover, if it wasn't for Zhou Hao to violently violate Li Ruolin after eating ambergris, it would be difficult to break through the teacher-student relationship between the two of them. Therefore, Li Ruolin often has a sense of destiny. He feels that Zhou Hao is destined to be with him, and manpower is irresistible. Because of this, Li Ruolin would accept Zhou Hao willingly, regardless of his relationship with his teachers and students. By the way, my dad said that the fruit orange has been packaged and is waiting to be launched on the market. Li Ruolin immersed in the bathtub, sitting between Zhou Hao's legs, and said to him. Zhou Hao nodded. He has already told me that this time, besides Guo Fuqing, Andy Lau is also here to endorse the fruit orange. I believe that under the propaganda of these two kings, fruit orange, it will definitely succeed. Oh, by the way, didn't Uncle Li give you some finished products of fruit orange? Have you tasted it, and how does it taste? It tastes good and has a great taste. Li Ruolin smiled. I have tasted fruit juice for the first time. As for the Tianhe Beverage Group, your father and the others in the research and production, and my sister in the promotion and sales, I am still very relieved. Zhou Hao smiled. The two soaked in the bathtub for a while before returning to bed. Zhou Hao's was about to move again, but Li Ruolin had been exhausted by his toss just now and could no longer bear the joy. Zhou Hao felt sorry for Li Ruolin, so naturally he couldn't bear to force it, so the two slept with each other all night. And Li Ruolin, who was nestling in Zhou Hao's arms, was also thinking that if she was alone, she still couldn't make Zhou Hao completely happy. At this moment, her thoughts echoed in her mind. But because she was too tired, Li Ruolin fell asleep in a vague manner. There was nothing for a night. When Zhou Hao got up from the bed, Li Ruolin was no longer by his side, and there were waves of peanut oil boiling in the pot outside, and it was Li Ruolin who was making breakfast for herself. In Li Ruolin's house, Zhou Hao was not so particular and got out of bed without wearing anything. When I came to the kitchen, I saw Li Ruolin standing in front of the natural gas stove, cooking noodles with a spatula. I saw her casually twisting her slender hair behind her head, revealing a trace of temptation in the mess. And she was wearing a wide white shirt that reached knee length, with a pair of pink slippers on her white feet. Today's Li Ruolin, like a little wife, is making breakfast for her beloved husband. Zhou Hao leaned at the door and looked at it for a while, then walked forward, wrapped her hands around her willow waist, and pressed herself to her back, and the high-spirited creature underneath was tightly pressed against her hips. Li Ruolin was frightened slightly by the sudden attack, and then she felt Zhou Hao's familiar breath and body temperature. Her body stiffened and softened again. Mouth groaned. Stop making trouble, they are making breakfast. Zhou Hao buried her head in her slender, snow-white neck and kissed it one after another. What kind of breakfast? I'll eat you. Li Ruolin pushed Zhou Hao. Stop making trouble. Go wash your face and brush your teeth, or I will ignore you. Yes, Sister Lan. Zhou Hao smiled and poked Li Ruolin twice with her own murderous thing, which made her neck red. She lifted the spatula to hit him and hurried out of the kitchen to wash. Afterwards, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin enjoyed a sweet breakfast. Li Ruolin invited several other English teachers at a higher level to discuss the work of this semester, and it is too early now. She was afraid that others would see Zhou Hao in her house, so she urged Zhou Hao to leave. Zhou Hao's school uniform was torn to pieces by wind demon Kotaro last night. Fortunately, Li Ruolin had some of his clothes here, so he changed into clean clothes and left. After sneaking out of the staff dormitory, Zhou Hao remembered that he hadn't seen Wen Xiangdong for a long time. During his absence in Xiangqing, Wen Xiangdong, the underworld leader of Xiangqing, asked his subordinates to help him watch Mrs. Zhou's restaurant under Tongwang Catering Company, Limited, and the romantic Full House Cake Shop. For this favor, Zhou Hao thanked Wen Xiangdong too much. So he called Wen Xiangdong and learned that Wen Xiangdong was on the side of Dynamic City and drove there. Since the underground casino in Dynamic City is open overnight, Dynamic City is not closed at all. When Zhou Hao came to the gate of Dynamic City, he happened to see two strong men walking out with a dejected middle-aged man in between. Seeing that middle-aged man, Zhou Hao stopped, and the look on his face was also stunned. Because he recognized this man, he was his biological father Zhou Liren. That's right, this middle-aged man is Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao's biological father. In fact, Zhou Hao has not seen Zhou Liren since he was reborn. In addition, I haven't seen Yin Tong for many years since he died of liver cancer in his previous life. By all accounts, Zhou Hao and his biological father have not seen each other for 10 years. I saw Zhou Liren wearing an old brown shirt, a pair of ordinary black trousers underneath, and a pair of old leather shoes with yellow mud. And his hair was messy, stubble all over his face, making him look very disappointed. Although he hadn't seen Zhou Liren for 10 years, his appearance hadn't changed much, so Zhou Hao recognized it at a glance. On the contrary, it was Zhou Hao, who had changed tremendously in this year, and it would be very different from the one who was just reborn. So when Zhou Liren was picked up by the two strong men, he only glanced at Zhou Hao, but he didn't even recognize that this was his son. After the two strong men came out with Zhou Liren in their hands, they threw him outside the door fiercely. One of them screamed, "FCKU, you dare to come to us to gamble if you don't have any money? How to write the word death? You guys look down on people." Zhou Liren sat down on the ground, spitting to the side, staring at the two brawny men fiercely. "When I get rich one day, I will see if I will settle accounts with you." "Oh, so stiff," the brawny man on the left yelled, and kicked Zhou Liren a few times when he lifted his foot. Zhou Liren fell to the ground, arched his body to protect himself, and screamed, "Oh, oh," in his mouth. Zhou Hao frowned and said to the two brawny men, "Okay, stop." The brawny man who was kicking Zhou Liren glared at Zhou Hao. "Who are you, kid? Don't be nosy." The other person looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Then his face changed, and he quickly pulled away the brawny man who was going to continue beating Zhou Liren, and at the same time smiled and said hello to Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize him for a while. Come out of you. Mr. Wen has been waiting for you for a long time. Or, let's take you in." The strong man who beat Zhou Liren had just worked under Wen Xiangdong, so he didn't know Zhou Hao. But when he heard that Zhou Hao was Wen Xiangdong's guest, he quickly apologized to him. Zhou Hao didn't enter the Dynamic City, but came to the side of Zhou Liren, who was still arching his body and protecting his head with a blank face. Seeing this down-and-out gambler curled up on the ground like a shrimp, Zhou Hao didn't know what it was like. To be honest, Zhou Hao didn't have much father-son affection for Zhou Liren, because since Zhou Hao was born, on average, he has not seen Zhou Liren a few times every year. And whenever Zhou Liren went home, it seemed that it was only for one thing, that is, to reach out to Yin Tong for money. Just like when Zhou Hao was born again, Zhou Liren forcibly took away Zhou Hao's school year tuition. As long as Yin Tong fails to follow him, Zhou Liren will verbally attack and even fist. Therefore, in Zhou Hao's heart, his impression of this so-called father is extremely bad. As far as Zhou Hao knows, Zhou Liren generally makes a living by doing casual work on construction sites, so he often travels around in various cities, and he is addicted to gambling, and his wages are all contributed to the casino. It is better if he does not ask for money from his family. Don't say expect him to support the family. If possible, Zhou Hao would rather never see him again for the rest of his life, just as if he had no father. However, Zhou Hao couldn't remain indifferent when he saw him being beaten and looked down and down. After the strong man didn't beat Zhou Liren again, Zhou Liren slightly loosened the hand on his head and looked outside. He saw Zhou Hao standing beside him, looking down at him condescendingly. Zhou Hao looked at him and said faintly, "Do you still recognize me?" Some doubts appeared in Zhou Liren's eyes. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to feel that Zhou Hao was very familiar. Unexpectedly, "You don't even recognize me." Zhou Hao squatted down, looking at Zhou Liren with a bit of pity, resentment, and disdain. "I'm here to gamble again? You took it from home. You should have lost all of my tuition that came out." "Tuition? You are." Zhou Liren widened his eyes. "You are Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that our father and son would meet in this situation. If I didn't see you here today, I would have forgotten that I had your father." When the two strong men nearby heard Zhou Hao's words, their strong bodies suddenly fought a cold war. Because they never dreamed that this poor middle-aged man would actually be Zhou Hao's father. Looking at Zhou Hao again, I saw that Zhou Hao was handsome and tall, and the clothes on his body were not ordinary, so people couldn't connect him to Zhou Liren. Zhou Liren stared at Zhou Hao blankly, as if it was the first time he saw his son. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to help him up, patted the dirt on his body again, and then said to the two brawny men, "Brother one, I won't go there for now. You can tell him for me and just say I have something to do temporarily, so let's get together with him another day." "Mr. Zhou, what happened just now? Yes, I'm sorry." The strong man who beat Zhou Liren just now quickly apologized to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao waved his hand without pursuing them, and then took Zhou Liren to the roadside and intercepted a taxi. After getting in the car, the two sat in the back seats. Zhou Liren's eyes remained on Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao didn't look at him, just looked out the window and the street scenes outside. "When did you come back to Xiangqing?" Zhou Hao spoke a long time later, but he still did not go to see Zhou Liren. For some reason, Zhou Liren felt cramped and restrained in front of his son, as if it was not his son who was sitting next to him, but the boss. He mumbled, then said, I just came back the day before yesterday." Zhou Hao looked out the window. "I haven't seen it at home." Zhou Liren nodded, and Zhou Hao said again, "You probably don't know. Mom and I have moved, and we don't live there anymore." "Moved?" Zhou Liren was taken aback. "Where have you moved?" "What does it matter where you move? Do you still care about your home?" Zhou Hao finally glanced at him. Zhou Liren choked and didn't know what to say, because he also knew how far away he was from that home. Zhou Hao asked the taxi to go to Guanhu Villa, and at the same time, he called Yin Tong and told her to go home. After getting off the pickup car and walking to the gate of Guanhu Villa, Zhou Liren looked at this noble residential area with a look of doubt on his face. Looking at Zhou Hao leading the way, he thought to himself, did Zhou Hao and Yin Tong move here? When he followed Zhou Hao to the top floor, he walked into the house, and when he saw the luxuriously decorated residence, he stood at the door dumbfounded. Zhou Hao turned around and said to him, "Come in and sit down." Zhou Liren recovered and walked into the hall to sit on the sofa. Perhaps it was the first time to walk into this mansion. He felt like sitting on pins and needles on the sofa. And Zhou Hao also poured a cup of hot water and handed it to him. "Drink tea." Then Zhou Hao sat on another sofa without watching Zhou Liren and turned on the TV by himself. Zhou Liren didn't take the initiative to speak either. He looked around the decoration and furnishings of the house with some curiosity and nervousness. His eyes wandered on Zhou Hao from time to time, as if he was guessing why Zhou Hao and Yin Tong could move into such a mansion. 15 minutes later, Yin Tong came back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Hao sitting facing the door. "How come you suddenly called me back without telling what it was? The company is very busy." When she walked into the hall, she saw Zhou Liren sitting there, and she was stunned. Compared with Zhou Hao, Yin Tong felt much more shocked after seeing Zhou Liren. After all, although she was together little and more separated, she and Zhou Liren had been married for nearly 20 years. She looked at Zhou Liren blankly. "You?" Zhou Hao calmly said to Yin Tong. "He is back. I saw him outside just now." And Zhou Liren also looked at Yin Tong in amazement, because with Zhou Hao, Yin Tong changed a lot. When Zhou Liren left last time, Yin Tong was still a sanitation worker and had to wash dishes at a food stall at night. She was a poor woman who was tortured and haggard by life, and her appearance was much older than her actual age. In the past year, Yin Tong's living standards have improved linearly, and I don't know how much better than before, and Zhou Hao's nourishing medicine formulated according to Shun Nong Bai Chao to regulate his body the body quickly recovered. Today's Yin Tong, with Lu Shiping and Yin Qingqing, is hosting Tongwang Catering Company, Limited, and their lives are very fulfilling. This kind of enrichment is different from working as a sanitation worker in the past. Sanitation workers are exhausted, and running Tongwang Catering Company, Limited has taught her a lot. She is no longer an ordinary housewife, but a decisive and capable female entrepreneur. Yin Tong was originally a very beautiful woman. Otherwise, Zhou Liren would not have been admired. Zhou Hao can be so tall and handsome, and there is Yin Tong's inheritance. I was forced by life to become very old and abnormal. Now that I recovered and took the nourishing medicine formulated by Zhou Hao, Yin Tong was completely restored to his previous appearance. Now it does not look like a middle-aged woman with a 17-year-old son, and like a beautiful young woman in her 30s. So it's no wonder that Zhou Liren would be so surprised after seeing Yin Tong. He didn't even dare to admit that this beautiful woman in a professional suit was his wife. "A Tong, you." Zhou Liren looked at Yin Tong, who had changed tremendously, unable to speak for a long time. And Yin Tong was very surprised when Zhou Liren suddenly returned to Xiangqing and was stunned there for a while, with mixed flavors in his heart. Yin Tong couldn't tell whether he loved Zhou Liren or hated Zhou Liren, or both. However, seeing Zhou Liren feel a lot more desolate than when she left home last time, she felt very uncomfortable. At this time, Zhou Hao spoke. "Okay, let's go." Zhou Liren and Yin Tong were both startled and said in unison, "Where to go?" Zhou Hao did not answer directly, but said to Yin Tong, "Mom, you bring your ID card." Then he walked to the door. Although Yin Tong didn't know where Zhou Hao was going, he looked at the hall. After Zhou Liren, he also followed. Zhou Liren frowned, not knowing what he was thinking, and then got up and followed out. Yin Tong came back in that Mercedes-Benz car, so after going to the parking lot, Zhou Hao opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Zhou Liren saw this black luxury Mercedes-Benz car. His face was stunned again, but also Yin Tong sat in the back seat. Zhou Hao started the car and left Guanhu Villa without saying a word. Although Yin Tong and Zhou Liren were both sitting in the back seats, they were far apart. Zhou Liren looked at Zhou Hao in the front driver's seat and couldn't help but ask Yin Tong, "A Tong, what happened? Why did you move here and bought a Mercedes-Benz?" Yin Tong glanced at Zhou Liren, then glanced at Zhou Hao in front of him. Seeing that Zhou Hao had no response, he said to Zhou Liren, "That time you took Xiao Hao's tuition. Our family didn't have much money, so borrow money from the uncle again." Speaking of this, Zhou Hao in front snorted softly. Yin Tong looked at him and said, "That time, Xiao Hao received 20,000 yuan from his uncle. Except for the tuition fee, he used it to speculate in stocks. Later, Xiao Hao won another 500 in the lottery. 10,000, plus the money we made from stocks, opened a restaurant. The restaurant's business is very good, and there are more and more branches. After that, we opened a cake shop. Until now, we have established a restaurant named Tongwang Limited Company. Moreover, Xiao Hao is also doing some investment business." Zhou Liren was stunned. "That means you have made a lot of money now, so you moved here and bought a car." Seeing the brilliance flashing in Zhou Liren's eyes, Yin Tong frowned, but still nodded in response. "Yes, you can say so. But isn't Xiao Hao only going to high school this year? How can he do investment business?" Zhou Liren asked. As soon as Yin Tong wanted to answer, he listened to Zhou Hao coldly saying, "This has nothing to do with you." Perhaps it is Zhou Hao today. Both in appearance and temperament are so different from before, and there will be a if there is no aura when he speaks, so Zhou Liren can't help but shrink his neck and dare not speak again. Yin Tong looked at the two father and son without speaking, but shook his head in his heart. Soon, Zhou Hao drove to the front of a building. Yin Tong and Zhou Liren saw through the car window that a sign was hung in front of the building that read, Guangdong Xiangqing Civil Affairs Bureau. Yin Tong was still a little unsure, but Zhou Liren's expression changed. Zhou Hao drove straight into the courtyard of the building. After getting off the car, he took Yin Tong and Zhou Liren directly to the office of the Civil Affairs Bureau upstairs. "Sir, can I help you?" There was a man and a woman on duty in the office. Seeing Zhou Hao and three of them came in, the woman asked politely. Zhou Hao pointed to Yin Tong and Zhou Liren behind him and said calmly, "Let's go through the divorce procedures for the two of them." The two people in the office were slightly surprised, because usually the couple who went through the divorce procedures were married and rarely brought a third party. After Yin Tong heard Zhou Hao's words, his expression changed, and he grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and said, "Xiao Hao you." Zhou Hao looked back at Yin Tong. "Mom, needless to say, you divorce him, he will have nothing to do with our family in the future." But Yin Tong still wanted to say. Zhou Hao interrupted her and said, "Mom, think about it for yourself. Over the years, has he fulfilled the responsibility of being a husband and has fulfilled the responsibility of being a father? Enough." At this time, Zhou Liren finally couldn't help but yelled out, "Zhou Hao, you still treat me as your old man." Zhou Liren's roar stunned Yin Tong and the two staff members in the office. Seeing that the expression on Zhou Hao's face did not change at all, she asked the female staff member, "Is there a separate room here? We need to unify our opinions." "Yes, yes," the woman said. "It's next door here. I'll take you there." So the woman took Zhou Hao and the three to a reception room next door, poured tea for them, and then left quickly, so as not to hinder the discussion of the family of three. After sitting down, Yin Tong said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, don't be like this, okay? Mom never thought about getting a divorce." Zhou Hao glanced at the opposite Zhou Liren. "Mom, do you think he is still qualified to be your husband and my father?" As soon as Zhou Liren was about to speak, Zhou Hao stared at him and said coldly, "Yourself carefully ask yourself, over the years, how many days have you stayed at home? Have you ever cared about my mother? Have you cared about me? Ask yourself if you are still eligible to stay in this house." "Xiao Hao." Yin Tong pushed Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao ignored him, still staring at Zhou Liren, whose expression was getting more and more ugly. "I tell you, with my mother's conditions back then, I can definitely find a man who is hundreds of times better than you. If you didn't lie to my mother. If you didn't lie to my mom's body, maybe my mom would have lived a stable and happy life. Zhou Liren, you ruined my mom's life." The more he said, the more ups and downs in his heart, and the resentment towards Zhou Liren over the years also showed up. In the previous life, Yin Tong was overwhelmed by life because of Zhou Liren and eventually died of liver cancer. Therefore, although Zhou Hao has changed his and Yin Tong's lives a lot, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhou Liren ruined Yin Tong's life. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhou Liren clenched his fists, his face was white and blue, and finally gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Hao, "But in any case, I will always be your Lao Tzu. If you treat yourself Lao Tzu like this, you are not afraid. The sky thunders. I have been very merciful." Zhou Hao is not as excited as Zhou Liren, but the calmer he is, the more cold he makes people feel. To tell you the truth, I have always regarded myself as fatherless because I was born and raised. Mine has always been my mother, and there is no father in my world. Zhou Liren was panting with anger by Zhou Hao, and his chest was also violently up and down. After a long time, he said, "Do you want me to divorce your mother? Okay, but according to the law, if the divorce, I can get half of your mother's property. You can take it, and then I will agree with your mother. Divorce." Yin Tong was stunned when he heard this, but Zhou Hao smiled without anger and said to Zhou Liren, "Zhou Liren, you are really brazen enough, and I have to admire it." But he smiled. After grabbing, "I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as I want, I can get you to divorce my mother, and you won't get a penny." Indeed, if Zhou Hao uses his own energy, it will not be difficult for Yin Tong and Zhou Liren to successfully divorce. The court will not award Zhou Liren any property, not to mention that Zhou Liren has not done more than half of his responsibilities as husband and father, nor has he done it at all. Eligibility to share property. I heard Zhou Hao say, "But you are my father after all. You have me. Although I can't cut the flesh and bones like Neza in ancient times to pay for your childbirth. But I don't think I need to tell you anything. If you're kind, let's talk about money. Let's do this. You divorce my mother, and then I will give you 5 million, which should be enough for your life." When Zhou Liren heard the words, his eyelids picked up, but he still didn't speak. Zhou Hao smiled. 8 million. Zhou Liren's face moved slightly, but still did not speak. "How about 10 million? Zhou Hao said again. "Xiao Hao, enough." Zhou Liren didn't speak, but Yin Tong beside Zhou Hao spoke. At this time, she was already in tears. Although Zhou Liren was treating him badly to Zhou Hao, Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao were always father and son. Yin Tong didn't want to see them fall into this situation. When Zhou Hao saw Yin Tong weeping, His face immediately changed, and the cold and ruthless expression disappeared. "Mom, he has always been your father," Yin Tong said in a deep voice. "Even if he is not, you will be his son after all. As a son, you can't treat your father like this." Yin Tong's concept is very traditional. Even if Zhou Liren does something wrong, Zhou Hao is still his son, so he cannot be treated like this. Zhou Hao is also aware of Yin Tong's traditional character, and because of this, in his previous life, Yin Tong was unwilling to divorce Zhou Liren from the moment he died of illness, and has always maintained the identity of Mrs. Zhou. "But Mom," Zhou Hao still wanted to persuade Yin Tong. But Yin Tong didn't wait for him to finish. She said flatly, "If you want me to divorce your dad, if you don't want to recognize your dad, then don't even recognize my mother." In the middle of the night, in a house in the center of Xiangqing City, a pair of young men and women were enjoying their fun in bed. In the darkness, the man pressed against the woman's soft body and undulated violently, and the angular muscles on his back were constantly agitating his muscles, showing extraordinary power. The woman's legs were also tightly wrapped around his waist, catering to his movements to withstand the impact of this one after another, and she let out a squeaky sound like a cat screaming spring unscrupulously. Zhou Hao leaned down and buried his head in Situ Jianying's plump and soft chest. Situ Jianying pressed Zhou Hao's head tightly. Her neck and chest were covered with a layer of sweat. After an unknown period of time, the two stopped their movements and lay on the bed. Situ Jianying fell in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao looked at the dark ceiling and gently stroked Situ Jianying's powder back with his right hand. "Hao, what happened to you today?" Situ Jianying said quietly. "Like a tiger, people will be crushed by you." Zhou Hao smiled faintly, but there was a bit of melancholy in his eyes. He looked at Situ Jianying in his arms. "Did you tell your family, don't go back tonight?" Situ Jianying slightly lowered her jaw and pressed her face to Zhou Hao's chest. "I told my mother that I was staying at a female classmate's house tonight, and I had already greeted that female classmate, so my parents and they're no doubt. How about you? Are you not going back tonight?" Zhou Hao gently shook his head. "No more. Why are you so intrigued today that you called me here?" Situ Jianying's chin pressed against Zhou Hao's chest and asked, looking at Zhou Hao's tough face. "I ran out of the house," Zhou Hao said lightly. Today, when he met Zhou Liren again, he planned to divorce Zhou Liren from Yin Tong and completely separate from Zhou Liren. However, not only did Yin Tong not agree to divorce Zhou Liren, he even let Zhou Liren go home to live. Zhou Hao Yin was not afraid. Only Yin Tong was afraid. If Yin Tong made up his mind, it would be hard to shake even Zhou Hao. And because of Zhou Hao's resentment towards Zhou Liren's father, he didn't want to see him at all, so he simply ran out of the house. This was also the first time in Zhou Hao's 2 lifetimes that he was frustrated with Yin Tong. After coming out of Guanhu Villa, Zhou Hao originally wanted to go to Li Ruolin's, but then remembered that she was going to hold a work meeting with other English teachers. So Zhou Hao found Wen Xiangdong and asked him to help him find a house as a temporary shelter. It happened that when Xiangdong had a 2-bedroom and 1 living unit vacant in a residential area in the city center, so Zhou Hao was allowed to live there first. Feeling frustrated, Zhou Hao called Situ Jianying. After running out of the house for a long time, Yin Tong didn't call Zhou Hao once. Zhou Hao knew that she was determined to welcome Zhou Liren home this time. Zhou Hao knew that his mother was a very traditional woman, so he didn't want to divorce Zhou Liren. Moreover, Zhou Hao himself was not sure whether Yin Tong really lost feelings for Zhou Liren. As the so-called one-night husband and wife by Yin, although Yin Tong rarely mentioned Zhou Liren in front of Zhou Hao, it does not mean that she and Zhou Liren no longer have feelings. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt that his move to divorce Yin Tong and Zhou Liren was a bit reckless. However, even if Yin Tong still had feelings with Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao would not forgive Zhou Liren. And whether it was in his previous life or in this life, Zhou Hao didn't have the experience of getting along with his father as ordinary people, so he was not used to it and didn't want to live with Zhou Liren under the same roof. Yin Qingming and Wang Shijuan, who knew about this, called Zhou Hao separately. Yin Qingming told Zhou Hao that Zhou Liren had moved to Guanhu Villa and was temporarily living in another guest room next to Yin Tong. At the same time, she also advised Zhou Hao not to be angry with Yin Tong and go back as soon as possible, but Zhou Hao did not agree. Wang Shijuan originally wanted to come and accompany Zhou Hao, but she didn't want to or know how to lie to Lu Shiping, so she had to give up. Jinnying, do you think I'm being too much to my father? Zhou Hao's expression was a little dazed. Situ Jinnying said, I am not you, and my dad is not your father, so I don't know how you feel, nor can I evaluate your behavior. However, I only know that no matter what you do or want whatever I do, I will support you unconditionally. Zhou Hao smiled softly and kissed Situ Jinnying on the forehead. Jinnying, thank you. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao suddenly felt blocked. First, I met the great master of the First Army and the two unprecedented masters of the Wind Demon Kotaro, which made Zhou Hao feel pressured for the first time, and then encountered Zhou Liren, which made Zhou Hao a kind of turmoil. A feeling of shaking his head. Zhou Hao didn't think about Zhou Liren's affairs, but instead considered the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro. After meeting these two great masters, Zhou Hao really felt that there were people outside the world. In the past, with the magical effect of ambergris and his ability after being reborn, Zhou Hao was able to calm down regardless of any master. But now, the strength of the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro and his own are the same, which caused Zhou Hao to give birth to pressure for the first time. If he completely let go of his hands and feet, Zhou Hao would not be confident that he would be able to agree to the master or the Wind Demon Kotaro, but he would at least be able to protect himself. Zhou Hao thought about his own advantages. He practiced the nourishing Qi Lu, created by Hua Tuo. Since Hua Tuo is a generation of medical sages, this inter-family practice is in line with the health of the human body and implicitly includes Taoist martial arts. The concept is really broad and profound. At the same time, Zhou Hao also learned the Five Animals Opera, which is also a martial arts created by Hua Tuo based on the five beasts. The changes of moves are flexible and implied the way of nature. It is better than those martial arts such as tiger and crane or dragon claw hand. Even more powerful. In addition, Zhou Hao took the miraculous medicine ambergris that contains the essence of nature, which made Zhou Hao's natural vitality unimaginable when he had not practiced internal strength. Especially after Zhou Hao has practiced Yang Qi Lu, the effect of ambergris has allowed the Yang Qi Lu to run continuously in Zhou Hao's body without any overexhaustion. Zhou Hao didn't know the internal strength characteristics of Dadaogia and Fengma Zaitru, so he was not sure if they could be like themselves. The true energy in the body could circulate continuously, and the internal breath would be endless. If the true energy of the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro can't be circulated endlessly, Zhou Hao can use the drag word tactics and use his own internal power characteristics to wipe out their internal strength and win. Furthermore, after absorbing the medicinal effects of ambergris, Zhou Hao's physique became non-invasive. That is, he was not afraid of any poison, and he would not be sick. I cannot invade all poisons, but the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro can't. Zhou Hao thought in his heart. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's heart flashed, and he couldn't help but yelled out with joy on his face. Yes, that's okay. Situ Jianying, who was quietly enjoying his warmth in Zhou Hao's arms, was startled by his sudden cry and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing that he was scaring Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao quickly stroked her hair and smiled. "It's nothing, just thought of something." It occurred to him that what he possesses is the physique that is not afraid of poisons, but neither the master nor the Wind Demon Kotaro have it. This is his advantage. In other words, under the same circumstances, Zhou Hao's anti-drug ability was much higher than that of the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro. Therefore, Zhou Hao thought of using poison to deal with them. In addition to the prescriptions that can cure diseases and save people, Shen Nong Bai Chao also contains dozens of poisonous prescriptions that kill people, all of which are deeply remembered by Zhou Hao. Just like the yellow spring water and 7 days that Zhou Hao sold to the Nanjing military region before, 7 days can make people coma for 7 days and 7 nights, which is not fatal. But yellow spring water can completely coagulate the poisoned person's blood in less than 30 minutes. If you don't take the antidote in time, you will never be lucky. In addition to yellow spring water and 7 days, there are many other poisons that are either crippling or fatal. Zhou Hao originally thought that these poisonous prescriptions were of little use, so just don't spread them out and become a scourge. Now, Zhou Hao thought of using these poisons to fend off the enemy. It is not said that the master is the commander of the First Army, but the relationship between Fengma Kotaro and Zhou Hao has been hostile from the beginning and will definitely meet again in the future. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if he poisoned Wind Demon Kotaro, even if he couldn't kill him immediately, it would at least allow him to consume his true qi to force the poison. In this way, Zhou Hao would be greatly advantageous to deal with him. Even Zhou Hao was considering whether he wanted to learn from the monsters in martial arts novels and develop some martial arts like poison palms to deal with masters like Fengma Kotaro. The most powerful poisonous palm Zhou Hao knows is the mysterious palm of the two elders Xian Ming in the martial arts novel The Legend of the Heaven and the Dragon Slayer. The poison in his palm is from the world to the yin to the cold, making the protagonist Zhang Wuji's childhood suffer so much. It was not until later that he practiced the nine-yang magic art that was the best in the world to resolve the cold toxin in his body. In martial arts novels, many people who practice poison palms are big gangsters, and those poison palms are also specially designed to harm the protagonist or other just martial arts figures. It's just that in Zhou Hao's opinion, martial arts itself has no distinction between good and evil. It only depends on the person using martial arts. He has never thought that he is that kind of pedantic gentleman, and he can do everything he can to his enemies. Therefore, if Poison Palm can really deal with a supermaster like Wind Demon Kotaro, Zhou Hao will definitely not have any psychological burden. After making up his mind, Zhou Hao planned to let Xiao Nanhua and Xiao Jiming's father and son, who had collected medicinal materials in various famous mountains and rivers, help him find the medicinal materials for those poisonous prescriptions by the way, so that he could dispense them as soon as possible and be prepared for the revenge of Feng Maotaro. The next day, because Situ Jianying had to deal with her parents, she couldn't stay here for too long. Zhou Hao didn't want to go back to see Zhou Liren, nor did he want to stay here alone, so he went to Lirulan for a day. Until Monday, Zhou Hao came to Yuning Middle School just like other students. After all, he is still a student now, and he will come to school more when he is free. When Zhou Hao came to the first 5 class of high school, Zhou Hao saw that many of his classmates were already in the classroom, and because Zhou Hao was so popular in the New Students' Cup basketball game that day, he was not only his classmates, but also other classes the students also recognize him. As soon as Zhou Hao entered the classroom, many students took the initiative to greet him. At this moment, he saw that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were already here, and he walked straight over. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were at the same table, sitting at the back of the center. Seeing Zhou Hao coming, the two women smiled at him, as warm as the morning sun. Wang Shijuan said to Zhou Hao, "You haven't had breakfast yet." Zhou Hao shrugged. "I got up late in the morning, so I didn't bother to do it." Wang Shijuan showed a look of, "I knew you would be like this," and then took out a lunchbox and handed it to him. Zhou Hao opened the lunchbox and saw that it was his favorite fried noodles. He was happy on his face. He took the chopsticks that Situ Jianying handed over and feasted on it. He asked, "Xiejun, did you make it? How can my craftsmanship be so good?" "Aunt Tong made it. She knew you wouldn't make breakfast by yourself, so let me bring it to you," Wang Shijuan said. After Zhou Hao had a meal, he thought to himself that it's no wonder the taste is so familiar, because it turned out that Yin Tong made it. Then I heard Wang Shijuan say, "Zhou Hao, actually Aunt Tong cares about you very much, so why should you be so stunned with her?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "I didn't deliberately frustrate her. I just don't want to see that guy." He asked Wang Shijuan, "By the way, how is he?" "He? Uncle Zhou," Wang Shijuan said. "It's nothing. He has been at home for the past 2 days and has not gone anywhere. However, Sister Qing told me that he moved to Aunt Tong's the night after you left. Go to bed in the room." Zhou Hao was taken aback. Zhou Liren and Yin Tong returned to the same, so quickly, which shows that they still have feelings between them. Of course, Zhou Hao also thought that it was Zhou Liren's rhetoric to his mother. However, he can no longer intervene. After all, this is the matter of the two couples, and it is difficult for others to intervene in the relationship, so even if he is their son, it will not be of any effect. Thinking about it, Zhou Hao saw Gao Jingyi coming. Seeing Zhou Hao with Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, Gao Jingyi's expression changed, but looking at Zhou Hao, red clouds rose involuntarily on her cheeks. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something to Zhou Hao, but in the end she didn't say anything, turned, and returned to her seat. Soon, all the classmates in the class arrived. As Zhou Hao only came to school at this time, he couldn't arrange a place for him temporarily, so he sat in an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Anyway, he was better than others. His classmates are tall and have no problems with sight. Because Lu Shichao's grades dropped sharply at the beginning of school, Li Ruolin asked Luo Hui, who had a better grade, to give him a group of one tutoring, and the two naturally became the same table. Seeing Lu Shichao doing his homework under Luo Hui's stern urging, Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head, thinking that the fate of this happy enemy is really great. As for Gao Jingyi, who was originally at the table with Luo Hui, she was sitting with another girl. The first session was English class, so Li Ruolin came soon. Seeing Zhou Hao sitting in the back, her face turned red imperceptibly, because she remembered the shameful scene of herself and Zhou Hao last night. Zhou Hao, can you see the blackboard when you sit there? Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao with a straightened face. Ms. Li, there is no problem, Zhou Hao said, but I am worried that my studies will not keep up. Would you also arrange for me a group of classmates? Looking at Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin secretly slandered in her heart. You enemy, with your strength, it is not difficult to get good grades even if you don't go to class, so what kind of one group one is used? Naturally, she couldn't say what was in her heart, so she asked the students in the audience, Dear students, do you have any one of you willing to help tutor Zhou Hao's homework? Li Ruolin said that many students below showed excitement, and they obviously wanted to coach Zhou Hao, because in this way, they could be at the same table with Zhou Hao. Those boys want to be at the same table with Zhou Hao because they want to ask him for his skills. As for the girls, Zhou Hao is tall and handsome, and he plays basketball well, which really attracts many girls in and out of the class. It's just that these girls are ashamed to speak, so they dare not directly raise their hands to recommend themselves. Seeing the splendor in the eyes of the little girls in the audience, Li Ruolin shook her head secretly, thinking that her enemy really doesn't lack peach blossoms wherever she goes. Wang Shijuan suddenly raised his hand and said timidly, Mr. Li, I am willing to help Zhou Hao. When Wang Shijuan said this, Li Ruolin saw Zhou Hao behind and smiled, while the other students cast strange glances at Wang Shijuan, causing Wang Shijuan, who was naturally shy, to lower his head immediately. She glared at Zhou Hao, but couldn't bear to reject Wang Shijuan. After hesitating for a while, she said, Well, then, let you help Zhou Hao's homework. Then there was no need for Li Ruolin to ask her to move to the seat next to Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan had already carried his school bag and consciously went to sit down next to Zhou Hao. But when she noticed the strange gazes of the classmates around her, she bowed her head deeply and didn't dare to talk to Zhou Hao. Li Ruolin shook her head in her heart. Facing a girl like Wang Shijuan who I see pity, let alone Zhou Hao. Even she couldn't help but feel pity. Then, she arranged a girl for Situ Jianying as the same table. Shijuan, my homework is not good, so you have to help me. After the class, Zhou Hao smiled at Wang Shijuan next to him. Wang Shijuan's face blushed. Seeing that other classmates were looking at the blackboard in front of them without paying attention to her own side, she whispered to Zhou Hao, Your homework is so good. How can I help you? She knew that Zhou Hao's study was much better than her own. Then why do you volunteer to help me counsel? Zhou Hao looked at Wang Shijuan amused. I came here because I watched you sit here alone, afraid of your loneliness. Wang Shijuan thought of an excuse. Seeing Wang Shijuan's cute and shameful appearance, Zhou Hao couldn't help but stretched his hand from under the table, grabbed Wang Shijuan's jade hand, and played with it carefully. Wang Shijuan's face flushed immediately, and he wanted to take his hand back, earning money but not earning Zhou Hao's devil's palm. So he looked around nervously and saw that other people were still taking classes seriously, and he and Zhou Hao, because it was at the back of the classroom, no one paid attention, so I was a little relieved. During this whole class, Zhou Hao was listening to Li Ruolin's lecture while molesting Wang Shijuan next to him. It was very uncomfortable. Although Li Ruolin was giving a lecture, although he could not see Zhou Hao molesting Wang Shijuan at the bottom of the table, Li Ruolin knew that Zhou Hao had not done a good job when he saw Wang Shijuan's red face down. Naturally, she wouldn't expose Zhou Hao, just staring at him from time to time as a warning after the lecture. Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't care about this warning. After that, the first 5 class of high school will go to the playground for physical education. The physical education teacher is a woman in her 30s. She is not tall, but she can tell that she is healthy and should be doing physical exercises regularly. The sports committee was the center forward who played with Zhou Hao before. Under his leadership, after everyone did a warm-up exercise, they ran 2 laps around the playground according to the rules. Originally, the girls ran in 2 rows and the boys in 2 rows, but Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan deliberately left behind with Zhou Hao. At this time, the 2 women were both wearing short-sleeved shirts and school uniforms. Wang Shijuan was nothing but Situ Jianying, who was much more mature than his peers. As soon as he ran, the pair of plump jade rabbits on his chest jumped and watched. An evil fire burst into Zhou Hao's heart. Of course, Situ Jianying could detect Zhou Hao's gaze, but she didn't avoid it, but deliberately raised her chest. Zhou Hao smiled and asked, "I said, Jianying, when you run, will you always lean forward? It is difficult to maintain your balance." "How did you know?" Situ Jianying was a little surprised. "It's really like this. I always lean forward when I run. Alas, my burden is actually very heavy." After listening to Situ Jianying's words, Wang Shijuan looked down at his slightly raised breasts, which was far less than the size of Situ Jianying's crisp breasts, and then looked at Zhou Hao pitifully and said to Situ Jianying's, "Fortune knows no good fortune," very dissatisfied. Seeing Wang Shijuan's pitiful cat eyes, Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying both laughed. Situ Jianying hugged Wang Shijuan's shoulders and smiled and said, "Shijuan, it's okay. Aren't you developing? And you can see that many of the female students in our class are younger than you. You are already pretty good. Lower your voice. Besides, don't you massage every day? You will grow up soon, and then I will give Zhou Hao's pervert a surprise." Wang Shijuan blushed and nodded. His big eyes flickered at Zhou Hao over there, his eyes full of expectation. However, Zhou Hao glanced at Situ Jianying. "Don't teach my cherished monarch badly." "Cut." Situ Jianying gave him a very disdainful look. "I don't know who taught us to cherish the king." At this time, another PE class was also running around the playground, but the running direction was opposite to Zhou Hao's class. When the boys passed by Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, they couldn't help but look at Situ Jianying, because when she ran to start, the undulating were so eye-catching. "Huh." Situ Jianying snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if Zhou Hao sees her body being touched by Zhou Hao, but being looked at by other men makes her very angry. But today's students are not as open and public as they were later. Many of them are very shy. So when they heard Situ Jianying's cold snort and saw the indifferent expression on her face, they quickly turned their eyes away. However, the last boy in this class has a pair of thief eyes lingering on Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan, and he hasn't stopped in the slightest. When he saw the turbulent waves on Situ Jianying's chest, he was even more brilliant and fierce. Swallowed. Zhou Hao frowned, because this very rude boy was indeed Wei Yingyang, who was playing with Zhou Hao that day, and this class that took the same physical education class as Zhou Hao and them was also the 7th grade of high school. "What do you look at?" Situ Jianying also recognized Wei Yingyang, and Zhou Hao beside her frowned. She immediately snorted. Wei Yingyang didn't expect that Situ Jianying would really scold herself. She was taken aback and smiled. "How can you know if you don't look at me? Don't you mean you have been paying attention to me?" "You." Situ Jianying is not a good man and a believer, so she will speak again. Zhou Hao beside her pulled her sleeves. "Forget it. Don't be familiar with him. Let's go." Now that Zhou Hao had said so, Situ Jianying stopped paying attention to Wei Yingyang, just stared at him fiercely, and then followed Zhou Hao to run forward. As for Wang Shijuan, he didn't even look at it from beginning to end. A glance at Wei Yingyang. Seeing Situ Jianying obeyed Zhou Hao's words, a flash of surprise flashed in Wei Yingyang's eyes, and then his face became difficult to look. After running, the physical education teacher let Zhou Hao and the others go free. The sports committee took a few boys to get some sports equipment, and everyone picked up their favorite, to play. Due to the correction, the playground of Yuning Middle School was recovered with grass, making it very comfortable to walk on. So Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao took a football directly and played with other boys in the class. Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan stood on the sidelines, cheering for Zhou Hao. Compared to basketball, Zhou Hao doesn't play football very often, but with his current skill, it is also very good, which caused cheers from the girls watching on the sidelines. While playing, Zhou Hao suddenly heard a cry of pain from the badminton court over there. Following the reputation, I saw a girl sitting on the ground, rubbing her left ankle with her hand, as if it was twisted. And that girl is really Gao Jingyi. Moreover, there are two girls with unkind expressions beside her, who seem to be students in the 7th grade of high school. Old Lu, you play first, I'll go over and take a look, Zhou Hao said to Lu Shichao and the others, and trot over to the badminton court, and Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan also followed Zhou Hao. Lu Shichao saw that the injured girl was Gao Jingyi and Luo Hui was there, so he followed. What's the matter? Zhou Hao quickly came to Gao Jingyi's side. Gao Jingyi looked up and saw Zhou Hao, with a happy face on her face, but seeing Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying who were following him, the joy was fleeting, and she turned her face to no longer look at Zhou Hao. Luo Hui pointed to the two girls in class 7 and said to Zhou Hao, Jingyi and I used to play badminton here, and they played well, but they suddenly came over and said that Jingyi bumped into them during school in the morning. Jingyi had to apologize to them. Jingyi refused, and they pushed Jingyi down. Don't be wronged. The short-haired, the left said to Luo Hui. It's obviously that she couldn't stand and fell. What does it have to do with us? Nonsense, it's obvious that you are the one who made the move to push the quiet. Luo Hui did not show any weakness. Zhou Hao looked at the two girls in class 7 and saw that they looked frivolous and had nail polish on their hands. They were obviously not the kind of good students. Their move should be aimed at Gao Jingyi. Gao Jingyi was born cold and arrogant, not a lively outgoing girl like Situ Jianying. Except for Luo Hui, she was not too close to the other girls in the class. And Gao Jingyi is so beautiful that not only the boys in her class, but also the boys in other classes will be attracted to her, which can easily arouse the hatred of the little ladies in other classes. With Gao Jingyi's stubborn character, naturally he would not apologize to the two girls, so the conflict naturally broke out. I said, you guys are too bad at Dao. At this time, Situ Jianying behind Zhou Hao spoke, staring at the two girls from class 7 fiercely. Dare to bully people to our 5th class. On the head, are you drunk too much or did you not wake up? Although Situ Jianying was at odds with Gao Jingyi, she was in her own class after all, and she would immediately become unanimous when she was bullied by people in other classes. What do you mean when you say this? The two girls said to Situ Jianying. Who are you? Don't be nosy. Humph. Situ Jianying sneered. People like you are still far away. Believe it or not, as long as I want, I can find someone to gang rap you today. If you don't believe it, just try it. I can also shave you out while hiding at home. Situ Jianying was not a good student, and even the people in the real underworld in Xiangqing treated her respectfully. So how could he be afraid of these two girls? And she really did it. At first, she tried to find Wen Xiaoqiang and wanted to abuse Wang Shijuan, but it was because of Zhou Hao. Seeing Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Nizi would be as good as a kitten in front of her. In front of others, especially in front of those bad students, the scorn on her was still very strong. Seeing Situ Jianying's sullen expression, the two girls in class 7 were a little frightened. After looking at each other, they said to Situ Jianying, You have a kind. Wait and see. Then they turned and left in a hurry. Cut. You dare to pretend to be your eldest sister. Situ Jianying curled his lips and said with disdain, Then you are your elder sister, right? Zhou Hao's deep voice came from the side. Situ Jianying hurriedly shrank her head, looking at Zhou Hao with a deep face and yelling like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. I am not taking the lead for our class. The other classmates in the class also knew Situ Jianying's personality. Even the teacher was not afraid. The boys were even more afraid to be presumptuous to her, but they never expected that she would be so obedient in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao snorted to Situ Jianying, then turned around to help Gao Jingyi on the ground. But at this moment, Wei Yingyang rushed over and said sincerely to Gao Jingyi, Jingyi, I'm sorry, the classmates in our class are not good. I apologize to you for them. No, those girls in your class are amazing, so you don't need to apologize. Gao Jingyi didn't speak, while Situ Jianying looked at Wei Yingyang with a sneer. Zhou Hao glanced at Situ Jianying. Situ Jianying slightly cocked his mouth and backed away without speaking. Wei Yingyang looked at Situ Jianying and Zhou Hao suspiciously, and then said to Gao Jingyi, Jingyi, your feet are okay. Let me help you to the school infirmary to have a look. Then he reached out to Gao Jingyi. Up the right hand. Gao Jingyi only glanced at him lightly, then turned his head and ignored him, and didn't grab his hand. The class 5 students saw that Wei Yingyang had eaten a soft nail, and they all covered their mouths and laughed. Zhou Hao directly squatted down next to Gao Jingyi. Regardless of whether Gao Jingyi was willing or not, he put his arm around her shoulder and reached under her knees and hugged her horizontally. Gao Jingyi was also taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden move and didn't know how to react for a while. The surrounding students were very surprised when they saw this scene. At the same time, they secretly felt that Zhou Hao was very manly. Because Gao Jingyi usually treats the boys in her class without saying a word, those boys who admire her dare not pursue her. Wei Yingyang stared at Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi, who was held in his arms without any resistance. Luo Hui on the side showed a smile, watching Zhou Hao's back and muttering, "I didn't expect this would to have a day of resuscitation. I'll take her to the school infirmary." Zhou Hao said back to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. Wang Shijuan nodded, while Situ Jianying cocked his mouth to look at Gao Jingyi in Zhou Hao's arms, but said nothing. So Zhou Hao walked to the school infirmary over there with Gao Jingyi under the eyes of the students. Gao Jingyi didn't react until Zhou Hao got out of the playground. She twisted her cheeks and her feet kept swaying. You let me go. Let me go. I will go by myself. Don't move. Your scream has been twisted. How can you go? Okay, don't be willful. The school infirmary is coming soon. Zhou Hao lowered his head and smiled at her. Looking at Zhou Hao's smiling face, he felt Zhou Hao's broad and strong chest, and Gao Jingyi's face was even redder. Let go of me. You want to hug Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan? Don't touch me. Hearing her jealous words, Zhou Hao smiled in his heart. But Gao Jingyi struggled so fiercely that when others saw her, she thought she was doing her well. So Zhou Hao bluffed and said, "Okay, don't move, and then I will ignore you and let you crawl to the school infirmary." Seeing Zhou Hao seemed to be really angry, Gao Jingyi shrank her neck like Situ Jianying. She really didn't dare to make a sound or move anymore, looking at Zhou Hao timidly with both hands. He didn't dare to hook his neck, just put it on his chest. It looked a little funny. Zhou Hao was angry on the surface, but in fact he was snickering in his heart. It turns out that Gao Jingyi is hard to eat soft. No wonder that when she was born, Gao Holu's official position should have been not low, and many people were vying to flatter her, and naturally, she was very pleased with this little princess. The Gao Holu and his wife are very obedient to the only daughter, so not many people dare to harden her. So Zhou Hao suppressed Gao Jingyi. The school infirmary of Yuning Middle School is on the first floor of the laboratory building next to the playground. Because most of the students are injured while playing sports, it is more convenient to be closer to the playground. When he came to the school infirmary with Gao Jingyi in his arms, Zhou Hao found that it was empty and the doctor on duty was not there. So Zhou Hao put Gao Jingyi gently on the bed in the school doctor's room, and then went out to stroll around, but still did not see the school doctor. "How about it? Does your foot hurt?" Zhou Hao asked Gao Jingyi, who was sitting on the hospital bed after returning to the school infirmary. "It doesn't hurt," Gao Jingyi said lukewarmly, and turned away from Zhou Hao, seeming to be stunned with her. But when Zhou Hao saw her frowning brows and slightly pale face, he knew that she was in pain. She shook her head, thinking that this girl is really stubborn. Zhou Hao didn't just talk, so he took a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, took her twisted left foot, and untied her shoelace. What are you doing?" Gao Jingyi saw Zhou Hao grabbing her left foot, and 2 ruddy spots appeared on her slightly pale face. She moved her left foot, which was grasped by Zhou Hao, but with this movement, the piercing pain came immediately, but she did not groan, but pressed her lips tightly. "Don't move. I'm still uneasy when I'm injured." Zhou Hao made a tough move again and said to Gao Jingyi, bluffing. But when he saw Gao Jingyi's expression of pursing his lips and enduring the pain, he couldn't help his heart cord. He quickly suppressed the ripples in his heart, carefully took off the shoes on Gao Jingyi's left foot, and gently took off the white socks. Gao Jingyi's little golden lotus feet, which were like a jade, were revealed. This slender jade foot does not have a trace of sweat, and it is very white. The 5 toes are as round and lovely as pearls. Zhou Hao has no foot fetishes, but when he sees Gao Jingyi's jade foot, he can't help but feel swayed. and there was a redness and swelling on the ankle of that left foot, which made people feel distressed. Gao Jingyi was already covered by a strong sense of shyness, but no longer felt pain. She likes to read books very much. Although she is not an extensive group of books, she can also be said to be rich in reading. She especially likes to read some ancient literature. So she knew that in ancient times, only the closest relatives and husbands could see the feet of her daughter's house. Although it is now a modern civilized society, Zhou Hao held her feet in her hands like this, and seeing Zhou Hao's dull appearance made Gao Jingyi shy. And at the same time, she gave birth to a joy. At least I also have a place that can attract Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also realized that it was not very polite to look at other people's feet like this, so he coughed softly and asked Gao Jingyi softly, "Does it hurt?" Hearing Zhou Hao's gentle voice, Gao Jingyi felt light and fluttering, and the voice responded like a gnat. "Yeah." Zhou Hao looked at the back left. "Why the school doctor hasn't come back yet? Wait a while. I'll find out if there is iron to fight medicine." After that, he looked for it in the school's medical room. There are a lot of medicines in the school infirmary, including colds and diarrhea, and some red and yellow medicines for trauma. Zhou Hao quickly found a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, but it was not the spray type that he had seen in his previous life. He turned around and sat on the chair beside the bed and said to Gao Jingyi, "Let me wipe some Yunnan Baiyao for you." "Yeah." Without Zhou Hao's hands this time, Gao Jingyi already actively put his left foot on his knee. Seeing these jade-like lotus feet again, Zhou Hao's heart rippled again. He poured some Yunnan Baiyao on the palm of his right palm, and he immediately felt cold. Looking at Gao Jingyi again, she didn't look away and didn't look at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao exhaled, put his right palm on her swollen ankle, and stroked it gently. Her skin is very slippery and thin, and it feels very comfortable to the touch. And when Zhou Hao helped her apply Yunnan Baiyao, she could hear her breathing become rapid, and even a light red appeared on her neck. While helping Gao Jingyi apply the medicine, Zhou Hao's eyes followed her feet. Because it was a physical education class, Gao Jingyi changed into a pair of sports shorts, and the feet below the knees were also exposed to Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi's legs are very thin, and the lines are beautiful. Today Gao Jingyi is still young, but she is already 1.6 meters tall. Zhou Hao thought, in a few years, Gao Jingyi will fully grow up, and she should be over 1.7 meters tall, and her legs will be more slender. Zhou Hao imagined in his mind what kind of temptation would it be for a man if Gao Jingyi had these beautiful legs and stockings. Thinking about it, Zhou Hao's hand unknowingly left Gao Jingyi's ankle and touched it along the slender and beautiful calf, in harmony. Seeing Gao Jingyi's shy and anxious appearance, Zhou Hao was happy, but she was right that the school doctor would come back any time. So Zhou Hao stopped molesting her presumptuously and carried a breath of real energy in his palm, helping her to eliminate the swelling and congestion on her ankle. With the help of Zhou Hao's infuriating energy, Gao Jingyi only felt that the pain in her ankle was warm and comfortable, and the pain quickly resolved. And Zhou Hao was thinking that if there was the black jade ointment, which he sold to the Guangzhou military region, the holy medicine for trauma, Gao Jingyi's feet would heal faster. It's just that the black jade ointment is still only available to the military, and it will be some time before it is put into civilian use. How is it now? Is it better? Zhou Hao smiled at Gao Jingyi. Gao Jingyi nodded, remembering what Zhou Hao had done to herself just now. 2 red clouds flew up on both cheeks. Seeing this girl who was cold and arrogant on weekdays blushed and shy, like a fairy in the sky falling into the mortal dust, Zhou Hao felt quite fulfilled. At this time, there was a ring of bells outside, and Zhou Hao said, "Get out of class is over." However, they clearly saw the students playing in the playground hurriedly walking towards the teaching building, only to realize that it was not the bell for the end of get out of class, but the bell for class. The two were immersed in the ambiguous behavior just now, and they didn't even hear the bell after class. "Since class is in, I have a nightmare," Zhou Hao said to Gao Jingyi. Seeing her nodding, he gently put her socks and shoes on again, and then asked, "Can I go?" Gao Jingyi lowered her head, blushed, and shook her head. In fact, with the help of Yunnan Baiyao and Zhou Hao's infuriating energy, her feet were no longer a major problem, and she could walk on her own. Zhou Hao smiled, stretched out his hand, and hugged her in his arms again. This time, Gao Jingyi didn't shrink her hands on her chest like before, but naturally hooked Zhou Hao's neck. And she still thought in her heart that she was doing this just to keep her balance, and she had no other meaning. Wei Yingyang watched Zhou Hao take Gao Jingyi away, with an incredible expression on his face. Because after he followed his father Wei Yuanjun to Yuning Middle School, he was shocked to Gao Jingyi. Moreover, Wei Yuanjun had told him that Gao Jingyi was the only daughter of the current mayor of Xiangqing Gao Holu. So Wei Yuanjun strongly supported Wei Yingyang to pursue Gao Jingyi. However, he is handsome and plays basketball well. Wei Yingyang, who used to be unfavorable to girls, encountered unprecedented setbacks in Gao Jingyi. Not to mention asking Gao Jingyi out to eat and watch a play. Even when talking to her, Gao Jingyi looks like an iceberg that cannot be broken to Wei Yingyang. Originally, Gao Jingyi looked cold and indifferent to every boy and even girl, but it also comforted Wei Yingyang's self-esteem. But now, Gao Jingyi was willing to be picked up by Zhou Hao, without any objection. This solid iceberg was split open by Zhou Hao, shocking and jealous of Wei Yingyang. Wei Yingyang, who was depressed, didn't continue his physical education class, and went to the roof of the teaching building with some of his best friends. "Brother Yang, come, I stole this double happiness from my dad. You can try it." A boy in the same class as Wei Yingyang offered a cigarette in both hands. "Yeah," Wei Yingyang replied, and took it over and put it on his mouth. The boy quickly lit him with a lighter. Wei Yingyang took a deep breath. The alluring taste of nicotine penetrated his heart and lungs, and then he exhaled a long puff of white smoke. The expression on his face was extremely enjoyable. Although Yuning Middle School is the best school in Xiangqing, there are still many students from wealthy families who have not good grades to study here by paying school selection fees. So in Yuning Middle School, there are many good students and many bad students. Many boys like to smoke on the rooftop of this teaching building. Over time, some teachers will list it as a black spot when they learn about it. They often come to inspect, but many people are caught. Therefore, gradually no one dares to smoke here. But Wei Yingyang and the others are not afraid, because Wei Yingyang is the son of the principal. Even if the teachers who came here to inspect saw him smoking, they would not dare to catch him. Because of this, these boys are willing to follow Wei Yingyang and violate. If the school rules are violated, no teacher will be arrested. On the contrary, if Wei Yingyang is offended, their school days will be sad. At this time, the boy squatting next to Wei Yingyang, leaning against the wall, said, "Speaking of which, Gao Jingyi was willing to be hugged by Zhou Hao. I really can't figure it out." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw another boy glaring at himself fiercely, and seeing that Wei Yingyang's face had also become difficult to look at, he suddenly felt in his heart, and quickly said, "It's also that Gao Jingyi who doesn't know the goods. Our brother Yang so handsome, and the principal's son, what is Zhou Hao?" Wei Yingyang dangling a cigarette, and said that Zhou Hao only came to school last Friday and didn't even participate in the military training at the beginning of the school. Moreover, he didn't pass the formal high school entrance examination before, but Yuning Middle School alone did it for him. An entrance exam was provided for admission. My dad said, "This Zhou Hao's family is not ordinary. Brother Yang, according to me, if you don't want Gao Jingyi, you don't need it." A boy over there said, "You see, she is cold to everyone. I'm afraid it is not cold. Besides, even if she really does. Brother Yang, your girlfriend, would you like to face the ice cubes all day long?" Hearing what he said, the other boys also agreed. In their opinion, although Gao Jingyi is very beautiful, but her temperament is a bit colder, and she usually looks like she wants to turn away from people thousands of miles away. Of course, they didn't know that Gao Jingyi was the mayor's daughter. With this status, even if Gao Jingyi grows crooked, he is afraid that there is no shortage of men to pursue. The boy continued, "Brother Yang, in fact, there are many beautiful chicks in class 5 besides Gao Jingyi, let alone Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. That Wang Shijuan is not only beautiful, but also soft and weak. When a man saw it, he wanted to hold her in his arms and cherish it. And that's Situ Jianying, TSK. To be honest, I have seen all the girls in the first year of high school, or even the whole school, and there is no girl who can have her on the chest. That kind of scale. Brother Yang, if you can hug her to sleep every night, it would be worth 10 short lives." Wei Yingyang also nodded secretly. Wang Shijuan's appearance was slightly inferior to Jingyi, but the kind of pity on her body was really lethal to men, especially her twinkles. Big eyes can kill people. There is also situ jianying. That kind of mature and plump figure is not like what a 16 or 17-year-old girl can have. Every time Wei Yingyang sees the high bulge on her chest, she feels excited. Moreover, others didn't know that he knew that Situ Jianying was the daughter of the chief of public security, and his family was not much worse than Gao Jingyi. There are 3 schoolgirls in one of the 5 classes. No wonder people say that there is the all-fragrance country. The boy said, Brother Yang, or else we should apply for your dad and transfer to class 5. Forget it. Wei Yingyang curled his lips, pretending to be old-fashioned, and said, You don't just need to adjust the shift. You think my dad is the principal and can do whatever he wants. He said that, but Wei Yingyang was actually quite moved by this suggestion. At this time, the class bell rang, and a boy said to Wei Yingyang, Brother Yang, this is a math class. We dare not run away from that old maiden's class, so we will go back first. Do you want to go with us? Wei Yingyang waved his hand. No, I want to stay here for a while. You can go back first. The other boys nodded and left one after another. The math teacher in their class is a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a very bad temper. Wei Yingyang is the principal's son. She still dare not do anything to him, but she is not polite to other boys. In this way, only Wei Yingyang was left on the broad rooftop. He simply climbed to the top of the small bungalow at the top of the stairs, lay there on his back with a cigarette in his arms, and looked at the high blue sky and white clouds. He thought of the 3 girls Gao Jingyi, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying in his mind. Gao Jingyi is the only daughter of the mayor. If he becomes the mayor, then he won't have to worry for the rest of his life. You can fight for 20 years less. Even your own father can also go one step higher. Situ Jianying is also the daughter of the city's public security chief, and the assistance she can provide is not small, not to mention the temptation that every man can hardly resist with her devil figure that is much older than her peers. As for Wang Shijuan, Wei Yingyang didn't know that her mother was the 2nd largest shareholder of Tongguan Catering Company, Limited, which became the star enterprise of Xiangqing in the past year. So he only thought Wang Shijuan was an ordinary girl. But even so, Wang Shijuan's choo-choo aura that can arouse men's desire to protect is very charming. If you can pick all these 3 flowers, you will really die without regret, Wei Yingyang said in his heart. He thought that if that man could have these 3 women at the same time, he could really say, what else does the husband want? While, in his mind, Wei Yingyang suddenly heard a bang sound, but the iron door of the small bungalow at the top of the stairs was opened. Wei Yingyang originally thought it was a teacher who came here to inspect, so he ignored it and continued to lie on the roof. You said, what did you do after holding Gao Jingyi to the school infirmary? Why did Gao Jingyi blush for the whole class? Hearing this crisp female voice, Wei Yingyang, lying on the roof, jumped in his heart, because he felt the voice very familiar. Quietly turned over and lay on the roof of the house. When he got out of his head, he saw a pair of men and women standing by the wall of this small bungalow. The girl was Situ Jianying, and the boy was Zhou Hao. Wei Yingyang didn't say anything, but looked at them suspiciously, wanting to hear what they said. I heard Zhou Hao say to Situ Jianying, where do I do anything? Besides, isn't there a school doctor in the school infirmary? What can I do? He was lying with his eyes wide open. Anyway, Gao Jingyi would not tell anyone what happened in the school infirmary, so Situ Jianying would not have thought that in the school infirmary, just now, the school doctor never came back. Then why is she blushing throughout the class, like a bride about to get married? Situ Jianying asked. It might be painful, Zhou Hao explained. As you know, she sprained her foot. Just now the school doctor said that her injury was not mild and the pain was normal. Hearing Zhou Hao's explanation, Situ Jianying's expression eased a little. Anyway, I don't care. I can open one eye and close another eye if you have anything with other women, but you are not allowed to be with Gao Jingyi. But when he saw Zhou Hao hummingly said, when did you maid be so bold? And even the master's business is locked up. Let the master not take care of you. As soon as the voice fell, I saw Zhou Hao pressing Situ Jianying against the wall, holding her left leg with one hand and making her hook her waist. Well, sir, the servant girl dare not. You can spare the servant girl. Situ Jianying immediately entered the role, deliberately showing a pitiful expression. Wei Yingyang, who was peeking from the roof, couldn't figure it out, wondering where they were playing. But then, The following situation left him stunned. I saw Zhou Hao grabbing Situ Jianying's delicate lips and tasting it beautifully, and Situ Jianying's nose also hummed, and he looked very enjoyable. Watching Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying leaning against the wall and kissing, Wei Yingyang, who was lying on the roof peeking, couldn't help rubbing her eyes to determine if she was dazzled. But until he rubbed his eyes with pain, the following facts remained unchangeable. Originally, he had already doubted when he saw Situ Jianying obey Zhou Haoyan in the physical education class. Now that he sees the two people kissing so intensely, then the relationship between the two is ready to come out. Moreover, just heard from Situ Jianying that she didn't even care about other women around Zhou Hao, which was really incredible for Wei Yingyang. Because he heard from some people who had known Situ Jianying before, that when Situ Jianying was in junior high school and the second middle school, he was a big sister, and all the bad students in the second middle school didn't dare to violate their heads and ears. Such a person can actually tolerate his own man owning other women. Seeing Zhou Hao's hands constantly touching Situ Jianying's plump body, even reaching into the hem of her clothes and getting into it raging, Wei Yingyang swallowed fiercely, feeling towards Zhou Hao, gritting his teeth even more with hatred. Although Situ Jianying and him weren't even friends, Wei Yingyang had been playing her idea very early. So watching the two close below, Wei Yingyang felt like he found that his wife was having an affair with another man, his scalp numb with anger. At this time, the two people who had kissed for a long time reluctantly separated. Situ Jianying said to Zhou Hao out of breath, "Okay, I have to go to class. I'll go to you tonight. Do whatever you want." "Okay." Zhou Hao hooked Situ Jianying's chin and smiled. "When the time comes, I will see how the master will clean up you." Situ Jianying gave him a charming look, then sorted out his messy hair and clothes, turned, and walked down the stairs. Wei Yingyang on the roof also saw Situ Jianying's charming look. Although he was not looking at himself, he took a deep breath, and his body had already reacted to Zhou Hao. More bitter. Zhou Hao followed Situ Jianying down the stairs, but there was a sneer on his face. Then he closed the iron door of the small bungalow and locked it from inside, and then left with Situ Jianying. Wei Yingyang was originally full of Situ Jianying's amorous looks, but when he heard the sound of the iron bar being locked, his heart tightened, and he quickly jumped off the roof, only to find that the iron door was locked. "I am trapped under the roof and cannot go." He only thought that it was the iron gate that Zhou Hao closed easily when he left, and he cursed Zhou Hao bitterly. At the same time, in the principal's office of the office building, Wei Yuanjun was immersed in reviewing documents. The door was knocked, and Wei Yuanjun said, "Please come in." I saw someone opening the door and coming in, and the sunlight from the outside also spilled in, reflecting on her, as if she was covered with a layer of gold, especially charming. But this person was the head teacher of the first 5 class. It is also their English teacher Li Ruolin. "Principal, are you looking for something to do with me?" Li Ruolin walked to the front of Wei Yuanjun's desk and said politely. After seeing Li Ruolin, Wei Yuanjun's face was overjoyed, and a touch of splendor passed in his eyes. And Li Ruolin looked at Wei Yuanjun, although his eyes were not as lewd and unscrupulous as the rogue scorpion, but rather upright. But being watched by Wei Yuanjun like this, Li Ruolin always felt uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by some wild beast. "Little Li," Wei Yuanjun said. He leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "You should also know that this year's selection of faculty titles has started, and the Municipal Education Bureau has issued instructions. Now, among the faculty members selected this time, the best 3 can get a housing quota." Li Ruolin felt a little puzzled. She had also heard her colleagues in the English department talk about it. The school's title selection is held every year, and it is not a major event, and it is generally passed. It's just that this year the Municipal Education Bureau instructed the best 3 people to get housing quotas, which surprised Li Ruolin. However, she also knows that these things are usually only obtained by those who have decades of experience or have a backstage, and she does not need any housing, so she doesn't care much. Seeing that the expression on Li Ruolin's face did not change much, Wei Yuanjun squinted his eyes and said, "Xiao Li, although you have not been teaching for a long time, you have achieved good results. This is obvious to all." Li Ruolin was also very happy to be appreciated by the principal, and quickly smiled. "Thank you, principal." Hee, I'm just discussing the matter. Wei Yuanjun smiled and said, by the way, for this job title selection, I intend to recommend you to be an excellent teacher of our school. Moreover, Director Yi of the Political and Education Office is approaching retirement age. Yes, I want you to pick up his class. Now Li Ruolin was even more surprised and quickly said, Principal, this is not possible. I have no experience in administration and management, and I have many teachers who are better than me. I can't take the position of Director of the Political and Education Office. You have been a class teacher for 3 years and managed dozens of students. Isn't this just management experience? Wei Yuanjun said, moreover, I believe in my own vision. I say you can do it. Speaking of this, Wei Yuanjun got up from his chair, walked around the desk, and walked to Li Ruolin's side, and asked concerned, Xiao Li, I should have a boyfriend. When are you planning to get married? Li Ruolin thought of Zhou Hao. Her face flushed. We have no plans yet. Naturally, she would not tell Wei Yuanjun that her boyfriend is her own student. When Wei Yuanjun saw Li Ruolin's glamorous tenderness, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and continued to laugh. Although you don't have this plan now, you will still get married after all, right? Since you are going to get married, of course, you need a house. So Xiao Li, if you can get a house this time, there will be no worries. Li Ruolin thought, with Zhou Hao's ability, as long as she was willing, Zhou Hao could immediately buy her 10-8 villas, so she didn't need to fight for that housing quota at all, and might as well let others in need. Teacher. As soon as he wanted to open his mouth to Wei Yuanjun to allocate quotas to those in need, Li Ruolin saw that Wei Yuanjun was coming to him. She hurriedly avoided the back, frowned, and reminded, Principal. I saw Wei Yuanjun chuckled and said, Xiao Li, actually I was attracted by you when I came to this school. There is no female teacher in the school that can compare to you. Xiao Li, I am very optimistic. Yours, as long as you are willing to cooperate with my work. Then I will not only let you be an excellent teacher of our school and be assigned to a house, but also let you be the director of the political and educational office. In this way, your salary will be higher. Half of it. Li Ruolin's face changed drastically. She now understands that Wei Yuanjun is coveting her own beauty and wants to obtain herself through hidden rules. It's just that she didn't expect that Wei Yuanjun, who was as serious as a gentleman on weekdays, would turn out to be a decent evil spirit in the face. Seeing the ugly face he exposed in front of him now, not to mention that he already had Zhou Hao, even if he was still single, he would never be attracted to him. Principal, I have not said anything about you, and I hope you will not go beyond the bottom line of morality. Li Ruolin said to Wei Yuanjun sternly. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. After all, she left the principal's office without waiting for Wei Yuanjun's actions. Hearing the sound of closing the door, Wei Yuanjun came back to his senses, and his face was red and blue. He did not expect Li Ruolin to be so unsatisfied, because in the previous school, he also tried the same method to assault those female teachers. It was a time-tested experience that made him taste the sweetness. It's no wonder that the future and destiny of teachers, including the key to house assignment and promotion, are largely in the hands of the principal. And just like those teachers who dare not embarrass Wei Yang, if you offend the principal, your life will be very sad. Wei Yuanjun shook hands. Little itch, I don't believe you can escape from my wuxishan. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open again. Wei Yuanjun thought it was Li Ruolin who finally figured out a prodigal son, but saw that the person who came in was not Li Ruolin, but his son Wei Yang. Reducing the anger on his face, Wei Yuanjun saw that his son was full of anger and asked, Yang, what's wrong? Wei Yang said angrily, I was trapped on the roof of the teaching building just now. For an entire hour, a teacher went there to inspect me before I got out of trouble. He was locked on the rooftop by Zhou Hao just now. He could get out of trouble immediately if he shouted for help, but this would make the whole school known. He was pretentious and of course could not afford to lose this person, so he worked on the rooftop. Wait, knowing where a teacher went to patrol, did he get out of sleep? What's the matter? Why are you shrinking on top of it? Wei Yuanjun asked puzzledly. So Wei Yingyang told Wei Yuanjun that he saw Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying making each other on the rooftop, and Zhou Hao closed the iron gate when he left. What? that Zhou Hao and director Situ's daughter are boy and girl friends? Wei Yuanjun asked in surprise. Because he had previously encouraged Wei Yingyang to pursue Gao Jingyi or Situ Jianying. As long as he got the heart of one of them, it would be of great help to Wei Yuanjun's career. It should be like this. Wei Yingyang was very depressed, not only Situ Jianying. I think even Gao Jingyi likes Zhou Hao. What? Wei Yuanjun was shocked again. Hearing Wei Yingyang said that Gao Jingyi and Situ Jianying both liked Zhou Hao, Wei Yuanjun was shocked. Although he also thought that with Zhou Hao's conditions, there would be many girls who would like Zhou Hao, but Gao Jingyi and Situ Jianying are not ordinary people. Wei Yuanjun counts on his son to pursue one of them to help his career, but Zhou Hao has now destroyed it. Wei Yingyang said, "Dad, look up what Zhou Hao's background is." Situ Jianying actually said that he didn't mind if he had other women. They both paid back and played the game between the master and the maid. I was really angry. Thinking of Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying playing that kind of glamorous role-playing game, Wei Yingyang felt as uncomfortable as eating a blowfly from the boss, as if his wife went outside to steal people. I've read his files. Wei Yuanjun touched his chin. It seems that his family runs a catering company. Well, the Mrs. Zhou restaurant and romantic manhouse cake shop at the entrance of our school are branches of their company. It's okay. I'll check. He can let the school arrange the entrance exam for him alone, and he can take such a long vacation. He should have bought the previous principal. Humph. If there is nothing else in his family, then I will look for him. He refunded his degree for a reason. He squinted his eyes and sneered. I am assigned here from Guangzhou, but I don't want to stop at the position of a middle school principal. This time it was not just Wei Yingyang's love issue, but also his official career, so Wei Yuanjun took it very seriously. After school was over at noon, Wei Yingyang invited two of his friends to a nearby restaurant for dinner. His two friends were not students from Yuning Middle School, but some young people in society. To put it bluntly, they were punks. This was made by Wei Yingyang deliberately after he came to Xiangqing, because he also understood that some things were needed by these little gangsters. In the restaurant where they are located, although the food tastes good, but because the price is more expensive, there are relatively few customers, only a few tables, and students with lower spending power will not come here. Wei Yingyang ordered a few dishes and asked the waiter to bring a few bottles of beer. A man sitting across from him with the hairstyle of Chun Haonan from Young and Dangerous smiled at him. I said, Master Wei, how is it today? So nice to invite us to dinner. Hey, I'm a little depressed today, so I just want to drink with you. Wei Yingyang said. Another short-haired smiled happily. Master Wei, what's so depressing about you? Your dad is the principal of the school. You can walk sideways in the school, and on your terms, a lot of girls are throwing their arms at you. Why are you depressed? Wei Yingyang waved his hand. Don't mention it. There is a guy who pried away the girl I was fond of these days. Oh, who is so courageous that even the woman that our Master Wei is fond of dare to move? The long-haired said in surprise. Master Wei, you tell us that our brother helped you cut that bastard. By the way, I was just about to ask, do you know someone named Zhou Hao? Wei Yingyang asked. Zhou Hao. The two looked at each other, and the short-haired said, It sounds familiar. Ah, not afraid, my brother will check it for you. Huh, Pheasant, what are you looking at? He suddenly found that his companions were looking over there with interest, and the long-haired gangster called the Pheasant said to Wei Yingyang, Master Wei, look at the two students over there. Isn't it from your school? It's so affectionate, like a young couple. The Pheasant pointed at a table in the distance and smiled at Wei Yingyang. Wei Yingyang looked in the direction he was pointing and saw two men and women in Yuning Middle School uniforms at the table over there. Eat. I saw the pair of men and women sitting side by side. The expressions of eyebrows were very affectionate, and the girl picked up a spoonful of soup, put it to her mouth and blew it, and then fed it into the boy's mouth, and her face very warm and happy. Wei Yingyang was stunned, because he recognized that the pair of men and women were Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan. Looking at the intimate behavior of the two, it is obvious that it is no longer an ordinary classmate relationship, but a typical lover. This shocked Wei Yingyang, because as far as he saw today, Gao Jingyi and Situ Jianying both liked Zhou Hao, and now they added another Wang Shijuan. And as far as he knew, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were still very close friends. He took a deep breath and said to himself, This Zhou Hao is too capable. Seeing Wei Yingyang's expression, the two gangsters next to him smelled. Master Wei, do you know them? I saw a cold color in Wei Yingyang's eyes, and then said to the two punks, Pheasant, you do me a favor. After school in the afternoon, Li Ruolin went to the unit where Zhou Hao temporarily settled, helped him clean up the house, and made dinner for him. Zhou Hao talked with Song Jiahao from Hong Kong in the outside hall to learn about the stock and foreign exchange fluctuations in Japan and South Korea during this period. I saw Li Ruolin walk out of the kitchen with the cooked food and said to Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa talking on the phone, Okay, it's time to eat. Come and help. Zhou Hao said goodbye to Song Jiahao on the phone and hung up, then went to the kitchen to help Li Ruolin take out the bowls and chopsticks. At the same time, he smiled and said, Sister Lan, you are really a model of a good wife and mother. Being with you is really my last life. The blessing of Xiulai. It's fine if you know it. Li Ruolin wrinkled her nose at Zhou Hao. Then you are so carefree? As soon as he mentioned this, Zhou Hao was gone, scratching his head and grinning blindly. Li Ruolin only gave Zhou Hao a white look, and like his wife, she helped him with rice and soup. During the meal, Li Ruolin told Zhou Hao about the matter with Wei Yuanjun in school today. What? That old pervert dare to hit you. Zhou Hao became furious after hearing this. He is tired of life. Seeing Zhou Hao being so angry for himself, Li Ruolin knew that he was nervous about herself, and she felt sweet in her heart. At the same time, she said to Zhou Hao, He wanted to impress me with the housing quota and the director of the political education office, but I didn't agree. Really, unexpectedly, when I was in meetings, I saw that Wei Yuanjun had a serious face and cared about the teachers in our various departments, but turned out to be a decent hypocrite. Huh, I want to hit my sister Lan's idea based on those things. Zhou Hao sneered. I can build 10 or 8 buildings at any time for those government houses, and what would be rare for him? But Li Ruolin gave him a white look. You say that? Is it because I coveted your money to stay with you? Zhou Hao quickly shook his head and explained, No, of course not. I and Sister Lan, you are in love. Li Ruolin snorted softly. If you hadn't used it well in the first place, I wouldn't have seen you as a kid. Zhou Hao squinted and laughed. Sister Lan, you didn't say that yesterday. Who on earth kept calling me good brother in bed last night? I think about who it is. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Li Ruolin immediately blushed and quickly picked up a piece of pork tenderloin and stuffed it into Zhou Hao's mouth. Stop your mouth. I'll let you say it. At this time, Zhou Hao was already thinking about how to deal with the hypocrite of Wei Yuanjun. Even Liang Fengshan, the son of the governor, had not been afraid of Zhou Hao, let alone a headmaster of Wei Yuanjun. By the way, the biology teacher in our class said that when you were in class, you were writing and drawing and did not attend the class at all. Tell me, what is going on? Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Hao is her man, she is also her student. The biology teacher found her, the head teacher, and Li Ruolin naturally wanted to blame Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao picked up a piece of chicken and put it in Li Ruolin's bowl. I'm writing a script. I'm going to let the people on the ATV start shooting it after a while. Script? Li Ruolin asked curiously. What script and theme? Zhou Hao smiled faintly. The name of this script is The Witch's Conditions. It is a story about a high school teacher falling in love with a boy in his class. Li Ruolin heard this and thought he was talking about himself and him. So she groaned. Stop making trouble. Let's talk about it. What script are you writing? I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you. Zhou Hao went to his room and took out a notebook and handed it to her. Li Ruolin looked through it and found that the content inside was indeed a story about a high school teacher-student relationship. She immediately thought of Zhou Hao's purpose for writing this script. Her face was full of red clouds, and she said to him with some worry, After this drama is filmed, will our affairs be leaked out? It's okay. I have changed my name and school name. No one will think of us. Zhou Hao sat next to Li Ruolin, hugged her gently, and said softly in her ear, Sister Lan, this script, I wrote it specifically for you. I saw Zhou Hao write a song, Love Me Don't Leave, for other women. Although Li Ruolin didn't blame Zhou Hao much, she still wanted Zhou Hao to do something romantic for herself. Now Zhou Hao quietly writes for herself. With such a script, Li Ruolin was moved, and his love for Zhou Hao became deeper. Looking at the back, Li Ruolin saw that the heroine in the conditions of the witch was pregnant with the actor's child, and she was shocked, wondering if Zhou Hao wanted to have a child with him. The Witch's Condition is actually a Japanese drama that Zhou Hao has seen in her previous life. It is about a high school female teacher who fell in love with her student and later became pregnant with the student's child. The two went through many twists and turns, and finally they were able to stay together. This TV series was released in Japan in 1999, and Zhou Hao watched this Japanese TV series after work. At that time, he was very moved by the love stories of the heroes and heroines in the play, and at the same time, he remembered Li Ruolin, who he had a crush on for the entire middle school years. I fantasize that I can also know and love Li Ruolin like the hero and heroine in the condition of the witch. In the previous life, Zhou Hao could not fall in love with Li Ruolin, but in this life, Zhou Hao has gained Li Ruolin's body and mind and made up for the regrets of the previous life. While the original Witch's Condition only had 11 episodes, Zhou Hao, based on his own understanding of it and the comments of viewers who liked Witch's Condition in his previous life, made its plot more plump on the original basis. Increased to 20 episodes. Of course, Zhou Hao will not miss one of the classic plots. Since The Witch's Condition is about a teacher-student relationship, it caused a great sensation when it was screened in Japan and in Taiwan. There was a lot of controversy about the unethical love in it. It also increased the popularity of Witch's Condition and became the TV series with the highest ratings in Japan that year. There is such a big controversy in Japan, where the social atmosphere is very open, and it is even worse in China today. Therefore, Zhou Hao intends to broadcast Witch's Condition in Hong Kong and Taiwan first after the filming. If domestic broadcast conditions when mature, it will be broadcast to the whole country. The Witch's Condition not only relies on the plot to attract people, the theme song First Love sung by Hikaru Utada also played a big role. Zhou Hao originally wanted to use this classic song together, but if it were to be used as the theme song of The Witch's Condition, it had to be changed to a Chinese song, and Zhou Hao couldn't do anything about it. So Zhou Hao intends to replace it with another equally classic song, which is At Least You Still. This song, originally released by Lin Ilian in 2000, has a faint melancholy style and a kind of insistence on love, which matches the style of The Witch's Condition. As for the singer who sang, Zhou Hao didn't want to find anyone else, so he asked Lin Ilian to perform it, and only Lin Ilian's gentle voice can sing the flavor. Li Ruolin also held the script of The Witch's Conditions handwritten by Zhou Hao, leaning on Zhou Hao's shoulder and watching it quietly, with a happy expression on her face. For her, this script is the love letter Zhou Hao wrote to her. Especially this was written by Zhou Hao. Every word and every punctuation seemed to contain feelings for Li Ruolin. When will this show be broadcast? Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao. ATV's current schedule is full. I think it will be released early next year. Zhou Hao said. Indeed, ATV is now busy filming the TV series that Zhou Hao arranged for them, such as I Have a Date with Zombies by Xian Jiwei and Chen Shisan, Meteor Garden by Chai Zhiping and Kai Yueshuan, and Li Zhaoxi is preparing Across the World. And the best film crew of ATV has also gone to overseas Chinese regions to start producing Looking for Stories from Afar. At the same time, the Wang Zhonglei brothers have also negotiated with Hunan TV on behalf of the Polaris to purchase the rights to the first film Hanju Ge Ge, which is almost completed, in Hong Kong. Therefore, Zhou Hao's Witch's Condition will not be broadcast until early next year at the earliest. Li Ruolin didn't care too much. Anyway, she already felt Zhou Hao's heart. Sister Lan, I have an appointment. Now go out for a while. You stay here tonight. I will be back soon. Well, you go. I'll wait for you to come back. Li Ruolin's eyes still remained on the script of The Witch's Condition. Zhou Hao gave her a kiss on the forehead before getting up and going out. The person he asked was Wen Xiangdong, but he did not meet in Wen Xiangdong's dynamic city, but in a food stall that had been open for more than 10 years. Because the location of this food stall is relatively remote, not many people know that at this time. Only Zhou Hao is a guest. When Wen Xiangdong arrived, Zhou Hao was sitting there drinking alone, and his two men came with Wen Xiangdong. Xiao Hao, you really know how to choose a place. The salt and pepper cuttlefish here is the best. Wen Xiangdong sat down with a smile, and his two men sat down at another table. Zhou Hao poured a glass of beer for Wen Xiangdong. The new Zinti Andy you opened is great. I went with my classmates last week, and the business is very good. It's all friends enjoying the face. Wen Xiangdong smiled. By the way, what about Wen Xiaoqiang? Did you really send him to join the army? Wen Xiangdong nodded. His temper is too wild, so it's okay to go out and exercise. Haha, you don't know. When he first arrived in the army, he couldn't stand the life of the army, so he called me and asked me to take him back. But now that I have adapted, I told me that there was a female soldier in the army, and that stinky boy would never change his life. Although he was cursing Wen Xiaoqiang, his face was clearly proud. He said to Zhou Hao, "By the way, Xiao Hao, I heard that you bought the Asian TV in Hong Kong. It's amazing. I said before, you are definitely not in the pool." Zhou Hao smiled. "Do you also know that I bought ATV? Hee hee. I have some connections with Hong Kong's Dongxing, and I have also met their leader in Yongshao. Wen Xiangdong's business is now not limited to Xiangqing. He also has some sales in Shenzhen, so he can easily deal with the underworld in Hong Kong. He and Yongshao are both friends of Zhou Hao, and they have more contact and cooperation. Xiao Hao, if you ask me out, is there anything you want me to help you? Just tell me. Uncle Wen will definitely not refuse. He has been around for many years and is proficient in human relationships, so he naturally knows that Zhou Hao will not do anything for nothing. Make an appointment by yourself." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Uncle Wen, you really are. Can I ask Uncle Wen to come out for a drink and chat?" After a pause, he said again, "However, this time I really want to find Uncle Wen. You help." Wen Xiangdong smiled and glanced at Zhou Hao, as if saying, "Look, I know you are this kind of person." Zhou Hao ignored his look and said to himself, "Uncle Wen, you should have heard of it. Our school has transferred a new principal called Wei Yuanjun. Can you help me inquire about this person?" Wen Xiangdong smiled and asked, "Why? Xiao Hao, do you even want to deal with your own principal? That hypocrite, he is hitting my woman's idea." Zhou Hao said lightly. Wen Xiangdong suddenly heard about Du Fenghai's kidnapping of Yan Qingchun last time, because the two accomplices of Du Fenghai who were killed by Zhou Hao were also considered to be on the road. Therefore, Wen Xiangdong knows that Zhou Hao is always smiling, and he is far more mature than his peers in the world, but this is just a superficial appearance. If someone dares to praise his inverse scales, he will immediately incarnate. For the fiercest lion, tear all those people to pieces. And his Ni Lin is his woman. Well, I'll let someone inquire for you, and there will be results soon." Wen Xiangdong said, "Thank you." Zhou Hao raised his glass to him. At this moment, one of Wen Xiangdong's men came over. "Mr. Wen, a group of people are here." After speaking, he looked outside the food stall. Wen Xiangdong and Zhou Hao followed his gaze and saw more than 10 or 20 people walking towards the food stall. Everyone had a bad expression. Some of them had iron pipes in their hands, and they were the leader. It is the pheasant who ate with Wei Yingyang at noon. Wen Xiangdong didn't change his face and said to his subordinates, "Tell Artai to bring someone over. Also, go and see what happened." So, one of Wen Xiangdong's subordinates called, and the other went to the group of people and coldly asked the pheasant-headed, "Who are you, and what is the matter? Whether you are, just roll me aside if you are acquainted. Don't be nosy." Pheasant scolded Wen Xiangdong's subordinate. Wen Xiangdong's subordinate frowned when he heard the pheasant's cursing. He is also a member of the Xiangqing underworld. He usually kills others, but he has not been insulted by the pheasant like today, and he has not. I have seen a pheasant, so I concluded that he is not a famous person on the road. The pheasant had already pushed him away rudely at this time, and led the 20 people straight into the food stall, came to the front of Zhou Hao and Wen Xiangdong's table, and stared fiercely, still sitting there. "Zhou Hao drinking beer, you are Zhou Hao, right?" Wen Xiangdong couldn't help feeling funny when he heard this. Originally, when he saw so many people coming, he thought he was coming for him. After all, in the underworld, blood and blood is a common thing. But he didn't expect that the pheasants were looking for Zhou Hao. So Wen Xiangdong looked at Zhou Hao with great interest, wanting to see what he had with these people. I saw that the pheasant knocked the steel pipe on his shoulder to the table and said viciously to Zhou Hao, "It's your little white face that seduce our sister-in-law?" Wen Xiangdong, who was picking up a glass of beer and tasting it, suddenly heard this, and he spouted the beer he had drunk into his mouth, staring at Zhou Hao, wondering if Zhou Hao had committed a great taboo in the underworld. Go? Zhou Hao was also very strange after hearing what the pheasant said and asked amusedly, "You said I seduce your sister-in-law. Who is your sister-in-law? Are you the wrong person?" The pheasant stared at Zhou Hao with bulging eyes. "Don't sloppy at me. I will admit mistakes even if I name them. Are you Zhou Hao, right? If you are Zhou Hao, then we don't admit the wrong person." It turned out that he was dangling nearby and occasionally saw Zhou Hao in this food stall, so he immediately notified these people to come. And when Xiangdong also spoke at this time, "I said, brother, my friend, cough cough. Although there are a little more girlfriends, he has the advantage of never forcing others." "I see. Is there some misunderstanding?" Hearing Wen Xiangdong say this, Zhou Hao looked at him curiously, because Zhou Hao couldn't imagine that Wen Xiangdong, the head of the Xiangqing underworld, would be so polite to a gangster like Pheasant. Just as Zhou Hao was thinking about Wen's move to the east, the Pheasant shouted, "There is absolutely no misunderstanding. According to the rules of the road, if you seduce other people's wives, you have to leave a hand and a hand. Which hand do you choose? Feet. Should we choose for you?" Wen Xiangdong said in a puzzled way. "In the arena, the punishment for the second wife of Go is not the punishment of 3 swords and 6 holes, and then expelled from the gang? Why has it become a slap in the face? When will this rule change?" The pheasant's face changed slightly, and he looked at Wen Xiangdong. "Brother, I think you seem to be on the road, too. The name is Gao." "Me?" Wen Xiangdong pointed at himself, and then looked out a little. A smile appeared on his face. "I think you seem to be a big man on the road. You must have never heard of my nickname." The pheasant was a little airy by Wen Xiangdong's words, so he smiled and said, "It's okay. You can talk about it. Maybe I can help you if you encounter any trouble in the future. On the road of Xiangqing, I still have a few face-faced." "Hee hee, I can see it, I can see it." When Xiangdong smiled and said, "My surname is Wan. I am called Xiangdong. People on the road and people who give face are called me Dongye, but I prefer them to call me Mr. Wan." "Wen Xiangdong, why are you so familiar?" The pheasant was stunned, and then saw that a companion next to him was shaking all over, and he bluffed and shouted, "What are you doing? The sheep has a seizure." "No, no, brother pheasant." The little swallowed his mouth and looked at Wen Xiangdong, who was sitting there with a smile. "That's Wen Xiangdong, Dongye, our East Master of Xiangqing." The pheasant also reacted suddenly, and suddenly he felt a tingling scalp with a violent pull in his heart. He also shivered and turned his head to look at Wen Xiangdong. "Ew. You are Dongye?" "Yes." Wen Xiangdong still smiled leisurely. "I'm a little man's name. You probably haven't heard of it." The pheasant's legs softened and almost fell to his knees. Since he was a gangster, he naturally knew who was in charge of the road of Xiangqing, and that was Wen Xiangdong in front of him. It's just that Wen Xiangdong is standing too high for these little gangsters. They usually don't have a chance to see him, so they didn't recognize Wen Xiangdong just now. "Mountain, brother pheasant, we are surrounded by." "They," next to the pheasant said again. The pheasant quickly turned his head to look, and was surprised to find that 40 or 50 brawny men had come outside at some point, all of them sturdy, and they were nothing like others. These 40 or 50 brawny men were called by Wen Xiangdong, and they were all under his hands. And the subordinate of Wen Xiangdong, who was pushed aside by the pheasant, just now came over and shouted to the pheasant, "I haven't put down all the guys on my hands yet, believe it or not. I chopped off your hands." Pheasant and the others, it's okay to fight in groups and do some sneaky things on weekdays, but it's much worse when confronted with the real underworld, and he saw that Wen Xiangdong's men had a few waists. The bulging one was obviously carrying a gun. He hurriedly shouted to the people behind him, "Quick, let go, let go." As a result, these 20 people threw their iron pipes to the ground. Wen Xiangdong slightly raised his head to look at the pheasant and smiled. "I don't like to raise my head and talk to people." His subordinate immediately shouted to the pheasant and others, "Kneel down." The pheasants had the courage to resist, and they all knelt on the ground without even thinking about it. At this time, Zhou Hao looked at the opposite street and saw a familiar figure about to run away. He smiled and said to Wen Xiangdong beside him, "There is another one over there. I want to be a fish that slips through the net." Wen Xiangdong craned his neck and looked outside. He also saw someone trying to escape, so he immediately said to his opponent, "Quickly, go get that guy back for me. Don't let him run away." For people chased them immediately, and Zhou Hao and Wen Xiangdong looked at the pheasants with smiles. When Pheasant saw the smiles of these two people, he felt regretful and wanted to hit the wall. He knew he had kicked the iron plate this time. Who was Wen Xiangdong? Pheasants have heard many rumors. In the underworld in Xiangqing, no one dared to disobey his will. It is easier for him to pinch himself to death than ants. Not long after, Wen Xiangdong's men arrested the person who wanted to escape, and it was Wei Yingyang. After the pheasant found Zhou Hao just now, he called Wei Yingyang. When Wei Yingyang saw the three girls she liked today, they all liked Zhou Hao without exception. He was really anxious, so he asked the pheasant to help him teach Zhou Hao. So as soon as I received a call from the pheasant, I rushed over excitedly, wanting to see Zhou Hao being beaten into a pig. However, when he saw dozens of strong men came and surrounded the pheasants, he felt it was wrong. Later, when he saw the pheasants, they put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Wei Yingyang knew it was wrong. I got up immediately to escape. Although his sports ability is better than ordinary people, he runs faster than ordinary people. However, these men of Wen Xiangdong have very rich debt collection experience. They often chase those who want to escape debts, and they are all involved. So Wei Yingyang was captured by them before they walked a few hundred meters. Wen Xiangdong's two hands pushed Wei Yingyang to the front of Zhou Hao and Wen Xiangdong, and kicked Wei Yingyang on the knee, causing him to kneel in front of Zhou Hao. Although she was extremely surprised in her heart, Wei Yingyang's resentment towards Zhou Hao was still very strong. Even if she knelt on the ground, she stared at Zhou Hao with unrestrained eyes. Zhou Hao just smiled faintly and pointed to the pheasants and said to Wei Yingyang, "These people should be called by you. The sister-in-law they said should be your girlfriend. Then I don't understand. Now, if I have a holiday with you, I just won your class in the newborn cup. When did I seduce your girlfriend? You shameless fellow." Wei Yingyang stared at Zhou Hao and said bitterly, "You are still not satisfied with Gao Jingyi, but even Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan have taken over. What does this have to do with you?" Zhou Hao smiled disdainfully. "I haven't forced them. I am in love with them. Besides, they don't mean anything to you. So why do you call me? You seduce your girlfriend. I say you are too self-righteous." For the father and son Wei Yuanjun and Wei Yingyang, the old coveted Li Ruolin's beauty, and the young ones coveted Gao Jingyi in them. It is really hateful. I heard Zhou Hao say. What's more, even if I really seduce your girlfriend, then you are too savage, and you want me to get rid of it? You are more gangster than the underworld. When Xiangdong said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, how do you want to deal with him, this guy, and these little bastards?" "Never mind the others," Zhou Hao said. "We only need to catch the main offender." Wei Yingyang and the pheasant changed their faces when they heard this, while the other punks who came with the pheasant were amnesty, and they were relieved for a long time. They knew how the underworld people dealt with their enemies. Zhou Hao pointed to the pheasant and said, "He just wanted me to be both hands and feet. Then let him be both hands and feet." Wen Xiangdong nodded and said to his opponent, "Come here, go and interrupt his left hand and foot for me." "Master Dong, don't." The pheasant immediately begged for mercy. "Master Dong, forgive me this time. I dare not. Forgive me." Wen Xiangdong ignored it, and his two subordinates dragged the pheasant out. Soon, the heart-piercing scream of the pheasant came over. After Wei Yingyang heard it, her entire face became pale and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. He raised his eyes to look at Zhou Hao, and saw Zhou Hao showing a cold smile to himself, and he trembled. "Zhou Hao, you don't mess around. My dad is the principal of the school. If you dare to move me, he will definitely drop you out of school." Wei Yingyang knew that since Zhou Hao was with these underworld people, he was naturally not afraid of the police, so he could only move out of the Wei Yuan army, hoping that Zhou Hao would not move himself for the sake of Wei Yuan army. But I saw Zhou Hao resting his chin and looking at Wei Yingyang. "You rely on your dad to be the principal, and you are rampant in school. I have heard about it a long time ago, and your dad is not a good thing. You don't worry, since I moved you. Naturally, I won't let him go. You find these punks to deal with me. Then I will let you see what the real underworld is." He turned his head and looked. Xiang Wen Xiangdong. "Uncle Wen, this guy, I don't want him to be bothered. Let him leave 2 index fingers." Hearing Zhou Hao said to take off his 2 index fingers, Wei Yingyang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, do you dare? His ideal is to play basketball, and he plans to enter the provincial team or even the country in the future. As a team player, if 2 index fingers are abolished, even if his ideal is ruined, there is no hope for his life. And Zhou Hao knew that he was playing basketball well, so he wanted to abolish his 2 index fingers. He smiled at Wei Yingyang. Don't dare? What am I afraid of? If you and I change roles today, I believe you won't let me go. The 2 people holding Wei Yingyang had already sandwiched him and pressed both his hands on the table. Wei Yingyang struggled fiercely, trying to get rid of the restraint of the 2. One of them took a wooden stool foot and stabbed Wei Yingyang severely on the waist. Ah! Wei Yingyang screamed, and at the same time, the severe pain immediately caused him to lose his strength and did not move anymore. However, both of his hands that were pressed on the table were clenched fists tightly, not sticking out his fingers. When Xiangdong's men held the wooden stool and banged their feet heavily on Wei Yingyang's wrist. Wei Yingyang screamed again, and his hands could no longer be used. 10 fingers were trembling and opened. At this time, Wei Yingyang also saw that the pheasant was dragged back by 2 strong men, and his left elbow and left knee were shattered. The broken bone stubble pierced the flesh and protruded out. Going up is terrible. The pheasant also had no blood on his face, his eyes closed tightly, and he passed out. Wei Yingyang knew that these people weren't joking anymore, and he couldn't be stubborn. He looked at Zhou Hao in horror and pleaded, Zhou Hao, please, let me go. I can't be disabled. I still to play basketball. Please forgive me. Zhou Hao shook his head slightly and held up a glass of beer. You should know the truth about winning and losing. I'm sorry. As soon as Zhou Hao's voice fell, 2 of them came over with a sharp serrated saber. The saber was still shining with cold light, making Wei Yingyang's heart cold. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy when he saw a fierce light in the eyes of the 2 brawny men. And then he held the saber backwards, and the 2 blades pierced Wei Yingyang's 2 index fingers at the same time. With a chick, the 2 sabers were inserted into the table almost at the same time, and the blades were also submerged in half. And Wei Yingyang's 2 index fingers were completely separated from his palm. Because the saber is very sharp, Wei Yingyang only felt 2 cold sensations from his index finger at the beginning. It took a few seconds before he felt the pain, and then he saw blood flowing out of his hand, slowly lying on the table. Spread on. What? This scream was not only because of pain, but also because he knew that his ideal of becoming a basketball player was ruined. Zhou Hao and Wen Xiangdong watched Wei Yingyang's index finger cut off, and the expressions on their faces did not change at all, so calm and chilling. Wen Xiangdong also turned his head to the food stall owner inside, the middle-aged man with a big general belly, and said, Old Zhu, what about your prosperous wealth? Let it come. Good. The man named Lao Zhu responded with a smile, and walked into the kitchen and pulled out a wolf dog that was 1 meter long. When Lao Zhu brought this Wang Kai to Wen Xiangdong's side, Wen Xiangdong used his chopsticks to pick up Wei Yingyang's 2 index fingers and put them to the mouth of Wang Kai. Come on, Wang Kai, I'll add a snack for you tonight. Wang Kai first glanced at Lao Zhu. Seeing that he had no objection, he opened his mouth and ate Wei Yingyang's index finger into his mouth, chewed it loudly, and then swallowed it into his stomach. Don't. Wei Yingyang, with a pale face, murmured weakly as he watched the big wolf dog eat his index finger. He originally had the last glimmer of hope and planned to take his index finger back to the hospital after when Xiangdong and the others left. If he was lucky, he could still catch it. But now, even if the belly of this great wolf dog is cut open, there is no hope. Zhou Hao sipped his beer bit by bit and did not express anything to Wen Xiangdong's behavior. Those little, who followed the pheasant, watched the pheasant abolished his left hand and left foot. Wei Yingyang cut off his fingers again, especially Wen Xiangdong, who did not change Wei Yingyang's feeding the finger to that Wang Kai. The kind of coldness and cruelty between talking and laughing really made them shudder. Moreover, Wen Xiangdong looked like he was obedient to the young man named Zhou Hao, and these little gangsters couldn't help thinking, is that Zhou Hao really a high school student? How can he be ruthless than us? Just listen to Wen Xiangdong saying to these little gangsters, if someone asked you where you went tonight, you just said to sleep at home and didn't go anywhere. You know if you don't. Yes, I know. They responded quickly. Wen Xiangdong smiled and said, where have you been tonight? We all slept at home and didn't go anywhere. Wen Xiangdong smiled and nodded. Very good, good. Then, it's all gone. I won't bother you to go home and sleep. These little gangsters took a long breath, thanked Wen Xiangdong and Zhou Hao a lot, and left quickly. It is estimated that they will not be able to sleep today. And Wen Xiangdong looked at the pheasant who was still unconscious on the ground, and Wei Yingyang, who was lying on the table with only half of his life left, and said to his men, "Send them both back, and clean up here and don't involve Lao Zhu." After Wei Yingyang and the pheasant were taken away, Wen Xiangdong said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, you are so ruthless. People are going to become a basketball player. You cut their fingers like this. Didn't you drive them to the absolute road?" Zhou Hao took a sip of beer and said with a smile, "Uncle Wen, what are you talking about? You are the one who chopped his finger. I haven't done anything from beginning to end. Don't wrong me." When Xiangdong was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "Xiao Hao, you don't want a monk after you finish the ritual." When I returned to the residence, it was late at night, and Li Ruolin had already taken a bath because she forgot to bring a change of clothes, so she wore Zhou Hao's large shirt. At this moment, she was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, still holding Zhou Hao's witch's condition, with joy and sadness on her face, as if she had fully integrated into the story. Zhou Hao saw her slender and beautiful legs exposed outside the shirt, and sat next to her, holding her fragrant shoulder with one hand and touching her thigh with one hand. "Sister Lan, I am back." Li Ruolin sniffed and gave Zhou Hao a white look. "Did you drink again?" "Haha, met with a friend and drank some. But it doesn't matter, I am not drunk, and I can still fight at night," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Not shy." Li Ruolin groaned, and then said again, "I haven't noticed that your writing ability is so good. I think you wrote this witch's condition. Although the writing style is not beautiful, but she has a strong control over the plot, and it is easy for people to substitute in." Her voice became smaller and smaller. "Your description of feelings is very delicate. The script about teacher-student love is written very delicately, which means that Zhou Hao's feelings for herself are very delicate. So Li Ruolin is shy and moved." Seeing Li Ruolin's shy appearance, Zhou Hao couldn't help but hugged her on his lap, wrapped her waist, and said, "Sister Lan, or the two of us will star in this show. I don't think we can act vividly by ourselves. How can this be possible?" Li Ruolin immediately shook her head and objected. "This way everyone will know about us. It won't work. At present, the relationship between teachers and students is still very opposed in China. If the matter of the two is leaked out, Li Ruolin may immediately lose his job as a teacher, and Zhou Hao will also be under great pressure." And Zhou Hao was just joking. He also knew that this was not feasible. Then Li Ruolin blushed and said, "Xiao Hao, you wrote in this script that the female teacher later became pregnant with her student's child?" Zhou Hao knew what Li Ruolin was thinking and deliberately said, "Sister Lan, or shall we have a baby too?" When Li Ruolin heard the words, she trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes showed a look of yearning, but after hesitating, she shook her head. "I don't want it for the time being. You are still young and not suitable. Moreover, it's not good to let Annie know. My parents will also force you to marry me." In fact, Li Ruolin still hopes to have children for her beloved man, but the objective conditions are still immature, so she rationally suppressed that impulse. Zhou Hao also nodded. Fortunately, the contraceptives that Zhou Hao gave to Li Ruolin according to Shun Nong Bai Chao did not have any side effects and could be used as a tonic for health care. Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and Yang Jiabao, Situ Jianying, etc. had relationships with Zhou Hao. Women also drink this kind of contraceptive so as not to actually kill someone one day. After spending a lovely night with Li Ruolin in this residence, the two went back to school with Li Ruolin the next morning. But as soon as they arrived at the school gate, Zhou Hao and the others saw that there were many policemen inside the school. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly. He knew that Wei Yuanjun would definitely call the police after he knew that he had let someone chop off his son's finger. However, the gangsters who were present last night did not dare to be witnesses at all, and the evidence was destroyed by Wen Xiangdong's men. So under the circumstances of relying only on Wei Yingyang's words without evidence, Zhou Hao can't be charged at all. It just so happened that the policeman in charge of command at the school was recognized by Zhou Hao, and he was a captain of Sidu Li, whose surname was Zhong. Zhou Hao casually walked into the school gate with Li Ruolin and walked straight to Captain Zhong. Captain Zhong also saw Zhou Hao at this time, and when he saw him wearing a school uniform, he smiled and greeted him. Hey, Xiao Hao, haha, finally there is a student like him. Captain Zhong, don't laugh at me. Zhou Hao scratched his head. By the way, what happened? Oh, it's like this. Captain Zhong explained. A man broke into the principal's office in your school's office building just now, trying to attack your principal with a watermelon knife, but was stopped by a few male teachers. Twist him into the bureau. Huh. Zhou Hao originally thought that these policemen were called by Wei Yuanjun to arrest him, but he didn't expect it to be another matter. Moreover, the man who attacked Wei Yuan's army there also made Zhou Hao interested. So Zhou Hao asked curiously, Captain Zhong, why did that man attack our principal? Captain Zhong looked around, and he leaned in Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, that man seems to be named Pan. When he attacked your principal, he also shouted that your principal had raped his wife. I don't know if it is true or false, so we asked your principal to also go back with us to assist in the investigation. Zhou Hao suddenly. It seems that Wei Yuanjun's coveting Li Rulan's beauty is not a temporary motive, but has long been inferior. At this time, Wei Yuanjun was coming out of the office building with a few policemen. He also saw Zhou Hao here. He immediately became angry and shouted at Captain Zhong. Captain Zhong, this guy is the one who made people cut off. You dropped my son's finger, please grab him. This guy is colluding with the underworld and deliberately hurting my son. Zhou Hao curled his lips. It seemed that Wei Yingyang had already told Wei Yuanjun that he had let someone cut off his finger. Captain Zhong and Li Rulan, who didn't know about it, looked at Zhou Hao in surprise after hearing what Wei Yuanjun said. Captain Zhong smiled bitterly and said, I said Xiao Hao, why is there nothing good every time I meet you? It looks like you have to come with us too. Captain Zhong, don't wrong me. When did I let someone cut off his son's finger? Zhou Hao said very innocently. I was with my head teacher all night yesterday. When Li Rulan heard him say this, her face changed immediately, and Zhou Hao said, I haven't been in class for a few days this semester, so I am afraid that I will not be able to keep up with the class. So I asked Mr. Li to come to my home to help me with my homework. If you don't believe me, ask her. Seeing Captain Zhong look to herself, Li Rulan gave Zhou Hao a blank look, thinking that your enemy really scared me to death, and thought you were going to tell others about us. This is Teacher Li. Is what Xiao Hao said is true? Captain Zhong obviously doesn't believe in Zhou Hao much. After all, Zhou Hao has a lot of previous convictions, and there are no people who are disabled or imprisoned because of him. Phew. Li Rulan calmed down and blushed. Yes, it is true. I went to Zhou Hao's house to help him with his homework last night. She rarely lied to others, especially to the police, but in order to defend Zhou Hao, she could only bite the bullet and cooperate with Zhou Hao. Compared to Zhou Hao, Captain Zhong still believed in the dignified and beautiful Li Rulan. However, since Wei Yuanjun provided it, regardless of whether there is evidence, he should take Zhou Hao back to the Public Security Bureau to record a statement. So Wei Yuanjun, Zhou Hao, and Li Rulan all got on the police car and went to the Public Security Bureau with Captain Zhong. In the police car, Zhou Hao asked Wei Yuanjun with a caring expression, President Wei, Wei Yingyang was cut off by someone? How could this happen? Did Wei Yingyang offend someone? Oh, what a surprise. Seeing Zhou Hao still pretending to be here, Wei Yuanjun, who used to be able to control his emotions well, couldn't help being furious. He stared at Zhou Hao and yelled, Zhou Hao, don't you give me cats and mice crying hypocritically. I know that you made those underworlds cut off Yingyang's fingers. Poor Yingyang has always dreamed of becoming a basketball player, but now it's all right. It was ruined by your demon. I swear, I will drive you out of Education Ning Middle School. Zhou Hao shrugged. I said, Principal Wei, don't slander people without evidence, but I can sue you for slander. Also, if you say you drive me away, you're driving away. Do you know if you are a fake public aide? Captain Zhong, who was sitting in front, heard the conversation between the two people secretly. It seemed that Zhou Hao was not afraid of the principal at all. Recalling that when I was studying before, I rarely had the opportunity to talk to the principal. It was this kind of opportunity that my legs were so frightened. How could I talk and laugh like Zhou Hao now? And Li Rulan had no affection for Wei Yuanjun at all, so Zhou Hao didn't react to him in this way. When he arrived at the Public Security Bureau, Zhou Hao saw Situ Li and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Uncle Situ. But after seeing Zhou Hao, Situ Li stroked his forehead helplessly, because every time he saw Zhou Hao in the Public Security Bureau, nothing good happened. As soon as Wei Yuanjun sat down, he said that he would sue Zhou Hao and the man named Pan who attacked him in the morning. Situ Li said to him, Principal Wei, according to Linglong's confession, I have sent someone to the food stall to collect evidence. However, the owner of the food stall said that he had never seen Zhou Hao and those gangsters last night. We did not find the big wolf dog that ate his finger, that Linglang said. The people around the food stall also said there are no dogs in the stalls. After a pause, Situ Li said again, Also, we found the pheasant. That's right, his left hand and left foot were badly injured. But he said he fell off the stairs and injured it. It's not that they were beaten and disabled as Linglang said. As for the other people, they all said that they were at home last night, and they didn't even show up. Seeing that Wei Yuanjuan's face was getting more and more ugly, Situ Li shook his head and sighed. Principal Wei, it's not that our police didn't want to help you, but there is no evidence that Zhou Hao asked Linglong's finger to be cut off. We will continue to investigate what those gangsters have done. Wei Yuanjun sneered. That means we can't tell Zhou Hao. Situ Li nodded. From a legal point of view, this is the case. Unless we can find sufficient evidence, our police cannot wrong others. And Zhou Hao also said to Wei Yuanjun, that is, President Wei, you have to show evidence in everything. Even if you have a superior status, you can't just wrong people. Okay, very good. Wei Yuanjun said without a smile, stood up and left Situ Li's office. He clearly heard that Situ Li was his uncle just now, and he knew that the relationship between the two was not shallow. And Wei Yingyang also said that Zhou Hao and Situ Li's daughter Situ Jianying were lovers, so Wei Yuanjun understood that it would be impossible for him to use Situ Li to deal with Zhou Hao. After Wei Yuanjun went out, Zhou Hao smiled at Situ Li and said, Uncle Situ, you really have decided the case like a god. Humph. That Wei Yuanjun, who just wronged good people casually, even lost him as the principal. Situ Li patted his forehead. You brat, don't think I don't know. You did the 9 achievements in this matter. But you are not stupid. You know how to seal the mouth of those people and wipe out the evidence. Lost. Zhou Hao had an inexplicable expression on his face. Uncle Situ, what did you say? I haven't done anything. Okay, I won't say anything. Just know it in your heart. Situ Li shook his head. He was really helpless to Zhou Hao, not to mention that Zhou Hao was very smart, and he didn't have any handle on doing things. The Wei Yuan army found evidence, but as long as the Zhao family was there, no one would be able to move Zhou Hao unless the chairman of the country took the initiative. By the way, Uncle Situ, wasn't a man named Pan attacking Wei Yuanjun? Where is he now? I want to see him. Zhou Hao said. Situ Li was sleek, knowing what Zhou Hao wanted to do, and smiled helplessly. You are really cruel. The principal of Rinjiawi can't touch you. You have to deal with them instead. Forget it. I don't care about you. That person is in the detention room. I'll let someone take you there. Thank you, Uncle Situ. Zhou Hao smiled. Then Zhou Hao went to the detention room and saw the man surnamed Pan. I saw that this was a man in his 30s, with good facial features and a medium body, with his hands and feet locked in a chair. There were a few bruises on his face. He should have been subdued by the school's male teacher before and by the police officers in the bureau. Made it. Perhaps he was taught a lesson by the police. The man was sitting quietly on a chair at this time. He only glanced at him when Zhou Hao came in. There was some confusion in his eyes, but he said nothing. Watching this man deeply, Zhou Hao took the initiative to speak. You said Wei Yuanjun raped your wife? Yes. The man's calm voice was filled with deep resentment and anger. I didn't slander him, and it's useless for you to beat me. The fact is that the who is inferior to the beast bullied my wife. Then do you have evidence? Zhou Hao asked again. The man froze for a while, then dropped his shoulders and said dejectedly, No. In this case, it is difficult to prove that Wei Yuanjun bullied your wife. Zhou Hao has already sat opposite the man. Think about it carefully. If there is evidence, I can help you tie Wei Yuanjuan's head of the law. The man surnamed Pan raised his eyelids. You said you would help me? Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded solemnly. Seeing Zhou Hao's sincere gaze, the man surnamed Pan lowered his head for a moment and said, My wife said that Wei Yuanjuan's beast likes to collect underwear of women who have been possessed by him, especially those with menstrual blood. Those ones. It can be said that Zhou Hao, who didn't blink, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He looked at the man surnamed Pan in surprise. You? What are you talking about? Wei Yuanjun likes to collect women's underwear. Or the one with menstruation. The man surnamed Pan said angrily. Yes, once, my wife had a menstrual period, and the beast didn't let her go and raped her. Not only that, he also took pictures of my wife. It was recorded as a VCD, threatening my wife not to leak it out. Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao guessed that his wife was obviously abused by the Wei Yuan army more than once. So Zhou Hao asked him, then, can your wife come out to testify against Wei Yuanjun? With your wife's testimony, the chance of convicting Wei Yuanjun will be much greater. However, after Zhou Hao raised this question, the man surnamed Pan did not answer, but sobbed with a shrug. His expression was very sad, and people deeply realized that a man has tears and does not flick, just because not to the sad place means. Zhou Hao felt bad and tentatively asked, Mr. Pan, your wife, are you okay? The man surnamed Pan covered his face and cried even more sadly. My wife, she died. Well, what is going on? Zhou Hao asked suspiciously. So, the man surnamed Pan whimpered and said the matter. It turned out that his name was Pan Lianqing, and his wife Xiao Xiaoping was a teacher at an elementary school in Guangzhou, and Wei Yuanjun was the principal of that school before. Due to work relations, Pan Lianqing was transferred to Xinjiang by his own company, and it took a year to go. Seeing Xiao Xiaoping's beautiful appearance, Wei Yuanjun became malicious. Just as he used benefits and position to lure Li Ruolin before, Wei Yuanjun also used promotion to lure Xiao Xiaoping into trying to get her. But Xiao Xiaoping is a very principled woman, and she has a deep love for Pan Lianqing. So how can she agree to Wei Yuanjun? Seeing that the prophet was unsuccessful, Wei Yuanjun deliberately asked Xiao Xiaoping to come to his home on the grounds of reporting work. Then, despite Xiao Xiaoping's resistance, he raped her abruptly. Xiao Xiaoping, who had been insulted, didn't dare to tell Pan Lianqing, who was far away in Xinjiang, so he could only hide it in his heart. No matter how much Wei Yuanjun knew her, he used her sexual VCD as a threat and abused her one after another. Until later, Xiao Xiaoping was pregnant with Wei Yuanjun's child, but Xiao Xiaoping hated him so much. How could he keep such a wicked species? But she didn't dare to let people know, so she went to a private clinic to let the child out. But it was a black clinic, and there was no complete flow of people, equipment, and medical staff. So even though Xiao Xiaoping finally smashed that kind of evil, he also lost his fertility completely because of the severe injuries. Xiao Xiaoping and Pan Lianqing have no children yet, and Pan Lianqing's family is counting on Xiao Xiaoping to succeed the Pan family. So Xiao Xiaoping knew he had lost his virginity and could not give birth to a baby for Pan Lianqing. So he swallowed 2 bottles of sleeping pills and committed suicide. When Pan Lianqing received the news and rushed back from Xinjiang, he could only see his wife for the last time in the morning hall. He didn't know why his wife suddenly committed suicide, but then he found Xiao Xiaoping's diary at home and learned about the whole thing. It was also from Xiao Xiaoping's diary that Pan Lianqing learned that Wei Yuanjun had collected and he had possession of women's underwear and secretly filmed VCDs. At this time, Wei Yuanjun had also been transferred from Guangzhou to Xianqing to serve as the principal of Yuning Middle School. So Pan Lianqing chased in grief and indignation and wanted to die with Wei Yuanjun, but unfortunately, he did not hurt Wei Yuanjun, so he was subdued by the school's male teacher. My wife wrote in her diary. In addition to her, there are several other female teachers in the school who have also suffered the same thing, but they dare not say anything to Wei Yuanjun's beasts. Pan Lianqing said. After listening to Pan Lianqing's narration, Zhou Hao clenched his fists. He was also very angry about what Wei Yuanjun did. He thought to himself, fortunately, he found out early. If the guy Wei Yuanjun would treat Li Ruolin while he was away with this trick, it would be unthinkable. And this time I have to deal with Wei Yuanjun, not just for personal enmity, but for the people. Captain Zhong, who is also here in the detention room, also said bitterly. Unexpectedly, that Wei Yuan army looked gentle and serious. It turned out to be a wolf in human skin. Don't worry, Mr. Pan, we will definitely help. You get justice back. Zhou Hao glanced at him, saying that you guys, When they were sent to the Public Security Bureau, you would beat them indiscriminately first, and now it's time for justice again. Seeing Zhou Hao's contemptuous gaze, Captain Zhong scratched his head and coughed twice before hustling past. Then, Zhou Hao and Captain Zhong went to Sito Li and asked him to issue a search warrant to search the residence of Wei Yuanjun to find those women's underwear and VCD as evidence. Originally, as the principal of Yuning Middle School, Wei Yuanjun was also an official at the division level. It was not so easy to search his residence. It's okay if you find the evidence. If you can't find it, it's easy to be bitten by the Wei Yuan army. If according to the past, Sito Li would not issue this search warrant, but since it was Zhou Hao's intention, Sito Li expected that the Wei Yuan army would not be the opponent of the Zhao family after all, so he would search the warrant there. Signed his name. When Zhou Hao and Captain Zhong were leaving, Sito Li also specifically ordered, "Remember, we must civilize law enforcement." Hearing Sito Li's words, Zhou Hao was still slandering in his heart that you were originally a violent agency of the country. So what kind of civilized law enforcement are you talking about? Then, Zhou Hao and Captain Zhong sent Li Ruolin back to school first. After all, she still had classes. As for Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin will naturally ask for leave for him. Zhou Hao, Captain Zhong, and a few policemen came to Wei Yuanjuan's residence nonstop, a unit in a high-end community. But the doorbell was rang at the door for a long time, but still no one came to open the door. Zhou Hao immediately said, "They may have gone to the hospital to see Wei Yingyang. Captain Zhong, you should know how to open the lock, then go in like this. It will be more convenient if no one is there." Captain Zhong hesitated for a moment. "Huh? That's not good, right? What are you afraid of? We already have a search warrant. Besides, don't tell me you haven't done this before." In desperation, Captain Zhong had to let one of his men open the door. Unlocking can be regarded as one of the police's professional skills. When Zhou Hao saw the young policeman, it took less than 10 seconds to open the door of Wei's house. Wei Yuanjuan's unit had 4 bedrooms and 2 halls. It was very spacious. Seeing that there was no one inside, Captain Zhong immediately asked several men to search. On the other hand, Zhou Hao sat down on the sofa in the hall and saw that there was a lot of good wine on the wine cabinet in the hall, and there was a treadmill on the terrace over there. So he tilted his legs and said, "I didn't expect our principal's life is quite comfortable." After half an hour, those policemen have not found anything. Captain Zhong said to Zhou Hao, "I'm afraid Wei Yuanjun didn't put those things at home, so let's leave before they come back. Even if there is a search warrant, if there is no evidence, we will be in trouble." "No need, I know those things are here," Zhou Hao said. "How do you know?" Captain Zhong looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Zhou Hao nodded his forehead. Intuition. Seeing him standing up and walking straight into the study, a policeman said, "We have searched for this study, and we haven't found anything suspicious." Zhou Hao did not speak. After walking into the study room, he saw a desk inside, and 2 large bookcases against the wall. All kinds of books were placed on it, and Wei Yuanjuan's excellent worker medal. Zhou Hao looked around, walked to the bookcase, and suddenly swept all the medals and pennants on the top row of the bookcase to the ground. "Xiao Hao, what are you doing? We are responsible for breaking other people's things," Captain Zhong said quickly. However, Zhou Hao laughed and said, "You don't need to find evidence." As he said, he pried out the wooden planks in the row of bookcases that were close to the wall. Captain Zhong and the other police officers looked at the wall behind the wooden board in surprise. There was a hidden grid, rectangular in shape, with sealed plastic bags inside. What was sealed in it were strips of women's underwear. There are obvious bright red blood stains on Xiao's underwear, which should be what Pan Lianqing called menstrual marks. On the other side of the secret compartment, there are neatly placed VCDs. Just look at it. There are about 20 or 30. "Found it," Captain Zhong said in surprise. "Quickly, bring these all back to the game." Zhou Hao looked at the women's underwear sealed in a sealed plastic bag and thought that this was really unfamiliar. He didn't expect Wei Yuanjun to have such a habit. It would be a mistake to let him continue to be the principal. The children of people. With these evidences, Wei Yuanjun will not only be unable to be the principal of Yuning Middle School, he will probably be ruined and will spend most of his life in prison. Captain Zhong excitedly asked his men to take the exhibits away and smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, did you know that Wei Yuanjun hid things here?" "No, this is the first time I have come to his house." Zhou Hao shook his head. Then your instincts are too great. Captain Zhong exclaimed. I think you should be a policeman. I think if you are a policeman, you will soon have the title of Detective Zhou Hao. Up. After bringing the exhibits back to the Public Security Bureau, the police immediately began collecting evidence. Those women's underwear is naturally more difficult to obtain evidence. But those VCDs that were photographed by Wei Yuanjun to threaten female teachers have all captured his of female teachers, which can be described as conclusive evidence. When Captain Zhong took people to the hospital to arrest Wei Yuanjun, Wei Yuanjun's wife and Wei Yingyang were shocked. Wei Yuanjun also yelled to Captain Zhong, saying that I was the principal of Yuning Middle School and a cadre of the country, and you could not arrest me. But after Captain Zhong told him that he had found the women's underwear and VCD, Wei Yuanjun was in disbelief, and then he wilted, looking bloodlessly as he was taken away by Captain Zhong in handcuffs. Wei Yuanjun's wife didn't know what her husband was doing, so after going to the Public Security Bureau and seeing the VCD, she passed out. And because the female teachers invaded by Wei Yuanjun were all from the primary school in Guangzhou, he had not had time to commit the crime after he came to Yuning Middle School, so the Shanqing Public Security Bureau handed him back to the Guangzhou Public Security Bureau and sent him to Guangzhou Public Security Bureau. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Shanqing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection jointly investigated the problem of Wei Yuanjun. The result was as Zhou Hao had originally expected. Wei Yuanjun, like many other officials, was no problem if he didn't check it, and there would definitely be a problem when he checked it. In addition to infringing on female teachers, Wei Yuanjun also accepted many bribes, including school selection fees for some students, and bribes from engineering companies through bidding for school projects. The bribes involved amounted to several million yuan. At this point, Wei Yuanjun was truly ruined, and for his crimes, even if he was not sentenced to death, he was imprisoned for life. However, in order to prevent the reputation of Yuning Middle School from being damaged, the Shanqing city government blocked information about Wei Yuanjun's case, and only stated that Wei Yuanjun was transferred to another place for personal reasons. Therefore, with the exception of a handful of people such as Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, the teachers and students of Yuning Middle School didn't know why the principal with outstanding work ability suddenly transferred. As for Wei Yingyang, after Wei Yuanjun was arrested, he also knew that he could not tell Zhou Hao. Because he was afraid that Zhou Hao would retaliate against him, he transferred to another city within a few days. During this period, Zhou Hao lived very well in his own residence. Li Ruolin and Situ Jinying took turns to spend the night with him, which made Zhou Hao have a good time every night, and Yin Qingqing and Wang Shijuan often came to him to help him clean up the house, wash the dishes, and so on. Several women wandered around Zhou Hao, waiting for him like an old master, and letting him enjoy his beauty. At the same time, Tina Beverage Group's flagship product Fruit Orange is about to be launched on the market. Zhou Hao plans to go to the production base of Huayu Village to take a look. On this day, Yin Qingqing came to Zhou Hao to cook for him. After the two had eaten, they cuddled up on the sofa and watched TV. Of course, both of them were not on the TV, and Zhou Hao's hand on Yin Qing's waist was not at ease, gently stroking the smooth and soft skin of Yin Qing's waist. Xiao Hao, you haven't been home for a long time. Yin gently put his head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and said quietly, My aunt misses you very much. She wants to call you, but I am afraid you are still giving birth to her. Angry, she pushed Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, when are you going to be frustrated with your aunt? Although uncle has something wrong, but Anne is right. He is always your father. Even though you know that Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao the relationship is very bad, but according to seniority and relationship, Yin Qing still has to call his uncle. Zhou Hao said lightly, He is not worthy. Xiao Hao, don't be so childish. Don't be angry with your aunt, okay? Yin said softly. Listening to Yin Qing's delicate voice, Zhou Hao felt that his bones were soft. He didn't expect that Yin Qing would even use the invincible killer trick of acting like a baby in order to ease the relationship between him and his family. Xiao Hao, okay, don't be angry with aunt, okay? Yin gently embraced Zhou Hao's arm and said softly. Yin Qingqing had never acted like a spoiled girl to Zhou Hao before. In Zhou Hao's eyes, Yin Qingqing treated herself as both a sister and a wife. However, Now the lethality brought about by Yin Qing's acting like a baby is so great. Xiao Hao, good brother, you agreed. Yin gently pressed his face to Zhou Hao's chest and said greasily. Zhou Hao yelled in his heart and couldn't stand it, and quickly said, Okay, let me call Mom. If you call again, my bones will be weakened. If I don't agree, I'm afraid it will not be your good brother. He secretly sighed. Yin Qing's graceful woman acted like a coquettish, and her temptation was actually more than 3 points stronger than Situ Jianying's call to bed. So he dialed Yin Tong's phone. In fact, he himself missed Yin Tong very much, but Zhou Liren was in the middle, which made Zhou Hao always have a lump in his heart. The phone was connected quickly, and Yin Tong's voice came from over there. Hello, this is Yin Tong. Hearing his mother's voice again, Zhou Hao sighed in his heart and said, Mom, it's me. Xiao Hao. Yin Tong's voice was full of surprises. However, Zhou Hao was only called, but the mother and son didn't know what to say. In the end, Yin Tong said, Xiao Hao, when do you plan to go home? Mom misses you very much. But I don't want to see him. Zhou Hao said, That's your father. Yin Tong sighed. Could you not see him for the rest of your life? If I can, I prefer that. Xiao Hao. Yin Tong's voice rose. Mom. Zhou Hao's voice was calm. I am different from you. I have no feelings for that person. If I insist on saying anything, I only hate. I know you don't want us to do this, but Mom, I am not the one who caused this situation today. Moreover, I am not a 3-year-old kid anymore. I already have my own thoughts. So, Mom, I love you and respect you, but I hope you don't force me. If I didn't start to deal with that person and let him completely disappear into our world, I was already very restrained. There was a long silence on the phone. Zhou Hao only heard Yin Tong's heavy breathing. Zhou Hao didn't hang up and just waited for Yin Tong silently. In the end, Yin Tong said, In this case, hey, he doesn't have much work now, so you can arrange for him to work in the factory in Huayu Village, so you don't need to see him. Arrange for him to go to the Tianhe factory? Zhou Hao was surprised. With his temperament, can he work at ease? He said he would change it. Yin Tong said, Then let him go to the factory to grind, and your uncle and others will look at him. Xiao Hao, please be your mother. Mom, don't do this, I promise you that. Listening to Yin Tong's sincere tone, Zhou Hao had to agree after thinking about it. However, he always believes that Zhou Liren is the kind of person who is lazy and addicted to gambling. He has been like this for decades. The so-called nature is easy to change, so Zhou Hao does not think Zhou Liren will change. Moreover, in Zhou Hao's view, Zhou Liren is now by Yin Tong's side. But he has taken a fancy to Zhou Hao and his extremely rich wealth. Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao said to Yin Gentle next to him, Cousin Gentle, I will return to Huayu Village tomorrow. Can you go with me? Yin nodded lightly. I also want to go back and see my parents and grandparents. So Zhou Hao asked for leave from the school the next day and drove a Land Rover off-road vehicle to the gate of Guanhu Villa to meet Yin Qingqing and Zhou Liren. Looking at the gate of Guanhu Villa, Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. The house here is obviously his own, but now he makes himself look like an outsider. Why? Yin Tong came downstairs with Zhou Liren and Yin Gentle. Zhou Liren still holding a suitcase. Zhou Hao also got out of the car and walked over, but instead of looking at Zhou Liren, who was already energetic, he watched Yin Tong deeply. Yin Tong didn't speak either, but lovingly touched Zhou Hao's face with a maternal smile on his face. It is more than words. Cousin Gentle, get in the car, Zhou Hao said, helping Yin Gentle to take her handbag and get on the off-road vehicle. Seeing Zhou Hao sitting in the car, Zhou Liren angrily said to Yin Tong, Look, you see, does he still treat me as his father? You are asking yourself, have you fulfilled your father's responsibilities over the years? Yin Tong glared at him fiercely. Zhou Liren snorted. Yin Tong helped him adjust his collar and said softly, After going over there, you must work hard. Xiao Hao's attitude towards you can't be changed in a day. It depends. You go and prove to him that you really changed. She stared at Zhou Liren deeply. Liren, Xiao Hao has grown up now. Although he is very good to me, he is now the head of the family. If you really want to come back and really want to regain this family, you must pass Xiao Hao's pass. Liren, promise me not to make mistakes, otherwise you will never have a chance to be forgiven by Xiao Hao in your life. Zhou Liren nodded and said, I know. I will let him know that I truly repent. When you go to the factory, I will not be by your side. You must know how to take care of yourself. Yin Tong told Zhou Liren. Also, move to my house more. If your parents and elder brother are willing to help you, you will get a little house chance of forgiving is even greater. I will, Zhou Liren said, turning around with the suitcase and walking to the off-road vehicle. On the way from Shanxing to Huayu village, Zhou Hao didn't say a word to Zhou Liren, who was sitting in the back seat. Yin Qingzhen beside him felt that the relationship between the father and son was very stiff and uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to chat with them. However, Zhou Hao often only spoke to Yin softly and kept silent as soon as Zhou Liren was involved. Zhou Liren was not much better either. Zhou Hao ignored him, and he ignored Zhou Hao. He chatted with Yin Qingtian with each other and made Yin Qing sigh. Although the relationship between father and son is not good, both it's the same stubbornness. Soon, Zhou Hao returned to Huayu village, but instead of going to the factory this time, he went to Yin Mudong, Yin Munin's home first. Uncle, you should be here for the second time. Yin Qingqing smiled at Zhou Liren. Zhou Liren came to Huayu village to meet with Yan's family only when he married Yin Tong that year, and then he hasn't been here for more than 10 years, so this is his second visit. Yin Mudong and Yin Munin knew that Zhou Hao and the others were coming, so he waited for them at the door early. After Zhou Liren got off the car, he saw the newly built independent bungalow of Yan's family and said in surprise, "Even you guys are also building new houses?" Seeing Zhou Liren, Yin Mudong and Yin Munin's faces were not very good, because Yin Tong was their most beloved sister, but they had suffered because of Zhou Liren. If Zhou Hao hadn't changed everyone's lives, Yin Tong still suffering today. Seeing that his father and uncle had no good expressions, Yin Qing said to Zhou Liren himself, "Yes, uncle, thank you Xiao Hao for this. He not only made my uncle the village head, but also opened a fruit for my dad. The company, uncle and uncle, grandpa and grandma, they are all inside. I'll go in and see them." Zhou Hao ignored Zhou Liren and walked in with Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. And Zhou Liren glanced at Zhou Hao's back and followed Yin Qingqing together. Zhou Hao's grandfather and grandmother were drinking tea on the first floor. After seeing Zhou Liren, the two elders were taken aback, and then the grumpy grandpa cursed, "You bastard, you have the face to see us." In fact, Yin Tong had called Yin Mudong and the others before, so they all knew Zhou Liren would come. Yin Mudong and Yin Munin looked at Yin Tong's face. Although they did not like Zhou Liren in their hearts, they would not yell at them after all. But the two elders knew that their daughter had been ruined by Zhou Liren for most of their lives, so they didn't have a good face to Zhou Liren. Seeing his grandfather scold Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao didn't stop him either. He just stood and watched, thinking he understood his grandpa's feelings. If his daughter was also deceived, he would certainly not have a good face. But seeing Zhou Liren kneel down all at once, crying to the two elders, "Dad, Mom, I was wrong. I am sorry, Tong, and I am sorry for your elders. I know I was wrong." Seeing his behavior, everyone was stunned, and even Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because he saw Zhou Liren's tears and snot really came, as he said, more powerful than any actor. At this moment, Zhou Liren knelt and crawled over to the two elders. When they were in front of the two elders, he banged his head and admitted his mistake, as if the prodigal son turned his head back and didn't change his head. Grandpa wanted to curse a few words, but the grandma next to him was soft-hearted after all, so he pulled his sleeves. Forget it, since he knows that he is wrong. Let's see if he really changed it. After all, he is Tu Tong's husband, is Xiao Hao's father. Hearing what the grandmother said, and seeing that Zhou Liren's tears on his face did not seem to be false, Grandpa snorted. "Then let's see if you really changed it. If you let me know that you are lying to us, this old man brought a Tong to divorce you himself." Thank you, Dad." Zhou Liren knocked his head again. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao over there also sighed slightly. His cold expression loosened a little. After sitting in the Yan's house for a while, Zhou Hao said lightly, "Okay, let's go to the factory." He stood up and walked outside the house. It took a long time for Zhou Liren to realize that Zhou Hao was talking to himself, and he said goodbye to the two old men with joy on his face, and hurriedly followed out. The factory was on the other side of Huayu village. Zhou Hao drove the Land Rover and arrived soon. Compared with the last time he came here, the area and scale of the factory have expanded a lot. and Zhou Liren originally thought Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Group was just a small factory, but now I know that the scale is so large. Yin Tong told Zhou Liren that Zhou Hao rarely participated in the operation of Tongguan Catering Company, Limited, but had his own investment business. Zhou Liren thought that Zhou Hao's so-called investment was just a small mess, but now it seems that Zhou Hao's business has far exceeded his expectations. Factory director Dai Zhengzhou and Li Chufan, the head of the Technology Development Department, came out to greet Zhou Hao. As soon as he saw Zhou Hao, Li Chufan greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Hao, our fruit orange will be officially launched the day after tomorrow. I really look forward to it." Zhou Hao also smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too, Director Dai. Do we have enough stock?" Dai Zhanwang nodded hurriedly. "We have stored more than 800,000 boxes in our warehouse." In fact, he was a little worried that so many stocks would not be sold out in the end, which would cause a backlog. Zhou Hao immediately saw through Dai Zhanwang's worries and smiled. "Dai, you should be worried about our inventory. I think after tomorrow, our factory will work overtime immediately." At this moment, Li Chufan and Dai Zhengzhou both looked at the man behind Zhou Hao who was 3 points similar to him. "Xiao Hao, this is..." "His name is Zhou Liren, and my mother asked me to arrange a job for him," Zhou Hao said to Li Chufan and the two of them. "Let him be a security guard first. The salary is the same as other security guards, no special treatment. By the way, arrange for him an employee dormitory." Dai Zhanwang and Li Chufan didn't know what Zhou Liren came from, but since Zhou Hao spoke, they did it. After arranging Zhou Liren's affairs, Zhou Hao didn't care about him anymore and followed Dai Zhanwang and Li Chufan to observe in the factory. Compared with the last time I visited, the factory here has built 2 more independent workshops and 2 spacious warehouses, and there are more workers than before. After walking around the factory, Li Chufan and Dai Zhanwang took Zhou Hao to the building of the Technology Development Department. "What's going on? Uncle, how are you mysterious?" Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, seeing the mysterious expressions of Li Chufan and Dai Zhengzhou. I saw Li Chufan pouring Zhou Hao a glass of crimson-like drinks that looked like foreign wine. "Xiao Hao, you taste this." Zhou Hao took it suspiciously and smelled a delicate fragrance as soon as he got close to his mouth. This fragrance made him both familiar and unfamiliar, and he felt a long-lost feeling. Because of this scent, Zhou Hao had only smelled it in his previous life. He looked at Li Chufan and Dai Zhengzhou in surprise, and saw Li Chufan urged, "Taste, taste." Zhou Hao drank the drink without even thinking about it, and immediately felt the familiar sweetness filling his throat. Then, he said to Li Chufan, "Uncle Li, I didn't expect that you really developed iced black tea." This crimson drink is the iced black tea that Zhou Hao asked Li Chufan to develop and research before. He didn't expect Li Chufan to develop it so soon. Moreover, after tasting it carefully, the taste of this iced black tea is better than that of Master Kong that Zhou Hao had drunk in his previous life. "Iced black tea is better." Li Chufan smiled and said, "After we developed the fruit orange, we immediately started to develop other kinds of juices. The iced tea you mentioned to me before was researched by Lao Song, and I personally led the team. After many failures, this iced black tea was developed. But we are only developing iced black tea for the time being. We are still studying the green tea you said. But now there has been a lot of progress, as long as 4 months. In 2 months, green tea can be developed." The Lao Song he referred to was Song Buqian, an old expert who jumped to Tianhe Beverage Group's Technology Development Department with him before. Zhou Hao said excitedly, "Don't worry, but I didn't expect you to develop iced black tea so soon. It's also due to your investment." Li Chufan said, "If we didn't have the advanced equipment that you bought from the United States and Germany, we wouldn't be able to develop iced tea so quickly. Xiao Hao, this is the return of your previous investment." "What?" It seems that the age of iced tea is coming soon." Zhou Hao smiled. Dai Zhanwang asked Zhou Hao, "Boss, when are we going to launch this iced black tea on the market?" Zhou Hao waved his hand. "No hurry, no hurry. Wait for our fruit orange to be launched on the market, and it will not be too late to launch our Tianhe name. By the way, Xiao Hao, some time ago, I heard that the juice factory where we used to work was acquired." Li Chufan said to Zhou Hao. Li Chufan and Song Buqian as well as some of the researchers in the Tianhe Technology Development Department, were originally employees of a state-owned beverage factory in Yangzhou, but later they all followed Zhou Hao. Just listen to Li Chufan said, "Not only our original factory, but also many fruit juice and beverage factories in Yangzhou, and even the entire Jiangsu province have been acquired, and many of them are state-owned." So I and Song both wondered if someone want to form a large-scale beverage group. A large-scale beverage group? Zhou Hao frowned. According to his knowledge, there are more than a dozen large-scale beverage companies in Jiangsu province and hundreds of small and medium-sized beverage companies. The Yangzhou beverage factory where Li Chufan and Song Buqian worked before is a large beverage company. Although many of these state-owned enterprises have already suffered losses, they have also been severely suppressed by foreign beverage groups such as Coca-Cola. However, the production equipment of those large factories is very complete, and the fixed assets alone are not a small number. If these large-scale corporate acquisitions are integrated, they can indeed form a large-scale group. Zhou Hao estimated that if all the more than 10 large beverage companies in Jiangsu province were purchased, the production equipment would probably be worth billions of yuan. Let me check it out first, Zhou Hao said, but our fruit orange will still be listed like this. Even if there are strong competitors, Zhou Hao has absolute opinion on fruit orange. Confidence. After coming out of the building of the Technology Development Department, Zhou Hao immediately called Zhao Yuqin. During this time, Zhao Yuqin was busy managing the large-scale production base of Tianhe Beverage Group in Jingyu County. According to the current schedule, it could be put into operation at about the end of the year. Under the management of Zhao Yuqin, the distilled water and mineral water of Tianhe have already occupied most of the southern market. The reason why such a good result can be achieved is not only the brand effect formed by the sponsorship of various domestic sports meetings formulated by Zhou Hao, but also the star effect of inviting popular star Aaron Kwok to endorse. Of course, Zhou Hao is only responsible for the formulation of strategies in the general direction, and Zhao Yuqin's credit is for achieving these strategies. And now, Tianhe also intends to officially open up the mineral water and distilled water market in the northern region when the fruit orange is launched. Xiao Hao, how did you call my sister? Don't you know how much your sister misses you? Zhao Yuqin's voice came over the phone. Just by listening to Zhao Yuqin's voice, Zhou Hao could imagine her charming state, and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart, and said affectionately, "Sister, I miss you too. You little enemy." Zhao Yuqin couldn't help his thoughts surging when he heard Zhou Hao's affectionate words. How many men want to pursue sister? But sister can't forget your nasty little enemy. What annoying. I have to help you look at your side business. I don't care, you have to stay with your sister this time. Zhou Hao was also heartbroken and said with a smile, "Sister, if I cash out all my money in the stock and foreign exchange markets in Southeast Asia, Japan, and South Korea, it is estimated that there will be more than $8 billion US. Plus Asia TV, the equity, as well as the assets of Tianhe, should be $9 billion US. After a pause, he continued, "Sister, I am confident that I can make more than $1 billion in 2 months. Zhao Yuqin flushed over there, because Zhou Hao made a promise to her that she would not possess her virgin body until he made $10 billion. Now, Zhou Hao is about to achieve this goal. That is to say, her virgin body will soon be handed over to Zhou Hao. Sister, I will go on a trip with you then, okay? Zhou Hao said softly. At that time, this trip was probably a honeymoon trip for the two. There was silence on the phone for a long time, before Zhou Hao heard Zhao Yuqin's Dreaming of Zhao Yuqin's blushing, shy, and seductive appearance, Zhou Hao wished to fly to Beijing to stay with his beloved sister. By the way, sister, have you heard of someone buying a large number of beverage companies in Jiangsu province during this time? Huh? I haven't heard of this, Zhao Yuqin said. Let me ask you some questions. After chatting with Zhao Yuqin for a while, Zhou Hao hung up. In the next 2 days, Zhou Hao lived in Yan's house. Although Zhou Liren had moved to the factory's employee dormitory, he would often come over to chat and drink tea with the two elders, or help Yin Mudong and Yin Yunin with chores. Jean made the Yin family's attitude towards him better and would leave him for dinner. And Zhou Hao has always been indifferent to him, and his attitude has not changed much. Soon it was the day when the fruit orange was on the market. Early in the morning, a fleet of dozens of large trucks came to the factory and transported 200,000 boxes of fruit orange, distributed to various supermarkets and wholesale markets in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. At the same time, commercials produced by the sales department and advertising department of Tianhe, featuring the two kings of Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau, were also officially broadcast on major television stations across the country. The filming location of the advertisement was the bright sea and the sky in Sanya that day. The content was that a pair of friends played by Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau met a beautiful woman in a bikini while playing on the beach. The King of Heaven said, "I will associate with anyone who has a fruit orange." So Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau fought hard to chase the small truck with the fruit orange advertisement that happened to pass by. When Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok were chasing the truck in sweat, the beauty smiled sweetly at the camera and said, "Summer passion, I only want fruit orange." This 20-second commercial was produced by the people of the Tianhe advertising department according to Zhou Hao's instructions. At this time, the plot was very novel to the audience, and Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok appeared in an advertisement at the same time. It can be said that it is unprecedented, and the picture and production quality of this advertisement are very high. So as soon as the advertisement was broadcast, the general public immediately remembered the fruit orange. At the same time, there is a short follow-up to this advertisement. When Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok were exhausted when they got the fruit orange, they found that the beauty had followed a 6- or 7-year-old boy. The boy, it was the fruit orange in his hand, and the two heavenly kings could only sigh. The ad slogan for this follow-up advertisement is "Sweet, Meaty." The two advertisements were broadcast in turn, allowing fruit orange to enter consumers' sight at the fastest speed. In particular, the popularity of Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau is in the midst of the sky, and it makes young people become interested in fruit orange. Zhou Hao, Yin Qingqing, Li Chufan, Dai Zhengzhou, and Song Boqian all sat in the office watching the fruit orange advertisement on TV. After reading the two consecutive commercials, Yin Qing smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, you really came up with this ad? How did you come up with it? It's so humorous." Dai Zhanwang also smiled. "That's it. Let alone those young people. It's us old guys who saw this advertising industry and wanted to buy a bottle of fruit orange to taste. I think the bikini beauty in this advertisement is going to be popular. After all, the two kings can be said to be her green leaves." Zhou Hao smiled. The bikini beauty in the advertisement was originally a model with little reputation in Guangzhou. Later, she was photographed by the people of the Tianhe advertising department. After many screenings, she decided to let her appear in this advertisement featuring Aaron Kwok and Andy Lau. Zhou Hao had originally guessed that she was likely to become popular because of this ad, so he had already asked Polaris to sign her. At this time, the phone in the office rang eagerly. Dai Zhengzhou quickly picked it up. "Huh? What? It's all sold out." Okay, we still have stock here. Okay. After putting down the phone, Dai Zhanwang said to Zhou Hao excitedly, "Boss, the fruit oranges in supermarkets and wholesale markets have all been snapped up by consumers. The 200,000 boxes of fruit oranges, one afternoon it's sold out. Those supermarkets and wholesale markets have to make additional orders with us." Li Chufan and Song Boqian were also very happy to hear that. They were originally worried about the market prospects of fruit orange. After all, there has never been a drink with pulp in China or even in the world. Now, this news has swept away their worries. Song Boqian said, "Then let them come here quickly." However, Zhou Hao waved his hand. "No, look ahead. You tell the people in the sales department to make a statement to the whole country. Just say that our Tianhe has formally invited distributors for fruit orange, and it is provincial distribution. Before, Tianhe fruit oranges were sold to supermarkets and wholesale markets in Guangzhou and Shenzhen through temporary orders, and no long-term contracts were signed. Because those supermarkets and wholesale markets do not have much confidence in fruit orange. Zhou Hao had set a distribution strategy for the sales of fruit orange a long time ago, but he didn't implement this strategy before the name of fruit orange became famous. Nowadays, it is a fact that fruit orange sweeps the national beverage market. Zhou Hao does not need to sign sales and purchase contracts with those supermarkets or wholesale markets. He directly invites distributors to join the fruit orange. Orange is fully launched on the market. With the broadcast of those two advertisements, coupled with the excellent taste and taste, fruit orange will definitely become more and more popular. So Zhou Hao doesn't have to worry about no dealers coming. Even Tianhe does not need to beg Grandpa to tell the dealers like other beverage companies, but can completely take the initiative. As Zhou Hao expected, as the two novel advertisements of fruit orange were broadcast on TV stations across the country, the name of fruit orange was also popular in the south of the Yangtze River, and Tianhe was completely launched. The name. Then, after Tianhe issued a statement inviting distributors from various provinces to join, the phone calls of Tianhe were almost overwhelmed by distributors in various provinces. Those dealers who want to obtain the distribution rights of fruit oranges have also come to their door. In the more developed provinces such as Guangdong, Fujian, and Jiangsu, dozens of dealers with strong financial resources have come. As for the selection of dealers, Zhou Hao handed it over to the sales department of Tianhe. The selection factors are mainly based on the dealer's goodwill and strength, as well as the initial fee he can pay. The franchise fee must be determined according to the economic status and population of each province. In addition, dealers must pay a deposit. The amount of the deposit depends on how long they have signed a contract with Tianhe. The contract time is the shortest. It is 2 years, and the longest is 5 years. In the end, the initial fee and deposit that Tianhe recovered from these dealers amounted to more than 1 billion yuan. Therefore, the fruit orange of Tianhe has not been fully sold, so the cost and profit have been collected. Came back. In the next week, as fruit oranges were placed on the shelves of stores in various provinces, a whirlwind of yellow fruit oranges blew up in the domestic beverage market. If the two advertisements played a role in attracting consumers and promoting the reputation of fruit orange, then the good taste and taste of fruit orange itself will keep consumers behind and make them repeat customers. Also in this week, all the fruit oranges stored in the warehouses of Tianhe were removed by dealers in various provinces, and then Tianhe was constantly urged to step up supply to cope with the growing market demand. Tianhe followed the momentum of fruit orange and launched fruit juice drinks such as apple juice, pomegranate juice, and grape juice, which were also welcomed by consumers and became the most famous beverage company in China for a while. The sudden rise of Tianhe Beverage Group also attracted the Coca-Cola Company, which has been operating in China for many years. When it was investigated that Tianhe had a large mineral water production base in Jingyu County, Coca-Cola even sent a representative to propose to Tianhe. Proposal for acquisition. The price proposed by Coca-Cola is very generous, equivalent to the assets and output value of the two Tianhe companies today. However, Zhou Hao flatly rejected their suggestion in the end. He originally planned to China's beverage market from foreign companies such as Coca-Cola, so how could he agree to it? That night, Zhou Hao took advantage of Yin Mudong, Yin Munin, and the others to go out for a walk, and they touched Yin Qingqing's room. During this period, because Yin Mudong and the others were at home, and Zhou Hao was busy with Tianhe affairs, they never made any affection with Yin Qingqing. Now that the Tianhe matter is on track, and Yin Mudong and the others are not at home, Zhou Hao has finally found an opportunity, so naturally, he won't just let it go. When I walked into Yin Qing's room, I saw that she was lying prone on the bed and reading. Because Huayu village is full of mountains and trees, it is the midsummer season, so Yin Qing's bed is surrounded by a mosquito net to make Yin Qing's inside. It looks more hazy beauty. Zhou Hao closed the door lightly, walked quietly to the bed, pushed away the mosquito net with both hands, and pounced on him. He immediately rushed to Yin Qing's side. Half of his body was also pressed on Yin Qing's body. Yin Qing was frightened by him and exclaimed, "Ah!" After seeing that it was Zhou Hao, he groaned, "Xiao Hao, why is it scary again? It necrotic you. I'm not bad and you won't like it anymore." Zhou Hao smiled. His right hand already touched Yin Qing's beautiful buttocks, kneading the extremely elastic soft flesh. Yin Qing was so frivolous by him. His body became softer, and he made a few strong nasal sounds. Hearing Zhou Hao's blood boiled, he turned over and made Yin gently lie on her body and kissed her at the same time. Delicate lips. Xiao Hao. Yin Qingqing just snorted and let Zhou Hao do it. Since he was at home, Yin Qing's body was covered with slim household clothes. Clinging to Zhou Hao, it was easy to know Zhou Hao's physical reaction. The fierce thing under Zhou Hao was pressed against her waist and abdomen with several layers of fabric, and Yin made Yin lightly hot. When Yin Qingming noticed that Zhou Hao's hand was unbuttoning his coat, he quickly released Zhou Hao and said with a blushing face, "Don't stop, Xiao Hao. Parents and them will come back anytime." Zhou Hao also knew that it was unrealistic to have Yin Qing's body now, so he sighed long. Seeing Zhou Hao's gloomy look, Yin kissed his forehead and eyes with distress and said softly, "Xiao Hao, don't do this. Cousin promises you, wait. When the time is right, cousin will give you, good or not." Yeah. Looking at Yin Qingqing's gentle and considerate face, Zhou Hao couldn't bear to blame her. After that, the two felt that in the room, that kind of atmosphere would easily cause trouble, especially at this time the two of them could be described as a little bit of firewood. So Zhou Hao brought Yin Qing to the rooftop, lying on it, looking up at the bright and romantic starry sky above his head. There is no dark cloud in the sky in the summer night, and the twinkling stars hang on it, which is very fascinating. Zhou Hao and Yin gently clasped their fingers together, quietly enjoying the quiet and romantic world of the two, and there was a feeling of no regrets in this life. "Xiao Hao, do you remember? When I was a child, the neighbor's grandpa Zhang brought his grandson to our house. The grandson was 2 years younger than me. It is reasonable to call my sister." Yin gently looked up at the far-reaching starry sky and said softly, "But you guys, you just don't let people call me sister. What else do you say that I am your sister? Only you can call me sister. And for this, you still talk to others. When we started fighting, I beat Uncle Zhang's little grandson to cry. You have been so domineering since childhood. However, no matter how domineering you are still my favorite and beloved Xiao Hao." "Xiao Hao, why are you silent, Xiao Hao?" She turned her head and looked at Zhou Hao, and found that Zhou Hao's eyes were closed tightly, and there was a soft snoring noise in her nose, which turned out to be asleep. Yin Qing was annoyed for a while, but when he saw Zhou Hao's peaceful sleep, his heart trembled slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Xiao Hao, when you sleep, you look really good." She leaned in quietly and kissed Zhou Hao's mouth lightly, and 2 red clouds floated on her face. At night, Yin Qing was about to sleep in his room, but the door of the room was knocked suddenly. Yin Qingming originally thought it was Zhou Hao, and couldn't help but say, "My parents and grandparents have already returned. Why doesn't he get up from the bed and open the door, only to see that it is not Zhou Hao who is standing at the door, but his mother Lu Guifang. "Mom? It's so late, what's the matter?" Yin Qing asked suspiciously. Lu Guifang nodded her nose. "You stinky girl, can't Mom talk to you?" Then he walked into Yin Qing's room. Yin Qing closed the door and returned to the room, and saw that Lu Guifang was already sitting on his bed. Yin Qing also walked over and sat beside Lu Guifang, holding Lu Guifang's hand against her shoulder as she did when she was a child. Lu Guifang stroked her hair affectionately. "Is it okay in the city?" Yin nodded lightly. "Well, Auntie and Aunt Ping are very good to me, and they have taught me a lot. Yes, every time you come back, Mom will find that you have changed a lot, and Mom can hardly recognize it." Lu Guifang sighed. "Mom, what are you talking about? No matter how you change, Qing is always your daughter." Yin Qing said. Lu Guifang smiled. Hee, Mom knows your filial piety. Well, speaking of it, we should really thank your aunt and them. If it weren't for their help, we would still have to live the life of a full meal and a hungry meal. I'm afraid you will also be ruined in the hands of the Wei family. We are able to live so well now, all thanks to your aunt and Xiao Hao." "Mom, I know. Right, gently." Lu Guifang asked her daughter, "Have you met a boy you like in the city?" Yin Qingqing blushed immediately. "Mom, where is it? Who would want me as a rural girl?" Lu Guifang held Yin Qingqing's pretty face. "Who said that no one wants it? Our house is so beautiful that I don't know how many boys are vying for it. However, Xiao Hao has more people than you. I like it. Now, many people in the village have planted fruit trees. Those fruits are either sold to your dad's company or to Xiao Hao's factory. Everyone in the village knows that your dad's company was also opened by Xiao Hao, and there are many in the village. People work in Xiao Hao's factory, and even the road that leads to the village outside is repaired by Xiao Hao." She gently said to Yin, "Xiao Hao is the benefactor of our entire Huayu village. Plus, he is so handsome. You don't know how many people come to the house every day to match Xiao Hao." arguing my daughter is married to Xiaohao. Yin gently listened. A little jealousy grew in his heart and said to himself, Xiaohao doesn't like them. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Yin Qing shook his head quickly. At this time, Lu Guifeng looked at her daughter with a smile on her face, and she became uncomfortable looking at Yin Qing. Mom, what are you looking at? Lu Guifeng smiled and said, Shy, don't you remember, Xiaohao often yelled to us when he was young, saying that he would marry you as a wife when he grew up. Yin Qingqing didn't expect Lu Guifeng to bring up the incident suddenly, and immediately blushed and lowered his head to explain. Mom, Xiaohao was young at that time. How can those words be taken seriously? But seeing Lu Guifeng still smiled brightly. Why can't you take it seriously? Your grandparents told Xiaohao back then that when you two grow up, you will be promised to Xiaohao. Oh, it seems like it happened yesterday. It happened. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. You and Xiaohao are already this big. I don't understand why Lu Guifeng wants to tell me this. Yin Qing dare not think about it, for fear that his thoughts will become a luxury. I heard Lu Guifeng say, Xiaohao used to be very naughty. Whether it was me, your father, uncle, or your grandparents, we never expected him to have such an achievement today. We all think that as long as Xiaohao and Tong, it's good if the mother and child can live in peace and stability. Now, just the fruit company he helped your father and uncle open can make hundreds of millions a year. Your father said, the beverage produced by Tianhe is calculated in billions of dollars in a year. Lu Guifeng sighed. How much is 100 million? According to your dad, it takes a few large trucks to complete the transportation if you replace it with a 100 yuan bill. Also, as Tong said before, Xiaohao is in the stock market. There is still investment, and I don't know how much money is made. At a young age, Xiaohao can achieve this kind of achievement at this age, and there is no second one in the world. Yin Qingqing gave Lu Guifeng a white look. Mom, you are like money. Even if Xiaohao didn't make so much money, there would be no second one in the world. When Lu Guifeng heard the words, he gently patted Yin Gentle's forehead. Is there anyone who said that to your mother? I said this to tell you how good Xiaohao is. If your mother is the kind of greedy person, when they, of the Wei family wanted to marry you as his wife, I had already sent you out. Yin Qing said. Lu Guifeng grabbed her hand, looked at her seriously, and said, Gentle, tell Mom honestly, do you like Xiaohao? Lu Guifeng suddenly asked this, causing Yin Qingqing to be stunned, and shook his head subconsciously. No, no, no. Lu Guifeng frowned. Gently, you didn't lie to Mom? Mom, how dare I lie to you? Yin gently lowered his head and dared not look at Lu Guifeng. You girl, she broke up in school for a while in the city. Lu Guifeng smiled and scolded. Your father, uncle, they can't see that you were born to me. Can I see it? Since the last time you came back, I found out that the look in Xiaohao's eyes was very wrong, and it was not like the look in the eyes of her sister to her brother. Yin Qingqing couldn't help but tremble in his heart, blinked and asked, Then, what kind of look is that? It's the look in the eyes of sister love looking at brother love. Lu Guifeng said, Your mother has also been in love, so naturally she knows it. Gentle, you already know how you like Xiaohao. So what about Xiaohao? Does he like it? I saw Yin gently cocked his mouth. You have said, Xiaohao is so powerful now. How can I still like my village girl? You little kneesy, are you still playing sloppy eyes with Mom? Lu Guifeng said with a sullen face. The way Xiaohao looks at you is exactly the same as the way your dad looked at me back then. Does he still like you? I asked. Are you two getting better? When did it happen? How could Yin Qingqing stand up to Lu Guifeng's experienced? Even his neck was red. Mom, what is it? Why are you talking? Why are you so embarrassed? Yeah. Now that you have Xiaohao, you don't want Mom. Of course, Mom is not ashamed. Lu Guifeng smiled. But Mom thinks you are still a big girl, so it seems Xiaohao should treat you. It's just a matter of esteem and only courtesy. Yin blinked lightly, and he didn't expect that Lu Guifeng, who hadn't studied for a few years, even said something like, essence is more than courtesy. I heard Lu Guifeng say. However, even if you like each other, it's not the previous meeting anymore. You and Xiaohao are cousins. Although our village does not object, you still cannot get a marriage certificate. Listening to Lu Guifeng's words, Yin Qingming yelled that she had a headache, that her own mother had already thought of getting married. However, Even though he had long known that he and Zhou Hao could not be a righteous couple, Yanqing still had some regrets. However, people in our village don't pay much attention to marriage certificates. Many of them are wedding banquets and invite relatives and friends to have a meal, even if they are married. Lu Guifeng said gently to Yan. Light, if you and Xiao Hao really have that interest, then choose an auspicious day to hold a wedding banquet in the village and let the villagers know that you are Xiao Hao's woman. Seeing the hesitant look on Yanqing's face, Lu Guifeng said, Gentle, you have to hold on tight. A good boy like Xiao Hao. If you slow down, you will be snatched by other girls. Yanqing smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if he took action now, Zhou Hao was no longer just his own. But she still asked, Mom, if I and Xiao Hao are really together, will my father and grandparents agree? How can you disagree? No need to say anything about your dad. He treats Xiao Hao as his son. If Xiao Hao can be his son-in-law, he will wake up with a smile in his dreams. As for your grandparents, you are the one they love most. With Xiao Hao and your grandma said before, our house is so beautiful. Which boy in the village can match? Only Xiao Hao is qualified to be with you. Seeing Yin Qingqing still blushing and lowering her head, Lu Guifeng said, Well, Mom won't force you anymore. After all, feelings are too hard to force. Only if you like it, Mom doesn't say anything. But you remember now, we must hurry up. Then, Lu Guifeng patted her daughter's hand, got up and left. And tonight, it is also destined to be Yanqing's sleepless night. At the same time, Zhou Hao was talking on the phone with Song Jiahao from Hong Kong in his room at this time. They didn't know that Lu Guifeng and the others were plotting to give him their daughter. In fact, Song Jiahao called Zhou Hao because the international financial speculators who have tasted the sweetness of Southeast Asia have already reached out to Hong Kong and pointed their finger at Hong Kong's linked exchange rate system, and because Taiwan suddenly gave up on defense. The exchange rate of the new Taiwan dollar depreciates the new Taiwan dollar by more than 3% in one day, which has caused even greater pressure on the stock and foreign exchange markets in Hong Kong. Just today, on October 23rd, the Hong Kong stock market fell by more than 1,200 points under the impact of those financial speculators. This is completely consistent with the history that Zhou Hao knew in his previous life. According to the development of this history, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index will fall by more than 1,600 points on the 28th, falling below the 9,000-point mark overall. These financial speculators would make Hong Kong's ideas. Keiru Nanami told Zhou Hao when he left Hong Kong that time and reminded him to be careful. Even without Nankai Keiru's reminder, Zhou Hao knew that this would happen, but even so, Nankai Keiru always showed kindness to Zhou Hao. As for the cause of the Hong Kong stock market plummet, in addition to the impact of international speculators such as Julian Robertson and George Soros, it is also because some local people with huge capital in Hong Kong have allowed themselves to make huge profits in the futures market. The funds in hand are used to suppress Hong Kong's stock market. These people have bought a large number of short orders on the Hong Kong index futures market. As long as the Hong Kong stock market continues to fall, they will be able to obtain profits of tens of times. Zhou Hao naturally did not have the slightest affection for these black sheep who are keen to make national wealth. Therefore, Zhou Hao instructed Song Jiahao to lead Zhou Hao's operation team to immediately buy more orders for those who are struggling to make a fortune when the Hang Seng Index fell below the 9,000 mark. Because Zhou Hao knew that the Hong Kong government would stick to the current exchange rate system and would never give up, letting the Hang Seng Index reach 10,000 points. If the Hang Seng Index sees such an upward trend, those who want to make a fortune will suffer heavy losses. And what Zhou Hao wants to earn is these guys' money. In fact, the operation in the futures market is a gambling between buying short and buying long. Zhou Hao intends to invest 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, which is about 400 million US dollars, scrupulous that he can make twice as much money from those who want to make a fortune in the country. After the Hong Kong turmoil, South Korea will also face the financial turmoil in November, which will cause even greater stock market turmoil, which will also affect Japan and cause a domino effect. Zhou Hao's layout in Japan and South Korea has been completed. Just waiting for the financial turmoil to hit the two countries, a lot of profits can be recovered. After discussing with Song Jiahao for a long time, let him arrange the work of the operation team. Zhou Hao put down the phone. But as soon as the phone was put down, it rang again, and the number displayed was Zhao Yuqin's. Zhou Hao excitedly picked up the phone to his ear and called out excitedly, "Sister." "Oh, I messed up my sister's heart." Zhao Yuqin smiled on the phone. "My sister has a serious business with you. Do you remember asking my sister to find out who was buying those beverage companies in Jiangsu province last time?" "Huh. Well, of course I remember, sister. Did you find it?" Zhou Hao asked. "Yes, it has been found out. There are indeed people who are buying beverage companies in Jiangsu province on a large scale, and you know this person." Zhao Yuqin said. "That person is Liang Fengshan, the son of Jiangsu Governor Liang Xuantang." Shangguan Zongzi drove a luxurious Audi car to the door of a newly constructed 18-story commercial building in downtown Yangzhou. A security guard in a suit and leather shoes hurried up to help Shangguan Zongzi open the car door. Said respectfully, "Mr. Shangguan, where is young Master Liang? Is he back?" Shangguan Zongzi asked lightly. The security nodded. "Young Master Liang has returned." Shangguan Zongzi got out of the car, and the security guard helped him drive the car to the parking lot. Shangguan Zongzi walked into this building and saw that the lobby on the first floor was very spacious, with bright yellow marble floors. A huge luxurious crystal lamp hung on the high ceiling, and the wall behind the counter was inlaid Fengshan Group in 4 big gold-lacquered characters. Sitting behind the counter were 2 young and beautiful female staff. Seeing the tall and handsome Shangguan Zongzi walk in, both women's faces were slightly red. One of them said to Shangguan Zongzi, "Mr. Shangguan, Mr. Liang is already here. The general manager's office is out, and he said you will go up to him when you come back." Shangguan Zongzi nodded slightly, walked straight into the elevator, and pressed the button on the 18th floor. After the elevator doors were closed, the 2 female staff who were in charge of receiving guests in the lobby started talking in a low voice. "Did you say that Mr. Shangguan has a girlfriend?" One of them curiously asked. "He is so tall and handsome, and is the deputy general manager of the company. I heard that many female employees in departments like him." She held her cheeks. Her eyes were a little sad. "I don't know if I confess to her. Will he agree to let me be his girlfriend?" The other person chuckled and said, "No, you are a nymphomaniac. How could Mr. Shangguan like it? I should do it to be his girlfriend." "What kind of nympho?" "You are the nympho. Every time I see Mr. Shangguan, I can't find it." While the 2 women were discussing enthusiastically, Shangguan Zongzi had reached the highest 18th floor and was standing in front of a door. There was a martial art on this door, and it was general manager's office. Shangguan Zongzi knocked on the door. "Young Master Liang, I am Shangguan Zongzi. Wait outside first." A hurried male voice came from the office, so Shangguan Zongzi stood quietly in front of the door. About 15 minutes later, the male voice came again, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Shangguan Zongzi walked in. The general manager's office has a large area, half the size of a basketball court, and is luxuriously decorated. One side is a huge French window, and the other is hanging on the wall. A very large splash ink painting of landscape with 4 characters written in cursive. "Whale swallows the world." In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a wide semicircular desk. On the executive chair in front of the desk sits a young man in his 20s, who is impressively Liang Fengshan, the only son of Jiangsu Governor Liang Xuantang. There was also a female secretary standing beside Liang Fengshan. This female secretary was wearing a beige professional dress. She was very beautiful. There were 2 red clouds floating on her face, and her forehead was still hanging. A few drops of perspiration, long hair is also a little messy. Shangguan Zongzi only glanced at her for a while, then walked to the opposite side of Liang Fengshan and bowed slightly. "Master Liang." "Yeah," Liang Fengshan replied faintly. "I went to the Yangzhou juice factory to see it. How about there? Can it be put into production directly?" "It's no problem to put it into production directly, because the production line of the Yangzhou juice factory was only purchased from Germany the year before. The production capacity is very good and the workers are very skilled," Shangguan Zongzi said slowly. Liang Fengshan sneered. "Since it has such good production conditions, why does Yangzhou juice factory still lose money every year?" Shangguan Zongzi raised his eyes and looked at Liang Fengshan. He knew that Liang Fengshan also understood that the most important reason for the annual losses of the Yangzhou juice factory was the bloated management organization, and the leaders of the factory ignored the interests of the factory. Greedy fills his own pockets. This is also a problem for many state-owned enterprises, because those insatiable eat up a huge enterprise. Naturally, Shengguan Zongzi did not say this, but said, the reason why Yangzhou Juice Factory loses every year is mainly because its business strategy is conservative and backward. The last time it launched a new product was 5 years ago, so it became a juice product of a foreign company. After entering Yangzhou Juice Factory has no ability to compete with it. Liang Fengshan nodded and said with a smile, Yangzhou Juice Factory is a typical example. Many of the state-owned fruit juice companies we acquired have declined due to this reason. But our group will not make the same mistake again. Shengguan Zongzi said, fortunately, Mr. Liang, you have outstanding ability. Use the management system of the modern group to operate our Fengshan group. Mr. Liang, the juice company we bought back is now the integration is almost complete. As long as we can launch new products, we can enter the market immediately. Hey, hasn't our group already developed the orange juice with fresh orange? Liang Fengshan said. You give me the production of fresh orange as soon as possible. Also, the TV commercials will also be ready for me as soon as possible. We can't lose to fruit orange. Shengguan Zongzi nodded and said, the operation of fruit orange is really successful. On the one hand, its taste are excellent. On the other hand, they were able to invite Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok to shoot commercials together. The consumer group in China has been caught. Now the market share of fruit orange in the domestic market is rising at an extremely fast rate. Even Coca-Cola has to avoid its edge. But after hearing Liang Fengshan's cold snort, he said fiercely, what's so great? I will defeat them sooner or later, and sooner or later I will trample Zhou Hao's under my feet. Since Liang Fengshan lost to Zhou Hao in the last game, he has always been worried. This is not only because Zhou Hao snatched Li Ruolin back, but also because he suffered a lot from Liang Fengshan, who had never suffered setbacks. In fact, Liang Fengshan found out early on that Li Chufan and Song Buqian brought a group of technical development talents from Yangzhou Juice Factory to Tianhe Beverage Group. After further investigation, Liang Fengshan knew that the owner of Tianhe was Zhou Hao. From his father Liang Xuantong, Liang Fengshan already knew that Zhou Hao was behind the Zhao family in the capital. As the governor of a province, Liang Xuantong naturally has his own relationship in the capital, and he was born in the family of officials. Liang Fengshan also knows how powerful the Zhao family is in China. Compared to the Zhao family, Liang Xuantong and the others are naturally far behind, and the camp he belongs to does not dare to provoke the Zhao family easily. In fact, in China, even between different camps, it is rare to completely tear their faces in conflicts. Politics is a constant negotiation and compromise. However, Liang Fengshan still couldn't swallow this tone. He thought, since he couldn't beat Zhou Hao politically, he should fight a battle in business. That's why he started the Fengshan group, and Liang Xuantong saw that his son had not started the business of those side-by-side businesses, and he was very supportive. Young Master Liang, I just went to the Yangzhou Juice Factory to look at the files over there and found one thing. Shengguan Zongzi said. It was when Li Chufan and Song Buqian were still working in the Yangzhou Juice Factory. They had applied to the factory. A research and development project wanted to bring a new type of juice developed by the Technology Development Department to the market, but the factory leaders disagreed, so the project was finally shelved. And that new type of juice is now produced by Tianhe Minute Mate. He despised the leaders of the Yangzhou Juice Factory in his heart, thinking that they were all short-sighted and only caring about immediate interests. If Yangzhou Juice Factory launched the fruit orange at that time, it would not have made losses year after year until it was acquired by Fengshan Group. When Liang Fengshan heard this, his face changed. Zongzi, you mean the recipe for fruit orange belongs to Yangzhou Juice Factory? If the formula of fruit orange belongs to Yangzhou Juice Factory, and now Fengshan Group has acquired Yangzhou Juice Factory, then the formula of fruit orange is equivalent to Fengshan Group's assets. But Shengguan Zongzi shook his head. Unfortunately, at that time, Yangzhou Juice Factory did not approve Li Chufan's application and did not include the formula in the juice factory's asset project. Therefore, according to the law, the ownership of the formula belongs to Li Chufan and Song Buqian. Yes. Moreover, Tianhe should have applied for legal protection for that formula now. Damn, those guys in Yangzhou juice factory are really stupid. After hearing Shengwan Zongza's words, Liang Fengshan couldn't help but scolded the leader of Yangzhou juice factory. However, young Master Liang, I think our group can file a lawsuit in the court accusing Tianhe of infringing our assets and stealing our fruit orange formula. Shengwan Zongza said again. Liang Fengshan looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you just say that the recipe for fruit orange does not belong to Yangzhou juice factory? Then how can we claim Tianhe? It's not necessarily. Shengwan Zongza touched his chin. If we can get the formula of fruit orange, it will be different. Moreover, our goal is not to get fruit orange. The formula of Tianhe is to combat the reputation of Tianhe and at the same time promote our group. Even if the final lawsuit is lost, people will know our Fengshan group. Then we will wait for our Zion Chengduo to go public. Much smoother. Huh? This trick is good. Liang Fengshan looked at Shengwan Zongza with joy. And Shengwan Zongza also continued. So, the higher profile we can do about this, the better, and it's best to let the whole country know. However, the reputation of Tianhe in China is so strong now, as long as Tianhe is heard. News that invades our group's assets. Even if we don't deliberately promote it, it will definitely cause a big sensation. Liang Fengshan nodded and said, Yes, Dongna, you will contact Jiangsu TV station immediately, and I will let the whole country know about the Tianhe infringement of the assets of our Fengshan group through them. The secretary named Dongna responded, and Liang Fengshan said again, As for getting the fruit orange formula, Shengwan Zongza immediately said, Under the reward, there must be a brave man. I think the people in the Tianhe group are not monolithic. Mr. Liang, leave this to me. However, Mr. Liang, if Tianhe, then someone can really help us get the recipe of fruit orange. What price can you offer? Liang Fengshan thought for a while, then said, 20 million. Just use this price as the upper limit, and you will do the specifics. He stretched out his arm. Okay, I'll go ahead if I have something to do. You can watch the group's affairs well for me. Shengwan Zongza immediately bowed and said, Yes, young Master Liang, I know. I saw Liang Fengshan stood up and walked towards the door with his arm around the shoulder of the female secretary named Dongna. When he walked to the door, he suddenly turned his head and said to the superior Zongza, Zongza, as long as you follow me with peace of mind, I will not treat you badly. But if you dare to have any wrong intentions, hell, you know that if it weren't for me, you are still in jail. I can get you out, and I can get you back, you know. I see, young Master Liang. Shengwan Zongza said, with his head hanging down. On the other side, Zhou Hao had also left Huayu village and returned to Xiangqing with Yan Qingqing. After Zhao Yuqin knew that the man who had acquired more than a dozen large-scale beverage companies was Liang Fengshan, Zhou Hao was also a little surprised. He certainly knew that Liang Fengshan would not forget his grievances with him, but he did not expect that he would make such a big handwriting, and immediately acquired more than a dozen beverage companies worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Zhao Yuqin told Zhou Hao that Liang Fengshan also integrated more than a dozen beverage companies to form a Fengshan group. Based on the estimation of the integrated beverage companies, the strength of the Fengshan group can be said to be very large. Its total assets, in addition to large multinational companies such as Coca-Cola, are the leading domestic beverage companies, even Zhou Hao. The Tianhe Beverage Group is incomparable. However, the overall strength of an enterprise does not depend on its total assets. For example, in terms of brand and popularity, Fengshan Group is far inferior to Tianhe Beverage Group, which has already swept the country. And Zhou Hao also knew that the reason Liang Fengshan founded the Fengshan Group was not only because he wanted to make money, but the most important reason was to compete with himself. With Liang Fengshan's energy, it is not difficult to find Zhou Hao behind the scenes of Tianhe. But Zhou Hao is not worried at all, because the development momentum of Tianhe is very strong. Fruit orange has swept the domestic beverage market, and several juices successively launched by Tianhe have been welcomed by consumers. It has also made Tianhe mineral water famous and has now officially expanded to the northern market. In addition, Tianhe also has the trump card of the iced tea series. Zhou Hao is confident that as soon as the iced tea series is launched, the leading position of Tianhe in the domestic beverage industry will be as stable as Mount Tai. Moreover, Zhou Hao knows that in the future, Chinese black tea and green tea will be extremely popular in countries around the world because of their health and health benefits. Therefore, Zhou Hao's goal is not only to break out of China, but to make Tianhe tea beverages occupy the world's beverage market and even become another Coca-Cola. Now that Zhou Liren has moved to Huayu Village, Zhou Hao also moved back to Guanhu Villa. In the past few days at home, Yin Tong often mentioned Zhou Liren to Zhou Hao, saying that Zhou Liren had already decided to reform and let Zhou Hao give him a chance. But Zhou Hao's perception of his father was difficult to change, and he didn't want to talk back to Yin Tong, so he returned to his room when he was bored. At this time, Zhou Hao received a call from Gao Jingyi. Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi called Zhou Hao softly on the phone. Jingyi, what's the matter? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Before Gao Jingyi expressed her intentions to Zhou Hao, and after the close encounter in the school doctor's room, the two were in a hazy ambiguity, not reaching the level of lovers, but surpassing the average. Friend. In the class, Gao Jingyi hasn't shown anything, but when the two of them are alone, Gao Jingyi often blushes, and her behavior becomes twitchy, completely unlike her former cold and decisive. Just listen to Gao Jingyi saying on the phone, I am going to the United States tomorrow. Zhou Hao was shocked, only to remember that Gao Jingyi was leaving Chongqing for the United States this month. During this time, he was busy with Tianhe affairs, so he forgot about Gao Jingyi's going abroad. Or maybe it was because he subconsciously didn't want Gao Jingyi to go abroad, so he denied this fact. Jingyi Yu. After the ambiguity with Gao Jingyi, Zhou Hao felt that although he and her were not the kind of close lovers, they were already entangled in love. Therefore, now that he heard that Gao Jingyi was leaving tomorrow, he felt a strong reluctance in his heart. Can you come out tonight? Gao Jingyi asked on the phone. Yes, no problem. Zhou Hao said immediately. When and where? At 8 o'clock tonight, right in front of the school gate. After talking to Gao Jingyi, Li Ruolin called again. Xiao Hao. Jingyi is leaving tomorrow, do you know? I know. Li Ruolin let out a sigh. In fact, we were very reluctant to her. The classmates wanted to organize a farewell party for her, but Jingyi refused. I know her temperament. She didn't like the excitement. I can't stand the eyes of the classmates. But I think she should find you. After all, she has liked you for so long. I have already found it. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. She asked me to go out with her tonight. Then you just accompany her. Li Ruolin said hesitantly. However, you are not allowed to be foolish. Jingyi is not an adult, and her father is the mayor. If you dare to foolish, Gao the mayor will not let you go. Zhou Hao said helplessly. Sister Lan, am I the kind of man in your mind? Isn't it? Li Ruolin snorted a little angrily. In fact, she can see that the three most beautiful girls in the class are in love with Zhou Hao. It's impossible to say that there is no idea in her heart, but Li Ruolin is not the kind of woman who cries and makes troubles and hangs herself. And she also fatally accepted the fact that Zhou Hao is in a peach blossom. So at most, she was playing tricks with Zhou Hao to express her dissatisfaction. So at 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Hao drove to the gate of Yuning Middle School. He knew that girls always took time to dress up, and they often came later than the agreed time. However, Zhou Hao has always been a punctual person, so he arrived at 8 o'clock on time. However, what surprised him was that when he came to the gate of Yuning Middle School, he saw where Gao Jingyi was already waiting. Moreover, Gao Jingyi's dress today is quite different from usual. In Zhou Hao's impression, Gao Jingyi always wore school uniforms, a typical image of a good girl. But at this time, Gao Jingyi was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a light blue long skirt. She wore a pair of flat-bottomed pink autumn shoes under her feet, slightly revealing her white and lovely insteps. Gao Jingyi dressed in this way is casual and pure, especially she is a beautiful girl, so the young men who pass by here are all paying attention. Under their gaze, Gao Jingyi, who had always been cold, also looked a little shy, slightly lowered her head, and dared not look around, so she didn't notice when Zhou Hao drove up. Zhou Hao got out of the car and walked straight to Gao Jingyi. After looking at her up and down for a long time, he smiled and said, Jingyi, you are so beautiful today. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Gao Jingyi shook slightly, then looked up and saw Zhou Hao in front of him. Because he wasn't going to school, Zhou Hao didn't wear school uniforms either. Instead, as usual, a light blue casual suit shirt, paired with a pair of dark blue straight jeans, showed his upright figure very well. Bell trousers are still popular nowadays, so Zhou Hao's outfit looks special among young people dressed in the street. That's just him. If someone else wears it like this, the pedestrians who are all wearing bell-bottom pants around him will be an alien. However, because Zhou Hao's appearance and temperament are very good, this outfit showed a unique charm on him, making him as outstanding as a group of young men around him. Therefore, when Gao Jingyi looked up and saw Zhou Hao, she was a little stunned, and then there were 2 blushes on her cheeks, which made her look more beautiful and charming. A glance with Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi was also the first time he saw Zhou Hao appear in a dress other than school uniform. Moreover, Zhou Hao is so different from other people of the same age. At this moment, looking at Zhou Hao's soft smile in the night and the surrounding neon lights, Gao Jingyi felt that her heartbeat suddenly became much faster. Bang, 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 bang. The heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Gao Jingyi's cheeks were hot, worried that Zhou Hao might hear her heartbeat. If that was the case, she would be ashamed. Where are we going? Zhou Hao asked Gao Jingyi, who looked down and said nothing. I want to go shopping. Gao Jingyi said quickly. In front of Zhou Hao, she had a kind of tension that she had never had before, even stronger than during the exam. Okay. Zhou Hao replied with a smile and walked forward side by side with Gao Jingyi. A street from Yuning Middle School is the pedestrian street of Xiangqing and the shopping and entertainment center of Xiangqing. With the development of Xiangqing, this area has become more and more prosperous. There are not only shops, but also many such as karaoke, as well as leisure places such as the Health and Arts Center. Many young people like to shop around here. When Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi walked on the street, they became the focus of attention of the surrounding pedestrians, because both of them had outstanding appearances, and they were a pair of typical handsome men and beautiful women. However, Gao Jingyi always bowed his head and said nothing. He didn't dare to look ahead. It was obviously the first time shopping with a boy. Walking by Gao Jingyi's side, Zhou Hao also felt pleasing to the eye, seeing her rare shyness. Beep! The sound of a horn suddenly came, and there was a light on the left, followed by the sound of an engine, but it was a motorcycle, which was quickly approaching the two of them. Gao Jingyi kept her head down, so she didn't see it, so she walked forward. Jingyi, be careful, Zhou Hao shouted, then grabbed Gao Jingyi's hand and pulled her back. The motorcycle passed by Gao Jingyi, and there was the voice of the driver drifting away from the car, walking with eyesight. Gao Jingyi was obviously frightened, and his face looked a little pale. Zhou Hao asked concerned, Jingyi, are you okay? Hearing Zhou Hao's extremely magnetic voice, Gao Jingyi recovered and shook her head while pursing her lips. Suddenly, I felt my hand being surrounded by a soft and warm texture. I lowered my head to find that my hand was being grasped by Zhou Hao's broad and warm palm, and my heart trembled. Her hand moved lightly, but after all, she did not withdraw it from Zhou Hao's. And Zhou Hao didn't mean to let go, so he took Gao Jingyi's jade hand and went on. At this moment, Gao Jingyi's head dropped lower, as if everyone was looking at him. She thought quietly in her heart, now that Zhou Hao and I are like this, are they a couple? Handsome guy, come and have a look, a very beautiful ring, buy one for your girlfriend. When passing a street stall, the short boss beckoned to Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi couldn't help but glanced at the stall, and saw that there were many small ornaments on the wooden board. There were rings, earrings, and necklaces. Although not precious, they were delicate and lovely. Seeing Gao Jingyi was attracted by him, Zhou Hao stopped, and the boss also worked harder to promote his products. Handsome guy, if your girlfriend is so beautiful, you can buy a ring for her. I think you are cheaper. Good or not? Hearing the boss said that he was Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Gao Jingyi didn't speak either, so she lowered her head slightly and didn't speak, but her gaze stayed on the ring that reflected bright metallic luster. Boss, take that one for a look. Zhou Hao said to the boss immediately. Good. The boss quickly gave Zhou Hao the ring that Gao Jingyi was interested in. This ring is neither gold nor silver. It should be made of ordinary stainless steel, and there is no pattern or style. It looks like a featureless iron ring. However, although this ring is monotonous, it also has a simple and generous taste. Zhou Hao saw Gao Jingyi's gaze still staying on this ring, and saw that the size of the ring was relatively small, which seemed to match Gao Jingyi's slender jade fingers, so he asked the boss, Boss, how much is this? Money. Originally, it was 100 yuan. The boss said, But I see your little girlfriend is so handsome, even if you are 50. Zhou Hao laughed secretly when he heard this. The cost of such a stainless steel ring was only a few dollars, and the boss still showed a distressed look. However, Zhou Hao didn't bargain, so he handed over a piece of 50 yuan. Because if you bargain and care about in this area, you would seem to be too indifferent to Gao Jingyi. Not to mention that Zhou Hao would not have to be cautious about every piece of money he did in his previous life. Give it to you. Zhou Hao pinched the ring and smiled at Gao Jingyi. Under the colorful neon lights around, Gao Jingyi looked at Zhou Hao, feeling that everything around him seemed to have become hazy, and the ring in Zhou Hao's hand was also shining, even more dazzling than those precious diamond rings. Yeah. Gao Jingyi nodded gently. Then I can put it on for you. Zhou Hao also smiled. Gao Jingyi hesitated for a while, stretched out his right hand, and then hesitated which finger to put the ring on, because each finger had a different meaning. Zhou Hao didn't think about it so much, so he put the ring on Gao Jingyi's right ring finger. Gao Jingyi gasped, because she knew what the ring finger represented. I saw that the ring was worn on Gao Jingyi's jade finger, not too big or too small, as if it was tailor-made for her. Let's go. Zhou Hao held her hand again, with the same smile on his face. The two continued to stroll around, walking in this colorful shopping mall, but Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi felt unusually peaceful, as if there were only two of them left in the whole world. For some reason, Gao Jingyi seemed to let go a lot, and no longer bowed her head, looking forward with her head up, not just casting a charming smile at Zhou Hao. After walking around for a while, Zhou Hao saw that Gao Jingyi seemed a little tired, so he took her to a chic drink shop. This is your first time out shopping. Zhou Hao chatted with her. Gao Jingyi held the straw and slowly stirred the glass of grape juice in front of him, and said to Zhou Hao, "No, my mother sometimes takes me to go shopping. No, but this is the first time I have been with a man. The children go shopping together. Then I am not honored?" Zhou Hao laughed softly. Of course. Seeing Zhou Hao smile, Gao Jingyi also smiled. At this moment, Zhou Hao saw a familiar figure appearing on the street outside. I saw that the man was slender and tall, with long hair hanging down to his waist, a very classically beautiful face, and a long black windbreaker. This man was the fourth master of the First Army, Li Xuan. Seeing that Zhou Hao's eyes were different, Gao Jingyi followed his eyes and saw Li Xuan outside. She recognized that Li Xuan was the woman who knew martial arts when Zhou Hao sent herself home last time, and Zhou Hao and her also knew each other. However, seeing Li Xuan also wearing a windbreaker in this midsummer season, Gao Jingyi couldn't help but curiously ask Zhou Hao, "Why does she wear it like that on such a hot day?" Zhou Hao smiled. "I don't know. Maybe this is her hobby." In fact, he was right. It was indeed Li Xuan's hobby, but Zhou Hao knew that Li Xuan's inner family cultivation had reached the point where it was not invaded by cold and heat. Cold weather and hot weather are the same for her. Zhou Hao and Li Xuan saw Li Xuan, but Li Xuan did not see Zhou Hao and the others here. Moreover, Zhou Hao saw that Li Xuan was still holding a delicate paper bag, and the logo on the paper bag seemed to be a well-known makeup brand. This time opened Zhou Hao's eyes, because Li Xuan gave him the impression of a very cold woman. Li Xuan's coldness is different from Gao Jingyi's. Gao Jingyi's kind of coldness is more aloof than cold. But Li Xuan is that kind of typical ruthlessness, even a little uncomfortable. When she first met Li Xuan, she let her subordinates castrate the ninja of the Wind Demon clan without blinking her eyes. This cruelty shocked Zhou Hao very much. She is also a femme fatale. Compared to Nanami Keiru's scheming, Li Xuan is vicious in behavior, especially when she was born with a classical beauty-like face, which is even more different from her cold and vicious personality. It was such a woman who even bought cosmetics, which surprised Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao saw an old woman walking tremblingly on crutches and suddenly fell over to her when she passed by Li Xuan. Li Xuan's high-strength camouflage kung fu was sensitive and immediately stretched out his hand to support the old woman. Unexpectedly, after being supported by Li Xuan, the old woman still fell to the ground. Even the crutch in her hand fell. Then, she hugged Li Xuan's leg and cried out loudly, "Oh, I killed my old lady. Your little girl is so cruel. You're going to kill me." Even though Li Xuan was the number 4 commander of the First Army, he was extremely experienced against the enemy, and was stunned by the old woman's actions for a while, and a pair of willow eyebrows were also frowned. When the surrounding pedestrians heard the old woman shouting loudly, they all stopped and watching the excitement. "Mom, what's the matter with you? Who is so bold to knock you down?" A tall and strong man squeezed out of the crowd and quickly ran to the old woman. Zhou Hao here understood at a glance. Li Shuihan obviously encountered someone touching porcelain. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.